Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝘃𝗁 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Who am I? Are you sure you really want to know? Well, I'm warning you. It's not exactly a happy story. There are plenty of moments where I face challenges and hardships, but it's not all bad. Let's start with some basic introductions. Sound good? Great, then let's dive right into how I eventually became Spider-Man. A young child with green hair, glasses, and red shoes stood in front of a crying boy, confronting a blonde child who had been bullying him. The green-haired boy, determined and brave, readied his fists and positioned himself between the crying boy and the blonde. He declared that he would never forgive the blonde for his actions. That scared kid with the big goofy glasses. That was me, Izuku Midoriya. I think I was about 4 years old at the time, and I still remember that moment vividly. I was terrified, but I couldn't just stand by and watch someone get hurt. I couldn't tolerate bullies. The blonde child smirked as his friends activated their quirks. He taunted me, saying that even though I was quirkless, I was still trying to pretend to be a hero. Unfortunately, this was the reality I faced. This kid was my childhood friend, or at least he used to be. After learning that I had no quirk, everything changed between us, and I found myself facing more bruises and scrapes on my way home. The 3 boys charged at me with malicious intent. I braced myself for the impact, knowing I was in for a rough time. A few moments later, I lay on the ground, covered in bruises and scratches, staring at the sky above. I won't sugarcoat it, I got hurt pretty badly. But despite the pain, I gained something irreplaceable that day. A boy with brown hair approached me, asking if I was okay and expressing concern over my injuries. He extended his hand, and I accepted it, grateful for his kindness. He helped me to my feet and even cleaned my glasses. I told him he didn't have to do that for me, but he insisted that he couldn't just watch someone in pain. He mentioned that he was used to being bullied too, and I appreciated his support. He apologized for dragging me into the situation and thanked me for trying to help him, saying I was really cool for standing up for him. I smiled as I put on my glasses and shook his hand, feeling a connection. When he asked for my name, I introduced myself as Izuku Midoriya. At a young age, I learned that not everyone is created equal. I wasn't born a hero or special in any way. But life taught me that fate doesn't care where you start. It only cares about where you end up, how you get there, and whether you give up. And for me, giving up has never been an option. 10 years later, a teenage Izuku in a middle school uniform sprinted down the street, wearing his red shoes and splashing through puddles with a smile on his face. Excitedly, he urged himself to hurry, worried he might miss out on something important. He reached an intersection, waiting impatiently for the traffic to clear, his excitement building as he heard the sounds of a fight in the distance. Finally, the crosswalk sign turned green, and he dashed across the street, eager to see what was happening. As he approached, he joined a large crowd gathering around the train tracks, where a villain was causing chaos. He felt a rush of adrenaline as he realized he had made it just in time to witness the action. The villain roared, intimidating the onlookers. Izuku was thrilled to see the rescue specialist 𝗵𝘃𝗲 on the scene. He couldn't believe his eyes. The villain was enormous, and Izuku marveled at the power of the quirk that transformed someone into such a formidable creature. He needed to get a better look, whispering to himself as he maneuvered through the crowd. People around him discussed the villain's actions, revealing that he had stolen a bag and lost control when cornered. Izuku was determined to get closer, eager to learn more about the world of quirks. Quirks, you might wonder. It all began in China, in Qingqing City, about 100 years ago when a baby was born who shone like a light. Since then, superpowers have emerged worldwide, and no one knows the cause of this phenomenon. The supernatural became the new normal, and dreams turned into reality. Now, about 80% of the world's population possesses some kind of special power, known as quirks. In a world filled with chaos, a once-admired profession emerged into the spotlight: superheroes. A large villain roared as he smashed through a metal support beam, sending it crashing down toward the civilians below. Just as the beam was about to hit the ground, a muscular man with white hair slid underneath and caught the heavy metal with ease. It was the punching hero, 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗧. Izuku watched in awe, noting how he delivered justice through sheer physical strength. A shadow passed over him as a group of fangirls cheered for 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗧, who was rushing toward the villain. Izuku recognized 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗧 as a talented rising star. 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗧 leaped onto the train tracks, skillfully dodging the villain's grapple that shattered the brick railings. The villain shouted angrily at 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗧, who stretched his wooden arm toward a nearby beam and swung away from the attack. 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗧 then swung back, evading another strike, and landed on the villain's hand, running up his arm. He wrapped his arms around the villain's wrist, attempting to pull him down, but the villain swung his wrist, dragging 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗧 along. 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗧 released the grip as he landed on top of a nearby train, facing the towering villain. He declared the villain the embodiment of evil for the illegal use of powers during rush hour and robbery resulting in injury. As his right arm grew multiple branches, he prepared for his special move. Izuku and the crowd watched in anticipation as 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗧 announced his attack. Just then, a large woman kicked the villain off the train tracks, causing shockwaves among the onlookers. The villain fell to the ground, unconscious. The woman introduced herself as Mount Lady, striking a pose for the cameras. Photographers quickly captured the moment, focusing on her impressive presence. Izuku, eager to document this new hero's debut, rummaged through his bag, frustrated by the disorganization. Mount Lady waved to the cheering crowd before shrinking down to her normal size. With the rise of superpowers came an alarming increase in crime. As nations struggled with slow law reforms, brave individuals began performing heroic acts reminiscent of old comic books, defending the innocent against evil. They were compensated by the government based on their performances, gaining fame among the public. Backdraft, another hero, called for the crowd to back away from the crime scene, directing anyone injured to a nearby storefront for assistance. Izuku took notes, impressed by Mount Lady's quirk and popularity. He pondered the implications of her size-changing ability and whether she could control it effectively. A man approached Izuku, noticing his note-taking. He asked if Izuku aspired to become a hero. Flustered, Izuku confirmed his ambition, receiving encouragement from the man. Filled with determination, Izuku smiled, ready to pursue his dream. From around the corner, a boy with brown hair wearing a middle school uniform turned and spotted Izuku in the crowd. He sighed and ran towards Izuku, urging him to hurry. He expressed his frustration about being late, warning Izuku that if they had to run laps around the track again as punishment, he would hold Izuku responsible. Izuku introduced his friend, Harry Osborn, the son of Norman Osborn, the president and CEO of Oscorp. Harry was the heir to one of the largest tech industries in the world and had been Izuku's best friend since childhood. He recalled a time when Kaken had bullied Harry, who had moved to their town with his father years ago. Izuku admired Harry's wealth and described their extravagant apartment building. Izuku apologized for leaving Harry behind, explaining that he had been eager to complete his hero analysis book. Harry teased Izuku about his obsession with heroes, noting that most people would run away from danger, while Izuku charged toward it like a fanatic. Izuku felt a bit embarrassed but acknowledged his passion for heroes and their incredible quirks, imagining the possibilities of their evolution. Harry playfully pushed Izuku back towards their school, insisting they discuss his hero interests during lunch instead. Despite Izuku's longing to observe the heroes longer and take notes, Harry reminded him that they needed to get to class to avoid punishment for being late. As students at 𝗎𝙪𝙢𝙢𝗢𝗎 Junior High, they were encouraged to think seriously about their futures. The homeroom teacher stood at the podium, preparing to distribute handouts for future plans. Izuku sat at the back, distracted and writing in his notebook. The teacher smiled as students began to activate their quirks, throwing the handouts into the air as excitement filled the room. The teacher acknowledged that most students were likely planning to enter the hero course, which elicited cheers from the class. However, he reminded them to tone it down, as using their powers at school was against the rules. Katsuki, a spiky blonde-haired boy, interrupted, asserting that he would not be grouped with the rest of the students he deemed inferior. The teacher recalled that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 aimed to attend 𝗬𝗧𝗏 high school, a prestigious institution with a low acceptance rate. Izuku, feeling the weight of his classmates' whispers, kept his head down, trying to avoid attention. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 boasted about his achievements and declared his destiny to surpass all might and become the top hero, envisioning his name etched in history. When the teacher mentioned Izuku's aspiration to attend 𝗬𝗧𝗏, the class erupted in laughter, mocking the idea that someone like him could ever gain admission. They dismissed his dreams, insisting that studying alone wouldn't suffice to become a hero. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, fueled by anger, unleashed a small explosion near Izuku, pushing him back in his seat. He ridiculed Izuku for being quirkless, questioning how he could ever hope to compete. Izuku, feeling cornered, stammered that he had wanted to be a hero since childhood and believed he had to try, regardless of his lack of a quirk. 𝗵𝗃𝗃's harsh words echoed in the classroom, emphasizing Izuku's perceived inferiority. A classmate chimed in, further mocking Izuku, and the laughter intensified. Despite the ridicule, Izuku remained determined, holding on to his dreams of becoming a hero, even in the face of overwhelming doubt. Izuku thought about trying to block out the noise from his classmates, avoiding eye contact with anyone. He felt the weight of being quirkless in a world filled with superheroes and extraordinary powers. He was just an ordinary human, a wallflower. Little did he know that his life was about to change forever. At the end of the school day, the bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Izuku glanced at the news on his phone as his classmates began to leave the classroom. The incident from that morning was all over the headlines. He couldn't wait to go home after the science club meeting to write everything down in his notebook. Izuku put his phone away and placed his backpack on the table. As he reached for his notebook, it was suddenly snatched away, surprising him. He looked up to see 𝗵𝗃𝗃 holding it just out of reach. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 glared down at him, refusing to return it. One of 𝗵𝗃𝗃's friends asked what he was holding, and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 held out the notebook for his friends to see. They laughed at the title, Hero Analysis for the Future. Izuku protested, explaining that it was something he enjoyed, but 𝗵𝗃𝗃 showed no mercy. Without hesitation, he used his quirk to explode the notebook right in front of Izuku, who gasped in shock. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 then tossed the remnants out the window, causing Izuku even more distress as he watched it fall into a nearby koi pond. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 boasted about his ambitions, declaring his destiny to become the greatest hero. Izuku remained silent, staring at his notebook floating in the water. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 warned Izuku not to apply to 𝗬𝗧𝗏, threatening him if he did. Just then, a girl's voice called out, and Izuku turned to see Melissa and Harry standing at the doorway. Melissa urged 𝗵𝗃𝗃 to leave Izuku alone, while Harry confronted him, demanding he take his hands off Izuku. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 dismissed Harry's concerns, and the tension in the room escalated. Harry challenged 𝗵𝗃𝗃, asserting that he wouldn't stand by and let him bully Izuku. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 retaliated with insults, questioning Harry's background and implying that his father would be ashamed of him. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 noticed Melissa glaring at him, realizing she had connections that could jeopardize his chances of getting into 𝗬𝗧𝗏. He scoffed, pushing Izuku back against the desks before walking away, taunting him about his situation. Melissa rushed to Izuku's side, while 𝗵𝗃𝗃 continued to belittle them, suggesting that they should not bring more quirkless individuals into the world. He even made a cruel suggestion about Izuku's future. Harry, furious, picked up a chair, ready to confront 𝗵𝗃𝗃, but Izuku held him back, insisting it wasn't worth it. He tried to calm Harry down, explaining that it was better to avoid trouble. Harry hesitated, still glaring at 𝗵𝗃𝗃, who simply scoffed and left the classroom. 𝗵𝗃𝗃's friends mocked Izuku for his inability to stand up for himself, calling him pathetic. They continued to belittle him, leaving Izuku feeling even more defeated. Like someone like him would ever become a hero. The three bullies left the classroom, and Izuku, Harry, and Melissa glared at them. As the bullies walked away, Harry set down the chair and exhaled, while Melissa approached Izuku. She dusted off his uniform and asked if he was okay, concerned about whether the bullies had been too rough with him. Harry chimed in, noting that Bakugo had damaged Izuku's school uniform again. Izuku shrugged it off, saying it was fine since they were all graduating soon anyway. Harry commented on Izuku's timing for jokes, and Izuku wondered why Melissa was there, thinking she would be in the science room. Melissa explained that the president of the science club had an emergency, so there would be no meetings that day. She had bumped into Harry in the hallway, and he offered them a ride home in his limousine. Harry then offered his hand to help Izuku up, and he accepted it gratefully. Izuku looked out the window, which caught the attention of his friends. Harry asked what was wrong, and Izuku mentioned his notebook. Outside the school, the trio approached the floating notebook in the pond, where koi fish were nibbling at it. Izuku stared at his now damaged and wet notebook, feeling defeated as he pulled it from the water. Melissa expressed her frustration about Bakugo's actions, recalling how they used to be close friends. Izuku agreed, lamenting how things had changed between them. Harry added that Bakugo's comment had crossed a line, suggesting that if it were true, Bakugo could face serious consequences. He urged Izuku to stand up for himself, emphasizing that they were about to enter high school and that allowing bullies to intimidate him would only lead to more trouble. Izuku hesitated, feeling powerless against Bakugo's quirk. Harry reassured him that trying to do something was better than doing nothing at all. He reminded Izuku of a time when a quirkless, scrawny green-haired kid had come to his rescue during a confrontation with Bakugo years ago. Melissa chimed in, teasing Izuku about his past self, but Harry emphasized that Izuku had shown bravery despite his fears. They discussed the qualities of a true hero, and Melissa encouraged Izuku, reminding him that Bakugo's abilities didn't define him. Izuku felt uplifted by their words, realizing that he had friends who believed in him. As they shared a laugh, a limousine pulled up beside them, catching Harry's attention. The chauffeur stepped out and opened the door for a man in a suit, who greeted them with enthusiasm. This was Norman Osborn, Harry's father and the CEO of Oscorp. Izuku and Melissa greeted him respectfully, and Norman smiled, recognizing them. Norman chuckled as he addressed the two. He introduced himself, reminding them that he was Norman, not just a CEO. Harry questioned his father's presence, noting he thought Norman had a full day of business meetings. Norman greeted Harry warmly, explaining that his last meeting had ended early, allowing him to pick up his son from school, just like he used to. Harry's response was laced with sarcasm, hinting at Norman's less-than-ideal fathering skills. Norman's smile faltered slightly, but he quickly shifted his focus to Izuku and Melissa, expressing how nice it was to see them again. Izuku hesitantly returned the sentiment, finding it strange to address Norman so casually. Norman insisted they should catch up, offering them a ride home in his limousine. Izuku and Melissa were hesitant, not wanting to impose on Norman's busy schedule, but he dismissed their concerns, emphasizing the importance of seizing opportunities. As they made their way to the limousine, Harry quietly reminded Norman that he, too, needed a ride. Inside the limousine, Norman complimented Izuku and Melissa on their impressive academic achievements, noting their top scores in the school's exams. He expressed disbelief that a school of that caliber could challenge such bright minds. Izuku admitted to over-preparing for the exams, while Melissa revealed that she had been focusing on building support gear with her father, 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏, a renowned engineer. Norman acknowledged David's brilliance and praised Melissa for her intelligence, insisting she call him Norman rather than Sir. He then turned his attention to Harry, questioning his academic progress. Harry admitted he was struggling, prompting Norman to criticize his lack of discipline and study habits, which had led to his expulsion from several private schools. Izuku defended Harry, suggesting that the material was confusing, but Norman cut him off, asserting that being the smartest in the room should never warrant an apology. He expressed his belief that understanding complex subjects required more than just exposure. It required genuine comprehension. As the conversation shifted, Norman inquired about their future plans with graduation approaching. Izuku revealed his intention to apply to 𝗬𝗐 for the hero course, while Melissa planned to apply for the support course. Norman acknowledged 𝗬𝗐's reputation but questioned Izuku's choice of the hero course, suggesting that his talents might be better suited elsewhere. Izuku explained his lifelong dream of becoming a hero like All Might, despite being quirkless. Norman, while respectful, expressed his concern that Izuku's brilliance was being wasted on the hero course, implying that 𝗬𝗐 was not the right fit for someone of his intellect. Izuku struggled to understand, defending 𝗬𝗐's status as one of the best schools for aspiring heroes. Norman's critique lingered in the air, leaving Izuku to ponder the implications of his future aspirations. High expectations were essential. One needed drive, ambition, and motivation. To succeed in the world of science, one had to work 10 times harder than those around them. Norman expressed this to Izuku and Melissa, noting the spark he saw in their eyes, reminiscent of Izuku's mother when he first met her, young, ambitious, and eager to use her talents to heal the world, as she often said. Izuku looked down at his feet, recalling his mother's tearful face in the pouring rain, her voice echoing in his mind, asking for forgiveness. Melissa gently held Izuku's hand, sensing his turmoil. Norman continued, acknowledging that Izuku's school life was less than ideal, particularly regarding his relationships with classmates. Izuku agreed, relieved that he hadn't had to worry about Flash Thompson stealing his shoes that day. Norman shared his own experiences, explaining that he had faced similar treatment at Izuku's age, simply for being smarter. He revealed a hard truth. People often bully others out of fear and jealousy of their potential. While others might have mediocre futures, Izuku's was filled with endless possibilities. Most importantly, Norman emphasized the need to be willing to do whatever it takes to achieve one's goals. The limousine came to a stop, and the chauffeur opened the window behind Izuku and Melissa, announcing their arrival at Horizon Labs. Norman instructed the chauffeur to lead them to the door while he asked Harry to stay put. As Izuku and Melissa exited the vehicle, Norman approached Izuku again. He reiterated that there would always be someone trying to undermine everything one built, someone who couldn't bear the thought of another rising above them. In those moments, one had to decide whether to let them win or to prove they were meant for more. It was a competitive world, and one had to be ready to stand their ground. Izuku thanked Norman for the ride home, still looking down at his shoes. Norman gently lifted Izuku's chin, dusting off his uniform and encouraging him to stand tall. He reminded Izuku that where the world saw overwhelming potential, there would always be attempts to suppress it. Norman urged him never to conform to others' standards and to embrace his destiny for greatness. He expressed pride in Izuku, stating that his mother would be proud too, and that he would be honored if Izuku were his son. As Norman walked back to the limousine, he turned to Izuku, offering a potential opportunity at Oscorp if you didn't work out, knowing that true innovators often went unrecognized. He extended the same offer to Melissa, expressing his longing to have brilliant minds like theirs working for him. Melissa politely declined, stating she would work with her father at Horizon Labs if you didn't pan out. Norman acknowledged her response and bid them farewell as the chauffeur closed the doors and drove away. Melissa turned her attention back to Izuku, who was wiping away tears. She asked if he was okay, to which he replied that he was fine, though Norman's words about his mother had stirred up memories he hadn't thought about in a long time. He reassured her that he was okay now and suggested they head inside. Inside Horizon Labs, Izuku and Melissa walked down the renovated housing floor toward their respective rooms. Melissa planned to change into something more comfortable and suggested they meet back out in 10 minutes. Izuku agreed and waved as she entered her room, leaving him alone. Once inside his room, Izuku sighed as he dropped his backpack on the floor and removed his burned uniform jacket. He walked over to his desk and smiled softly at a photo of his mother. He spoke to the photo, expressing that he was home. Inko Midoriya, a world-renowned researcher and 4-time Nobel Prize-winning scientist, was the reason he loved science so much. Everything he knew about chemistry and genetics came from her. Yet, one day, she had simply vanished, leaving him with unanswered questions. He reflected on how it had been over 10 years since he last saw her, his thoughts drifting back to a memory from that time. Inko had set him down, asking him to be a good boy for Uncle Otto and reminding Otto to watch over him if anything ever happened to her. Confusion filled Izuku's mind as he recalled Otto's surprised reaction, not understanding the gravity of the situation. "There isn't time to explain, I'm sorry. This is all my fault," Inko said, tears welling in her eyes. She turned to Curt, expressing her regret. "You'll have to continue our research without me." Curt, visibly distressed, pleaded with her. He couldn't imagine moving forward without her. They had been lab partners for over 20 years, and he couldn't understand why she was leaving. We were all going to heal the world together, weren't we? Inko's voice trembled as she replied, I have made a terrible mistake. I won't let my error drag any of you down with me. I have to leave. Her tears flowed freely as she looked at Izuku. Please, watch over my Izuku for me. David, descending the stairs, interjected, Inko, don't do this. Horizon Labs needs you. The world needs your work on genetic and quirk splicing. Think of all the people you could help with that research. Are you really just going to throw it all away? Inko whispered an apology, embracing Izuku one last time. Be strong for mommy. Mommy has to go away now. Be brave for mommy. Oh. Izuku, overwhelmed with emotion, cried out, Don't leave me, mommy. Take me with you. I'm sorry, but you can't come with me. Inko gently held his face in her hands. As the rain poured down, masking her tears, Izuku gazed at her, seeing her weak smile and misty eyes. Forgive me, my little hero. She whispered. It's okay if you hate me for this. I'll understand. Just know that no matter what happens, mommy will always love you. Even more than life itself. Inko kissed Izuku on the forehead before turning away, clutching her lab coat as she walked towards the taxi. Goodbye, Izuku. Live a good life. And forget about me. Izuku's heart shattered as he called out, Mom, don't leave me. He broke free from Otto's grasp, chasing after the taxi. Don't leave me. As he ran, he stumbled and fell into a muddy puddle, scraping his knee. Looking up, he saw the taxi disappearing over the horizon. He cried out, his voice filled with despair. Present, Izuku stared at Inko's smile in the photograph, gently touching it with his hand. Why do you always do this? Melissa's voice broke through his thoughts, pulling him from his trance. Melissa! Izuku exclaimed, surprised to see her in a lab coat outside his doorway. Do what exactly? Say you're okay when you're clearly not, Melissa replied, stepping into the room and noticing the picture of Inko in his hands. Is this about what Norman said? About your mom? It's just, I miss her. You know, they never found where she went. There's no trace of her anywhere and… Izuku's voice trailed off as he set the picture down. I just want to know if she's still out there somewhere. Somewhere safe, alive. Anything. But instead it's just been 10 years of radio silence. Melissa sighed and touched Izuku's hand, surprising him. He looked over to see her soft smile. Come on, she said, leading him out of his room. I think I have something that may cheer you up. Wait, where are we? Izuku began, but Melissa urged him to follow. Down in the basement, the elevator doors opened, and Izuku stepped out, awestruck by the sight before him. Multiple machines rotated, illuminated by the blue glow of the core, surrounded by intricate spider webs. Oh, what is this? Izuku asked, stepping further into the room. It was something your mom was working on with Dr. Connors. It was Project Arachna, Melissa explained. Arachna? Izuku echoed, intrigued. It's short for Advanced Recombinant Arachnid Kinetic Neural Adaptation, Melissa clarified. This was how Dr. Midoriya first started testing her theories on genetic splicing and rewriting the quirk factor DNA sequences. Izuku gazed at the spider webs surrounding him, a smile spreading across his face as he stepped into the center of the machine. The machines, the spiders, they're all your mom's design, Melissa continued. When she met Dr. Connors, the entire project evolved into what it is now. This is amazing. My mom really made all of this. Izuku asked, excitement bubbling within him. I knew she specialized in genetic and quirk splicing, but this is… As he turned to admire the spiders and webs, a red and blue spider began to descend towards him. Bonds are like webs. Izuku murmured. What? Melissa asked, curious. Oh, sorry. It's just something my mom used to say about spider webs, Izuku explained. Even the smallest thread can carry the weight of something worth saving. When you help someone, you help everyone. I guess now I understand what she was trying to say. Melissa smiled at Izuku's bright expression, joining him in admiration of the project. Your mom wanted to explore the possibilities of rewriting DNA completely down to the molecular level. She saw the suffering that quirks brought some people and wanted to help them. She believed that if she could learn how to rewrite DNA, she could potentially rewrite quirk factors and change every aspect of them. I remember she told me a bit about it, but I was too young to fully grasp it. Like if someone had a mutation quirk that made it hard for them to eat or sleep or even do basic daily things. And the discrimination they might face for looking, well, different. Izuku replied. Yeah. She and Connors shared the same dream. To heal the world. To fix humanity's biggest problems and make things better. One DNA strand at a time. Melissa said. And they were making good progress. Each of these spiders is spliced with various spider DNA, meaning DNA splicing was possible. Izuku exclaimed as the red and blue spider landed on his collar. But when your mom disappeared, so did her research. Connors had been doing everything he could to keep the research going, but he had chosen to focus on other means of experimentation. For a long while, the spiders had just been sitting there as a sort of memory. Melissa observed as the red and blue spider crawled along Izuku's collar and made its way onto his neck. Izuku marveled at the experience, feeling a sudden small bite on the back of his neck, which caused him to wince. Melissa noticed his reaction and asked if he was okay. Izuku reassured her, though he was puzzled by the spider bite. Melissa inquired if he felt better now, to which Izuku responded positively, expressing his gratitude. She then warned him that the spiders were actually radioactive, suggesting it was not wise to linger around them for too long. Izuku exclaimed his surprise at her late warning, but Melissa reassured him that the exposure was minimal, comparable to using a phone or standing near a microwave. Despite her reassurances, Izuku suddenly felt a sharp ringing in his ears. He held his head in pain, leaning against the wall as dizziness overwhelmed him. As he looked around frantically, he noticed a spider crawling into a nearby air vent, which added to his confusion. Melissa called out to him, concerned about his well-being. Izuku insisted he was fine, attributing his discomfort to standing too close to the miniature spider-shaped microwaves. Later, Melissa announced their arrival at the laboratory, catching David by surprise. He expressed his delight at her early return and playfully lamented that she hadn't called ahead to pick up their cheesecake order. Melissa suggested they could go together, reminiscent of the old days, and they shared a light-hearted moment. David greeted Izuku, reminding him not to act like a stranger after living with them for the past 10 years. Melissa chimed in, emphasizing that he was practically family. Izuku chuckled, apologizing for his formality. David inquired about the science club, learning it had been canceled due to an emergency with the president. He noted their early return from school, suspecting the trains had not been running on time. Melissa explained that Harry's dad had given them a ride home after they bumped into him. David guessed that Norman had offered them a spot in Oscorp, which surprised Izuku. David sighed, expressing his disdain for Norman's character, though Melissa reminded him to watch his language. David quickly apologized and then asked if they had accepted the offer. Izuku firmly stated that they had not, reiterating his longing to work under David after graduating high school and his intention to learn all he could from you. Melissa expressed her determination to learn from the best. She conveyed her longing to try for the hero course, mentioning that she had also declined an invitation from someone who was very insistent about her joining Oscorp. Izuku noted how that person had dominated the conversation during their ride home. David warned them to be cautious of Norman Osborn, despite his charming demeanor and flattery. He explained that once someone became useless to Osborn, they would be discarded without hesitation. Izuku, curious, asked if David had a history with Osborn. David confirmed that they did, recounting how Osborn had once been part of their group but had become overly ambitious. While they aimed to help the world, Osborn sought to profit from others' suffering, wanting to turn their inventions into weapons. Izuku was appalled by this revelation, emphasizing the potential of their work to alleviate global suffering. David acknowledged Izuku's passion and shared that it was his mother who had first stood up to Osborn during their college days. He recounted how she had fiercely challenged Osborn's unethical ambitions, refusing to allow their success to be built on the suffering of others. This led to a pivotal moment where they collectively voted Osborn out of Horizon Labs. Melissa was amazed by this story, celebrating Izuku's mother's bravery. Izuku felt a swell of pride as he thought of her. David elaborated on their past collaborations, detailing how each member of their team complemented one another's strengths and weaknesses. They had been united in their mission to heal the world, but Osborn's vision had shifted toward branding and profit. Izuku realized that Oscorp's foundation was likely built on unethical practices, contrasting sharply with the values his mother upheld. He reflected on her selflessness and the importance of helping others. David then inquired about Harry, expressing concern over the pressure Harry must feel under Norman's expectations. Melissa added that Norman had been particularly harsh during their recent car ride. David noted that while one could guide someone, ultimately, they had to make their own choices. Izuku acknowledged the depth of David's knowledge about their past. David then asked Izuku if he could assist Otto in the lab, as the science committee was visiting to assess their progress, which could lead to additional funding. Izuku quickly realized the urgency of the situation and expressed his eagerness to help. Melissa took charge of checking the equipment, and David readily agreed, expressing his trust in her. Izuku attempted to stand up quickly, but his vision blurred, causing him to stumble and lean against the table. He muttered to himself, trying to regain his balance, but ended up knocking over David's pencil cup and notes. David caught him, concern evident in his voice as he asked if Izuku was feeling all right. Melissa touched Izuku's shoulder, urging him to take it easy. David reassured him to move slowly as he helped him stand. Izuku apologized, explaining that he had just lost his balance for a moment. He insisted he was fine, wiping the sweat from his forehead, though his breathing was heavier and his vision continued to blur. He felt a familiar sensation, stronger this time, a deep thirst and hunger. Melissa noticed his sweating and offered him a rag to wipe his brow. David handed him a bottle of water, and to their surprise, Izuku drank it all in one go. After finishing, he exhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude for the refreshing drink. Melissa commented on the large amount of water he had consumed, and Izuku was surprised to see the liters marked on the bottle. He realized he had been thirstier than he thought. David speculated that Izuku must have had a long day at school, and Izuku glanced at the protein bars on the desk, asking if he could have them. David encouraged him to help himself, and Izuku quickly tore open the wrappers, devouring the bars with little pause. Melissa observed his appetite and remarked on his hunger, while David noted that school lunches might not have been sufficient for him. As Izuku finished the last protein bar, he began to sweat again, his gaze drawn to the refrigerator. He stumbled over, opened the door, and pulled out a meatloaf, savoring the flavor as he ate. He enthusiastically praised Melissa for her cooking, suggesting she make more. Melissa whispered to David that something seemed off with Izuku, and David wondered if it could be related to drags, which Melissa firmly dismissed. Izuku, oblivious to their concern, announced his intention to take the leftovers with him. He carried a variety of food in his arms, and when Melissa warned him about the age of some items, he shrugged it off, determined to eat them as they were. As he munched on string cheese, he headed toward Otto's laboratory. David remarked on Izuku's love for cheese, noting that at least they wouldn't have to worry about mold in the freezer anymore. Meanwhile, Melissa asked about Dr. Connors, and David informed her that he was in his office preparing for the science committee. In Dr. Connors' lab, he held up a small vial filled with green liquid, reflecting on the loss of his work and the betrayal he felt. He lamented the deletion of their research and the secrets that had been lost with Inko. He recalled their shared dreams of advancing genetic splicing and vowed not to abandon humanity's problems. Determined, he planned to uncover the secrets hidden within the vial and restore their vision for the future. Dr. Connors retrieved a device from a locked cabinet and prepared to inject the liquid into his shoulder. He gritted his teeth as he felt a sharp pain, his pupils briefly shifting before returning to normal. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Melissa's voice called out, checking on him as requested by David. Connors quickly concealed the device and locked the cabinet, assuring Melissa he would be out shortly. Connors looked at his prosthetic right arm as Izuku entered Otto's lab, finishing off the last of his food before burping and closing the door. He glanced over at Otto, who was hooked up to a machine working on a nearby prosthetic arm. Izuku's eyes widened in amazement as he took in the sight. Uncle Otto was excited to see him home early and moved his hand to demonstrate the prototype. Izuku rushed over, marveling at the mechanical arm in motion. It was working, and the realization filled him with excitement. Otto shared in his enthusiasm, explaining that all their hard work had led to this moment. He mentioned that the Science Grant Committee would be visiting soon to review their progress, which could lead to more funding. Izuku's concern grew as he asked if Otto had conducted an equipment check, ensuring all parameters and calculations were correct. Otto reassured him, claiming he could handle it, but Izuku's worry persisted. Suddenly, a sharp jolt surged through Izuku's mind, and he turned to see sparks flying from the machine beside him. Otto called out to him, but Izuku quickly assessed the situation, realizing the power dampeners were overloading. He rushed to the computer, where multiple warning messages flashed before him. The circuits on the neural matrix were at risk of failing, and they needed to abort the process. Otto, however, was determined to continue, gritting his teeth as sparks erupted from the chip on the back of his neck. Izuku dashed toward Otto, hitting the emergency shutdown button and disconnecting him from the machine. Otto coughed, acknowledging the setback but remained optimistic about their progress. He felt they were on the brink of a breakthrough in prosthetic technology. Just then, the door swung open, and 3 members of the science committee entered, 2 men and a woman with glasses. The woman coughed as smoke filled the room, waving her hand in front of her face. David, one of the committee members, rushed in, concerned for their safety. Otto assured him they were fine, but the woman questioned what had happened, noting the danger posed to Izuku. Otto explained that the energy levels had exceeded expectations, which could be viewed positively from a certain perspective. The woman, however, was skeptical, pointing out the hazardous conditions and the presence of a child. David intervened, suggesting they move to a less smoky area to discuss the situation further, assuring Otto he would handle it. As David led the committee to another room, Izuku and Melissa helped Otto to his feet. Izuku asked if he was all right, to which Otto replied he was just a bit dizzy from the incident. Izuku felt guilty for not conducting an equipment check sooner, but Otto reassured him it wasn't his fault. He acknowledged that in his excitement, he may have overlooked some safety measures and thanked Izuku for his timely intervention. Izuku examined the prosthetic arm on the table and attempted to move it, only to be met with sparks. He realized it was damaged and decided to run diagnostics. Connecting a tablet to the prosthetic, he began the scanning process. Otto, amused, asked what the problem was, and Izuku explained the issues he found. Despite the setback, Otto reminded Izuku that trial and error was part of science. He emphasized the importance of learning from their experiences. He noted that David was more suited for this kind of work, but Izuku expressed his longing for their efforts to be recognized as well. He envisioned the positive impact their new prosthetics could have on the world. Determined to repair the arm quickly, Otto asked Izuku for help. Izuku agreed and set down the tablet to gather tools, while Otto prepared the soldering iron. As Izuku searched for the necessary equipment, Otto smiled proudly, reminiscing about a distant memory from over 10 years ago. Weeks after Inko left, Izuku sat in his new room, feeling lonely and sad, clutching a photo of himself with Inko. Suddenly, he heard a creak at his door and peeked out from under his blanket. To his surprise, a small white robot hovered into the room, startling him. The robot introduced itself as Buddybot, excited to be Izuku's new companion and ready to play games. Buddybot flew around the room, picking up toys and suggesting they play heroes and villains, handing Izuku an all-might figure and inviting him to take on the role of the hero. Izuku stared at Buddybot for a moment before looking down at the all-might toy in his hand. He slowly dropped the all-might figure and expressed that he didn't want to play right now. He just wanted to be alone. Buddybot, sensing Izuku's sadness, acknowledged his feelings and expressed regret for not being able to make the pain go away immediately. Buddybot reminded Izuku that he wasn't alone and that his mother would have wanted him to be happy. Izuku, tears welling in his eyes, questioned why his mother had left him and expressed his longing for her to return so they could be happy together again. Buddybot empathized with Izuku, explaining that life isn't always fair and doesn't always make sense. However, he encouraged Izuku not to give up, pointing out that heroes face impossible odds and rise to the occasion. He reminded Izuku that not all heroes wear capes, and just like heroes confront villains, they must face their own challenges head-on. Buddybot reassured Izuku that he had people who cared about him, Otto, Curt, David, and Melissa, and they all wanted to support him and be his new family. As Buddybot floated up to Izuku, he gave him a gentle hug on the cheek. Suddenly, Buddybot began to spark and malfunction, causing Izuku to yell in surprise and cover his cheek. Otto rushed into the room to turn off the sparking robot, apologizing for the unexpected malfunction. Izuku muttered Otto's name, and Otto knelt down to check on him, asking if he was hurt. Izuku replied that he was fine and dropped to the ground, kneeling next to Buddybot. He picked up the robot and asked if Otto had made it. Otto confirmed that he had and explained that he noticed Izuku hadn't played with his All Might toys, so he decided to create something new, though it still needed some work. Izuku examined Buddybot and expressed how cool it was, asking how Otto had made it. Otto offered to show Izuku instead and invited him for a little trip downstairs. Izuku hesitated but then took Otto's hand. In the lab, Otto opened the doors and let Izuku enter first. Izuku was amazed by the sights around him, still holding on to Buddybot. He asked if everything in the lab belonged to Otto, to which Otto confirmed that it did and explained that this was where he created Buddybot, though it hadn't turned out as well as he had hoped. Izuku exclaimed in awe, adjusting his glasses as he took in the machinery. Otto led him to a table and asked him to place Buddybot down. Izuku, still protective of Buddybot, asked what Otto was going to do. Otto assured him that he would fix Buddybot so they could play together again soon. Izuku looked at Otto with admiration, asking if he could really fix him. Otto confidently replied that he could do all that and more, inviting Izuku to see how everything worked. Izuku nodded and placed Buddybot on the table. Otto then picked Izuku up and set him in a chair, explaining that they needed to run some diagnostics. Izuku, curious, asked what diagnostics were. Otto patiently sounded it out for him, explaining that it was a way to check how Buddybot was functioning. Izuku listened intently, eager to learn more about the process. Otto was busy scanning to see what was still functioning and what wasn't as he pulled a laptop in front of Izuku. He turned the laptop around to show Izuku a loading bar, and Izuku's eyes widened with excitement. He watched intently as the screen began scanning Buddybot. Otto pointed to the screen and asked if Izuku could read what it said. Izuku read aloud, noting the issues: circuit board damaged, voltage exceeded, capacity limits, power regulator not responding. Otto confirmed that something inside Buddybot was broken, preventing it from working properly. Izuku, feeling a wave of guilt, asked if it was because he had said he didn't want to play with Buddybot. Tears began to well up in his eyes as he expressed his regret, saying he never meant to make Buddybot sad. He looked at Buddybot on the table and touched its chest, apologizing for his earlier words. Otto reassured him that Buddybot didn't blame him and that they would fix it together. Izuku, still sniffling, expressed his longing to help. Otto encouraged him, handing over a screwdriver and guiding him on how to use it. Izuku awkwardly held the tool, and Otto hugged him from behind, offering comfort and support. As they worked together, Otto placed thick goggles over both their eyes and activated a small blowtorch to weld inside Buddybot. After some time, Izuku, with Otto's assistance, used a soldering iron to repair the circuit board. Finally, after hours of effort, Izuku secured the last panel onto Buddybot, which then lit up once more. Otto celebrated their success as Buddybot flew around the room, exclaiming its readiness for fun and games. Izuku apologized to Buddybot for his previous words, and Buddybot cheerfully reassured him that all was forgiven, happy to see Izuku smile. Izuku turned to Otto, thanking him for helping fix Buddybot. Otto praised Izuku for his hard work, stating that the credit belonged to him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Izuku hugged Otto, surprising him with the display of affection. Buddybot, now fully operational, encouraged Izuku to celebrate their teamwork with a high five. Izuku eagerly obliged, expressing how much he enjoyed learning to fix Buddybot and asking Otto to teach him more. Otto chuckled, noting Izuku's eagerness to create, reminiscent of his mother. He promised that if the opportunity arose, Izuku would be the first he called to assist him. Just then, Dr. Connors entered the room, commenting on the fun they seemed to be having. Otto introduced Dr. Connors to Izuku, reminding him that Curt had held him when he was a baby. Dr. Connors welcomed Izuku warmly, inviting him to call him by his first name. Izuku noticed Dr. Connors' mechanical arm and exclaimed in awe. Dr. Connors explained that he had lost his arm during a villain attack but was given a second chance at life thanks to Otto and David's shield, who helped create a new prosthetic for him. Curious, Izuku asked if Dr. Connors had a quirk. Dr. Connors confirmed that he did and demonstrated it by lightly cutting his finger. Izuku panicked, worried about his well-being, but Dr. Connors reassured him that it was all right. He showed Izuku how the wound began to regenerate and heal quickly. Dr. Connors explained that his quirk, adaptive cellular rejuvenation, allowed him to heal any wound on his body. However, he clarified that while he could heal injuries, he couldn't regenerate entire limbs, which was a limitation of his quirk. Izuku expressed his sympathy, but Dr. Connors assured him that it was okay, emphasizing that he was grateful for the second chance he had been given. Connors explained that their work at Horizon Industries was aimed at helping humanity overcome its weaknesses and creating the gadgets and tools that heroes use to protect the world from evil criminals. Otto shared that Izuku's mother and Dr. Connors had been researching genetic splicing to help cure some of humanity's deadliest diseases while also uncovering the secrets of the quirk factors within the human body. Izuku, curious, asked about his mother's involvement in quirk research. Curt elaborated that she aimed to manipulate the quirk factor so that individuals with mutation-type quirks could face less discrimination, understanding the suffering that quirks could cause for some people. She made it her mission to help them live normal lives. Curt then invited Izuku to see his work in the lab, and Izuku eagerly ran to look at a wall of lizards in glass cages. Buddy Boy followed closely behind, excited by Izuku's enthusiasm. Izuku marveled at the lizards and questioned why there were so many. Dr. Connors explained that some lizards could regenerate limbs on command, and he and Izuku's mother had worked together on this project to help humanity. He painted a picture of a world where every disease had a cure, and if they could isolate the specific gene within the lizard's DNA, they could change the world for the better. Izuku exclaimed that this could also mean getting his arm back, to which Dr. Connors acknowledged his quick understanding. As the door opened, David entered the room, joking about overwhelming Izuku with information. He knelt to Izuku's eye level and introduced himself as Professor David Shield, who worked in the tech department alongside Otto, creating support gear for heroes. He expressed relief to see Izuku out of his room, noting that they had been worried about him. Izuku's excitement grew as he bombarded David with questions about heroes and whether he had met All Might. David proudly revealed that he had been All Might's sidekick back in the day, designing his costumes throughout various eras, which thrilled Izuku. Melissa then entered the room, and upon seeing Izuku, she ran up to him with a bright smile, excited to finally meet him. Izuku, taken aback by her beauty, introduced himself shyly. Melissa proudly declared her name and her father's identity, prompting Izuku to curiously ask Otto if she was an angel. Otto and David exchanged amused glances, suggesting that the two children should play together. They encouraged Izuku and Melissa to test Buddybot's repairs, which excited Melissa even more. As they began to play, Buddybot tagged Izuku, prompting playful protests from him. The three of them ran around the lab, laughter filling the air as Otto, David, and Curt watched the joyful scene unfold. Later, Otto reflected on how far Izuku had come, feeling immense pride for the young boy. He wished that Izuku's mother could see the man he was becoming. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts, and he turned to see Izuku on the floor, breathing heavily and sweating profusely. Concerned, Otto rushed to Izuku's side, cradling his head and calling out to him. As the science committee and David hurried back into the lab, Otto urgently requested David to call for an ambulance, alarmed by Izuku's condition. David quickly complied, prioritizing Izuku's health over a scheduled meeting. He called for immediate medical assistance, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Meanwhile, at Oscorp Industries, a limousine pulled up, and the chauffeur stepped out to open the door for Norman to exit. Follow me, Harry, Norman instructed as he adjusted his jacket. Harry, feeling a mix of annoyance and resignation, questioned the purpose of their meeting. Norman's tone shifted, demanding Harry exit the car immediately. With a sigh, Harry stepped out of the limousine and faced his father, curiosity mingling with irritation. "What's this about, Dad?" Harry asked. "Harry, take a good look around you. What do you see?" Norman prompted, gesturing toward the imposing structure of Oscorp. "Oscorp dead." "I see Oscorp," Harry replied. "Then you're either blind or foolish. Where you see a corporation, I see a legacy that will one day be yours. Do you think I created all of this out of thin air? I earned every inch of it through hard work. This is the result of my blood, sweat, and tears. Something you seem to know little about." Harry felt the weight of his father's words. "Dad, I get it. I'm a screw-up, an embarrassment to the Osborn name. Can I go now?" "You're missing my point, Harry. You could learn from Izuku. That boy has faced far more challenges than you, yet he has made something of himself. One day, he will achieve great things while you might struggle to find a job." Norman's voice was firm. "If you want to succeed, you must take control of your own destiny and use your talents wisely, just like Izuku is trying to do." Frustration bubbled within Harry. He felt the sting of jealousy. "Why don't you just adopt Izuku then? You seem to care about him more than your own son." Norman's expression hardened, and he swiftly silenced Harry. "That's enough. You're in a no-whining zone." Harry winced, holding his cheek as he looked up at his father. Norman towered over him, his demeanor unyielding. "This isn't about favoritism, Harry. It's about respect. Izuku was born with nothing and has worked tirelessly to develop his talents. He faces setbacks but continues to strive for greatness. Meanwhile, you were born with every advantage, yet you squander it. Perhaps I've been too lenient, allowing you a life of luxury instead of teaching you to earn it." Norman's gaze was intense. "It's time you learn what it means to be a man. We Osborns are shaped by tough love. If you're going to inherit Oscorp, you need to become someone capable of making difficult decisions. So grow up and act like an Osborn." A security guard approached Norman, whispering something in his ear. Norman nodded and turned to Harry. "Perhaps you need a demonstration of what it means to have my blood coursing through your veins. Follow me." In a tech lab at Oscorp, a bald man shouted in frustration at the team of scientists. "What do you mean my authorization has been revoked? Why have I been locked out of my own project?" The scientists explained that his access to Project 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had been revoked, and he needed to leave immediately. Norman entered the lab with security guards, confronting Adrian. "Adrian, I'm surprised to see you're still here," Norman remarked as he descended the stairs with Harry following closely. Adrian protested, claiming he had presented groundbreaking flight technology, only to see Oscorp release a similar system months later. He accused Norman of stealing his work. Norman replied coolly, "That's dangerous talk, Mr. Toombs, and unsupported without evidence." He stepped closer, his demeanor shifting to one of authority. "Your employment at Oscorp is terminated effective immediately. You're done." Adrian's outrage was palpable as he protested against the decision, but Norman remained unfazed. "You've been at this for decades without success. If you never accomplished anything as a young man, who would believe you created flight tech now?" Norman smirked, instructing the guards to escort Adrian out. "This is what it means to be an Osborn, Harry. To make tough calls and do what must be done. One day, you'll face a choice that will define your life. Remember, Osborns don't choose, we take control of our destinies." Harry's gaze drifted to a prototype glider on a pedestal nearby. He pondered the weight of his father's words, contemplating what it truly meant to take control of his own destiny. "Mommy," a young Izuku exclaimed excitedly as he ran over to Inko, who was doing the dishes. He urged her to hurry to the computer, his enthusiasm palpable. Inko asked how many times this made it now, noting that he had probably added thousands of views to the video. Izuku bounced on his feet, pleading to watch the video again. Inko agreed, asking him to give her a moment to finish the dishes. Determined to help, Izuku pulled over a stool, climbed on top, and grabbed a rag, offering to dry the dishes for her. A few minutes later, Izuku urged his mother to hurry, his excitement growing. Inko reminded him that the video wouldn't go anywhere and typed in the name. As the video began to play, she expressed her disbelief at how he could watch such scary content. Izuku, with his All Might action figure in hand, stared intently at the screen. He announced that he would be in the living room and reminded her about their upcoming visit to the doctor's office, asking him not to take too long with the video. Inko smiled at her son's enthusiasm before leaving him alone. The video showcased a disaster scene where a large figure with blonde bangs emerged from the rubble, carrying injured civilians. The man on the screen laughed heartily, assuring the citizens that everything would be okay. Izuku's heart raced as he recognized the hero, All Might, declaring, "I am here." He raised his action figure in excitement, dreaming of the day he would have his own quirk and be a hero like All Might. Later, at the doctor's office, the doctor told Inko and Izuku that he should give up on the idea of having a quirk. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he dropped his All Might toy. The doctor explained that children typically start showing signs of developing their quirks by age 4, and Izuku was still quite young. Inko countered, reminding the doctor of his own expertise in genetic splicing and quirk alterations, arguing that there was still time for Izuku's quirk to develop. She explained that her family's history of quirk users suggested that even a small percentage of quirk-active alleles could influence the activation of latent traits. The doctor interrupted, pointing to an X-ray of Izuku's foot, explaining that by age 4 he should have manifested either Inko's or her husband's quirk. He referenced early studies on quirk development, noting that Izuku still had 2 joints in his pinky toe, which was unusual in this day and age. Inko argued that the absence of a toe joint was an outdated metric for determining quirk potential. She asserted that modern research had shown quirk development to be more complex, involving various genetic and environmental factors. The doctor acknowledged her knowledge but maintained that the evidence suggested Izuku would never develop a quirk. Inko looked down at Izuku, who stared blankly into space, still frozen in shock. Inko gently picked up Izuku's All Might action figure and whispered his name. She suggested that they head home for now and nudged him toward the door. As they exited the room, the doctor observed them leave, humming to himself in curiosity about Izuku Midoriya. Later at home, Inko entered the dark room where Izuku sat in front of the computer, captivated by a video of All Might. His excitement was palpable as he exclaimed how incredible it was that so little time had passed since he last watched it. Inko approached Izuku, who was still enthralled by the hero on the screen. He expressed his admiration for All Might, noting how the hero always saved everyone with a smile, rushing into danger without hesitation. Tears welled in Izuku's eyes as he turned to his mother, questioning whether he could ever be a hero without it. Quirk. Inko held his face gently, reassuring him not to heed the words of the doctor who had discouraged him. She reminded him that the opinions of others do not define his potential. Izuku, still troubled, repeated the doctor's claim that he would never have a quirk, pointing out that the doctor was smart, just like Inko. Inko took a moment to reflect, sharing her own experiences with Izuku. She explained that as he grew older, he would encounter many people, some of whom might be unkind and say hurtful things. She recounted her own childhood, where she had been teased and bullied for being different, despite her intelligence. Izuku listened intently, processing his mother's words. Inko continued, sharing how her dreams had been met with skepticism and ridicule, even earning her a nickname that reflected the misunderstandings of others. She playfully shifted the mood, pretending to be a tickle monster, and engaging in a light-hearted moment with Izuku, who laughed and squirmed. As they shared laughter, Inko reflected on her journey, acknowledging the times she felt overwhelmed and wanted to give up. Yet, she emphasized the importance of perseverance, explaining that despite the challenges, she never lost sight of her dreams. Her determination had led her to significant milestones in her life, including meeting Izuku's father and ultimately having Izuku himself. Inko smiled down at her son, wiping away his tears and encouraging him to never stop dreaming. She assured him that while others might doubt him, one day they would remember the boy who never gave up. She would always be there to support him, no matter what challenges lay ahead. Inko held Izuku close, embracing him in a loving hug as she kissed the top of his head. She encouraged him to hold onto his dream of becoming a hero and never let go, expressing her unwavering belief in his abilities. Izuku returned the hug, whispering his love for her. Inko expressed her deep affection, wishing she could show him just how much he meant to her. However, she reminded him that it was time for him to wake up. Suddenly, Izuku found himself alone in a dark room, calling out for his mother in confusion and fear. Inko's voice echoed in the darkness, assuring him that she would always be cheering him on, no matter the path he chose. She urged him to be bold and to face challenges head-on, encouraging him to respond to doubt with determination. As she was pulled further into the shadows, Izuku cried out desperately, promising to do his best. The next day, Izuku groaned as he opened his eyes, realizing he was back in his room. He sat up, feeling disoriented and noticing a wet rag that had fallen from his forehead. To his surprise, Melissa was sleeping beside him, a bowl of water nearby. He gently nudged her awake, and she responded groggily, expressing her relief that he was awake. Melissa quickly became frantic, checking on him and asking about his well-being. Izuku reassured her that he felt fine, even better than he had in a long time. Melissa then playfully pushed him back down onto the bed, scolding him for scaring her when he had passed out in Otto's lab. She explained that he had a dangerously high fever, and they had to call for help when he became unresponsive. Izuku was shocked to learn about the severity of his condition, but Melissa lightened the mood by joking that he had been asleep for 3 years, only to reveal that it had only been about 12 hours. They shared a laugh, and Izuku felt grateful for her presence. Melissa expressed her concern once more, and Izuku assured her he was truly okay this time. She hugged him tightly, relieved to see him back to his usual self. They discussed school, and Melissa mentioned that Otto had offered him the option to stay home if he wasn't feeling well. Izuku insisted he was ready to go. As they prepared for the day, Izuku reflected on their conversation about Harry and his family's preferences. Melissa encouraged him to hurry for breakfast, and Izuku rushed to get ready. He took a moment to look at a photo of Inko on his desk, promising to do his best for her that day. After putting on his glasses, he noticed his vision was clearer without them, leaving him puzzled. With determination, Izuku set out to face the day ahead, ready to embrace whatever challenges awaited him. The pancakes would get soggy if Izuku didn't hurry. Melissa's voice echoed from the kitchen, urging him on. He quickly put his glasses back on the desk, realizing he needed to focus. With determination, he reminded himself of his morning routine: bathroom, breakfast, then school. As he turned the door handle to leave, he accidentally broke off the doorknob. Frustrated, he dropped the knob and sighed, recognizing his typical luck. In the bathroom, Izuku grabbed his toothbrush and checked for toothpaste, only to squeeze the tube too hard, causing it to splatter across the mirror. He groaned, realizing he would have to clean up the mess. As he wiped the mirror, he caught a glimpse of his reflection and was taken aback by his muscular physique. Surprised, he examined his toned body, marveling at his defined abs. Feeling energized, he flexed his bicep and felt a surge of strength. He began doing squats effortlessly, then transitioned to push-ups, breaking his previous record with ease. He chuckled at his newfound flexibility, wondering if he was still dreaming. In a moment of distraction, he twisted the knobs on the sink, only to break one off, causing water to gush out. Panicking, he tried to block the flow, calling out that everything was fine when Otto asked from downstairs. After covering the sink with a towel, he reflected on the chaotic morning, wishing he could have a normal start to the day. He carefully opened the bathroom door and apologized to the sink for the mishap, promising to replace the knob later. Downstairs, he struggled to put on his dress shirt, which felt tight around his shoulders. Finally managing to button it up, he joined his family at the table. David greeted him with a cheerful remark, and Otto approached with concern, asking how he felt. Izuku reassured his uncle, who expressed his protective nature as Izuku's guardian. They shared a warm hug, and Izuku thanked him for always being there. Just then, Otto accidentally knocked over his coffee cup, and in a flash, Izuku's reflexes kicked in, catching the cup before any coffee spilled. Everyone was astonished by his quick reaction, and Melissa exclaimed how impressive it was. David commented on how well-rested Izuku must be, suggesting he would be ready for whatever the day held. Izuku shrugged it off as luck and returned the coffee cup to Otto, who expressed his gratitude. Curious about Dr. Connor's absence, Izuku learned he was having breakfast with his family, leaving just the four of them. David then announced some good news. The funding for the lab had been secured, thanks to the success of his latest gadgets commissioned by 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and some other pro-heroes were thoroughly impressed and decided to increase the funding for the lab. Izuku felt a surge of excitement, knowing that the lab could continue its important work. David shared that they had also received an additional bonus from the science committee, crediting Otto for the support he had shown during a recent incident. Izuku inquired about Uncle Otto, to which Otto adjusted his glasses and humbly requested to be referred to simply as Otto. David explained how Otto had rushed to stabilize Izuku when he collapsed, demonstrating his dedication as a guardian. The science committee witnessed Otto's concern firsthand, which shifted their perspective. They recognized that Otto's priority was Izuku's well-being over his research. Melissa added that their father had conveyed to the committee how much Otto valued Izuku's growth, emphasizing that this was more important than any of his scientific achievements. David continued, noting that Otto's empathy had opened the committee's eyes to his struggles, revealing a father who cared deeply for his child's safety. Otto downplayed the praise, expressing that he preferred to be recognized for his engineering work rather than for simply fulfilling his role as a guardian. He affirmed that Izuku was his primary responsibility, and nothing would come between that commitment. David encouraged Otto, reminding him that his work on affordable prosthetics would help many more people than his gadgets ever could. He highlighted that Otto was not just enhancing humanity's capabilities but evolving them. Izuku chimed in with enthusiasm, expressing hope that the new funding would allow them to explore ideas they had set aside for too long. They could acquire stronger materials and work on the neural matrix they had discussed previously. Otto agreed, envisioning a future where they could help people in meaningful ways. As the morning progressed, Melissa announced that she was finished with her pancakes and headed off to get ready for school. David wished her well, and she waved goodbye to Izuku as she ran up the stairs. Izuku felt a mix of admiration and nervousness as he watched her go. Otto reminded Izuku to finish his breakfast, emphasizing its importance. He gently tapped Izuku's back, expressing concern for his well-being. Izuku reassured him that he was feeling great and ready for school. David then playfully brought up the topic of Izuku and Melissa potentially going on a date, causing Izuku to choke on his pancakes in surprise. He vehemently denied any romantic involvement, blushing furiously and waving his arms in protest. Otto, while cleaning the table, pointed out that both he and David had noticed Izuku's feelings for Melissa long before he even understood them himself. David added that the way Melissa looked at Izuku was reminiscent of how he had looked at his wife when they first met, suggesting that she might feel the same way. Izuku, still flustered, insisted that they were just friends. David advised him that good things come to those who wait, but not for those who wait too long. He reassured Izuku that he didn't need to worry about his approval, as he supported their friendship. Otto teased David about the effect their conversation was having on Izuku, who was clearly embarrassed. David chuckled, expressing his hopes for smart grandchildren in the future. Otto chimed in, suggesting that the signs of a budding romance were evident, and it was only a matter of time. Izuku pleaded with them to stop, feeling overwhelmed. David reminisced about his late wife, wishing she could witness the young woman Melissa was becoming. He pulled out his phone, looking at a cherished photo of her, imagining how appealing Melissa would look on her wedding day. David smiled at Vanessa's picture, reflecting on how stunning she looked on their wedding day. He mused to himself that their daughter, Melissa, resembled her mother in many ways. Otto chimed in, noting that Melissa was fierce and intelligent like Vanessa, yet headstrong and ambitious like David. He added that while Melissa might not have inherited Vanessa's talent for gardening, she did enjoy taking walks through the flower garden in the city's central district. David agreed, mentioning that although Melissa didn't appreciate nature as her mother did, she had a fondness for flowers. David glanced at Izuku with a smirk, pointing out that Melissa had her mother's taste, particularly for white roses. Izuku, confused, asked what that meant. David chuckled, suggesting that if Vanessa could fall for a nerdy guy like him, Izuku might have a chance with Melissa too. He reminisced about his first date with Vanessa, which had taken place during a late-night project in his lab, hardly a romantic setting. Otto remarked that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, implying that a part of Vanessa lived on in Melissa. David shared his belief that Melissa's subconscious might hold memories of her mother, who always smelled like the flowers she cared for in college, a scent that lingered even after Melissa was born. Otto pondered the wonders of the human mind. Just then, Melissa's voice echoed from the stairs, asking if something was wrong. David inquired about the commotion, to which Melissa responded that the sink upstairs was broken and water was everywhere. David insisted it had been fine that morning, and Otto confirmed he had encountered no issues either. They both turned to Izuku, who sheepishly admitted to a bathroom mishap. David sighed, saying he would fetch towels, while Otto mentioned he would grab his tools. Izuku apologized for the trouble. In the city, a woman's scream pierced the air as she activated her quirk to shield herself from a fleeing villain. A worker emerged from a nearby store, calling for help to stop the thief, who was escaping with stolen yen bills. The villain shouted for everyone to move out of his way, and bystanders wondered where the heroes were. Just as panic began to spread, a scrawny man emerged from the crowd, clutching a bag of sodas. He lamented that a hero should have arrived by now. Suddenly, the scrawny man transformed into a muscular figure, approaching the crowd with determination. He assured them that everything would be okay because he was there to help. The sludge villain, realizing who stood before him, felt a wave of fear wash over him as he recognized All Might. The villain panicked, realizing he had to escape. Later that day, in the cafeteria at 𝗬𝙧𝗎 Junior High, Izuku devoured his lunch, finishing his rice and gulping down miso soup. He expressed his satisfaction with a loud burp, apologizing afterward. Melissa was astonished by how much he had eaten, while Harry joked about whether Izuku had even chewed his food. Melissa scolded Harry for his inappropriate humor. Izuku then asked Harry if he was going to eat his leftover food, and Harry generously offered his tray. As Izuku enjoyed his second helping, he noticed Harry's bandaged cheek and inquired about it. Harry explained that it was a result of tough love from his father, who had given him a lecture after dropping off his friends. Izuku and Melissa reacted with concern, and Harry reassured them that he would be fine, though he admitted to having a rough morning. Izuku expressed sympathy for Harry, who downplayed his situation but shifted the focus back to Izuku, asking if everything was all right. Izuku insisted he was fine, but Harry pointed out that he had never seen Izuku eat so much before. Melissa chimed in, recalling how Izuku had slept for 12 hours after a fever, which had caused panic among their friends. Izuku recounted how he had felt dizzy and then woke up drenched in sweat. Melissa noted that the EMTs had done their best to help him, and they were grateful he had pulled through. Harry remarked on Izuku's luck, suggesting that it often worked in his favor when he needed it most. They shared a laugh, and Izuku joked about how beneficial it would be if adjusting luck percentages were his quirk. Harry then noticed that Izuku seemed a bit bigger and remarked on his lack of glasses. Izuku admitted that he no longer needed them, sign of his growth and progress. Izuku had attempted to wear his glasses that morning but realized he could see just fine without them. He had something important to discuss with his friends, but before he could share, a sudden jolt of alarm surged through him. He spotted one of Katsuki's lackeys preparing to throw a bowl of miso soup in his direction. He quickly pulled Harry and Melissa down onto the table just as the bowl flew over their heads, splattering onto a boy 2 tables away. Harry, still in shock, expressed his gratitude to Izuku for saving them from the unexpected attack. The boy who had been hit stood up, drenched in soup, and demanded to know who had thrown the bowl. Flash Thompson, the vice-captain of the basketball team, was known for his fierce demeanor and had only ever lost one fight in his life, which was against Katsuki Bakugo. Despite their positions as captain and vice-captain, Flash harbored a deep-seated grudge against Katsuki for that loss. Izuku whispered to Harry about Flash's reputation, while Harry added that he was also known for being a 𝗎𝗪𝗢𝗊, right alongside Bakugo. Flash scanned the lunchroom and locked eyes with Izuku, his anger palpable as he threw his tray aside and marched toward him. Izuku thought to himself that he should have anticipated this confrontation. Flash confronted him aggressively, lifting him by the collar and throwing him toward the wall. Harry intervened, urging Flash to back off, but Flash pushed him aside, activating his quirk, which caused his veins to bulge and glow ominously. Izuku called out to Harry, concerned for his friend. Flash positioned himself between them, blocking Izuku's view. Melissa shouted for Izuku, and he protested that he didn't want to fight. Flash, however, was determined, throwing a punch that Izuku managed to dodge with ease. As they circled each other, Izuku noticed Flash's movements seemed slower than he remembered. He instinctively blocked another punch and, in a surprising turn of events, struck Flash across the face, drawing gasps from the onlookers. Flash, shocked and angry, touched his lip, feeling the BLD from a cut. The crowd buzzed with disbelief at what had just happened. Flash, furious, grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it at Izuku. In a remarkable display of agility, Izuku flipped over the chair and caught it midair, landing gracefully and setting it down beside him. The crowd was in awe of his unexpected skill, whispering among themselves about his impressive move. Izuku, still processing his actions, realized he was stuck to the chair. Meanwhile, Harry groaned as he regained consciousness, and Melissa rushed to help him up, asking about Izuku's whereabouts. As the situation escalated, one of Flash's friends shouted for him to stop messing around. Melissa decided to get a teacher, urging Harry to help Izuku. Just then, a bully charged at Izuku from behind. Harry reached the front of the crowd just in time to see Izuku perform a triple backflip over the bully, striking him with the chair and causing him to fall in pain. Izuku landed on the ground, astonished by his own actions as the crowd buzzed with excitement, leaving him to wonder just how he had performed such an incredible feat. Which one was it? Harry wondered. Izuku felt a surge of panic as he looked at the bully on the ground, apologizing profusely for the chaos he had unintentionally caused. As another jolt coursed through his mind, Izuku instinctively turned and dropped to the ground, causing the bully charging from behind to collide painfully with the backrest of a nearby chair. He quickly expressed his regret, trying to free his hand from the chair's grip. Another jolt hit him, prompting Izuku to swing around and strike another bully with the chair, sending him sprawling to the ground. Apologies tumbled from his lips as he felt yet another surge, blocking a third bully's punch with the chair and retaliating with a swift strike. He checked on the last bully standing beside Flash, who looked up nervously and declared that he was leaving. Flash, undeterred, charged at Izuku with clenched fists. Feeling one final jolt, Izuku dropped back to avoid Flash's punch. Using his feet, he pushed the chair upward, lifting Flash off the ground before spinning around. The chair slipped from Izuku's grip as he kicked it down, sending Flash crashing to the ground with a loud thud, the chair splintering against his chest. Izuku landed beside him, staring in shock at the unconscious figure of Flash. He felt a wave of guilt wash over him as he apologized to the injured bullies on the floor. Whispers filled the air, disbelief evident in the students' voices as they processed what had just happened. Harry murmured Izuku's name in awe, and Izuku responded hesitantly. Harry praised him for his unexpected display of strength just as the cafeteria doors swung open. Melissa entered with 3 teachers, calling out to Izuku. The gym teacher, gripping his kendo sword tightly, demanded to know what had happened. The teachers surveyed the scene, taking in the sight of the 4 groaning bullies and Izuku standing amidst the chaos. A student pointed at Izuku, claiming he was responsible for the altercation. The teachers turned their attention to Izuku, who flinched under their scrutiny. One teacher asked if he had indeed caused all of this. Izuku stammered, trying to explain that he hadn't meant for it to happen. The teacher, however, insisted that he would need to come to the office for his actions. Izuku pleaded for an opportunity to explain, feeling overwhelmed by the attention of his classmates and the jolts in his mind. The teacher warned him not to act rashly as he reached for Izuku's arm. In a moment of panic, Izuku shouted that he needed space, pushing the teachers away and bolting from the cafeteria. Harry called after him, trying to keep up as Izuku dashed out of the school and into the street, focusing solely on the path ahead. As Izuku ran, he felt the heat in his head intensifying, thoughts racing as he navigated through the crowd. He barely registered a man yelling at him to stop as he dashed into the road. In a split second, he backflipped over a motorcyclist, landing safely on the ground. The startled motorcyclist rushed over, checking if he was okay. Izuku thanked him but found his hand stuck to the man's jacket sleeve, panic rising again. The man, frustrated, urged Izuku to let go, but Izuku struggled to free himself. In a sudden movement, the man pushed him away, tearing the sleeve from his jacket. Izuku stared in shock at the torn fabric still clinging to his hand, realizing the trouble he was in. The motorcyclist shouted angrily about the damage to his expensive jacket, but Izuku was too flustered to respond. Feeling overwhelmed, he dashed down an alleyway and leaned against the wall, shaking his hand until the sleeve finally fell away. Taking a moment to breathe, he tried to calm himself, reflecting on what had just transpired. Had he really just defeated Flash Thompson? Just yesterday, he had struggled with basic exercises, and now he had taken down a bully like it was nothing. Izuku looked at his hands, noticing they were finally steadying. He pondered the changes happening to him, the jolts, the stickiness, and the spider bite on his neck. A sudden realization struck him as he spotted a spider crawling on the wall nearby. He recalled Melissa's words about her mother's research into rewriting DNA at a molecular level, leaving him to wonder what transformations were taking place within him. She recognized the struggles that quirks caused for some individuals and felt a strong longing to help them. She believed that if she could learn to rewrite DNA, she might also be able to alter quirk factors and transform every aspect of them. Izuku recalled his mother's experiments with genetically spliced spiders. Each of these spiders contained DNA from various species, which sparked an idea in his mind. As he observed a spider crawling up the wall, Izuku placed his hands on the surface, followed by his feet, and began to climb. He felt a rush of determination as he focused on the spider ahead of him. After a moment of struggle, he slipped and fell onto a pile of trash, wincing in pain. He pushed the trash bags off and looked up to see the spider waiting for him. Determined, Izuku planted his hands on the wall again and began to climb. This time, his grip was secure, and he felt a smile spreading across his face as he ascended alongside the spider. His excitement grew as he reached the rooftop, glancing down to see how high he had climbed. His eyes widened with exhilaration. A few minutes later, he leaped from building to building, shouting with joy. He sprinted towards the next rooftop, feeling invincible. The people below looked up, astonished by his leaps and shouts of excitement. They whispered among themselves, unsure of what to make of the spectacle. Izuku's exhilaration turned to panic as he leaped off a rooftop, realizing he was plummeting towards the street below. He screamed for help, fearing the worst. Just then, a large, muscular figure soared through the air and caught him, landing safely on another rooftop. The deep voice of All Might resonated as he set Izuku down, checking to see if he was all right. Izuku's heart raced at the sight of his hero. He couldn't believe it was really him. All Might's cheerful demeanor filled Izuku with awe as he helped him to his feet, and Izuku felt a rush of disbelief and joy. All Might encouraged Izuku to stand tall, and Izuku marveled at the fact that the greatest hero was shaking his hand. He hoped that his infamous luck wouldn't ruin this moment. Suddenly, All Might's voice broke through his thoughts, asking him to let go of his hand. Izuku quickly released his grip, concerned for All Might's well-being. All Might reassured him that he was fine, though he admitted he was surprised by Izuku's strong grip. Izuku apologized profusely, feeling guilty for startling his hero. All Might chuckled, easing the tension, and reassured Izuku that there was no harm done. As All Might massaged his hand, he asked if Izuku was injured or needed medical attention. The atmosphere was filled with excitement and admiration as Izuku stood before All Might, feeling a mix of joy and nervousness at the unexpected encounter. Izuku felt a mix of disbelief and humor as he spoke about his recent experience. He mentioned that unless the hospital had a soul retrieval department, he was certain his soul had checked out during his fall. He joked about not needing another bill showing up at his doorstep. All Might, with his characteristic cheer, responded that if Izuku was well enough to make jokes, he would be just fine. However, he expressed concern about the dangerous situation Izuku had put himself in, emphasizing that he could have been seriously hurt without All Might's intervention. Izuku hesitated, feeling nervous as All Might looked down at him with recognition. All Might exclaimed that he knew Izuku, pointing out his distinctive green hair and eyes, which reminded him of someone he cared about. He declared that Izuku was the boy under Otto's care, which left Izuku in shock. The realization that his hero knew his name filled him with excitement, and he shared that David had been doing well, securing funding for their lab with his inventions. All Might expressed his happiness for David, reminiscing about their past friendships and how they had always aimed to help the world. When Izuku learned that All Might knew his mother, he was taken aback, realizing she had kept this connection a secret from him. All Might confirmed that he had searched for her when she disappeared, using all his resources, but unfortunately, he had not been able to find her. Izuku appreciated All Might's efforts, feeling comforted that even the #1 hero had cared enough to look for her. All Might reassured Izuku that he saw much of his mother in him, his brilliance, motivation, and longing to help others. He encouraged Izuku, saying he wore his mother's convictions well and fit into her legacy perfectly. Izuku felt grateful for the kind words, smiling in response. As All Might gazed over the ledge, he sensed the quietness of the city, realizing that the villain he had been pursuing had likely escaped underground. He shared with Izuku that he had been in pursuit of a villain with a sludge quirk who had just robbed a store. Although he had lost the trail, he planned to issue a citywide alert to ensure the villain would have nowhere to hide. Curious about Izuku's reckless actions, All Might inquired about what he was doing out there, reminding him that education was important and that he should take his studies seriously. Izuku reflected on his future, feeling the weight of his aspirations. All Might encouraged him to consider the choices he made now, as they would shape his future. Feeling a surge of courage, Izuku nervously asked All Might if someone like him, born without a quirk, could still become a great hero. He shared his admiration for heroes who risked their lives to save others, expressing his dream of applying to 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗏 hero program after middle school. He had always been inspired by heroes like All Might and Captain America. All Might paused, taken aback by Izuku's determination. However, he began to cough, blood seeping from his mouth, realizing he didn't have much time left in his current form. Just as Izuku was about to continue, a sudden puff of smoke enveloped All Might, and when it cleared, a skeletal figure stood in his place. Izuku was filled with shock and confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened. All Might, now in a different form, humorously remarked about how people at the pool often flex to hide their flaws, wiping the blood from his mouth. Izuku stared at the thin, scrawny man in front of him, feeling a mix of shock and horror as he took in All Might's appearance. He couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. All Might was fearless, always saving everyone with a smile, the greatest hero in Japan. Izuku muttered to himself, trying to reconcile the image he had of All Might with the reality before him. All Might sighed, acknowledging Izuku's confusion. With a serious tone, All Might explained that he needed to share something important, something that must remain between them. He trusted Izuku to keep this information private, asking if he could promise not to speak of it to anyone. Izuku, feeling a surge of fear, nodded and moved closer. All Might began to reveal the truth, lifting his shirt to show a scar on his chest. Izuku gasped, unable to hide his shock. All Might explained that this injury was from an enemy's attack 20 years ago, which had severely damaged his respiratory organs and led to the loss of his stomach. He had endured countless surgeries and, as a result, could only perform hero work for about 3 hours a day. Izuku was astonished, trying to process the weight of All Might's words. He asked who the enemy was, and All Might's expression shifted to one of anger and hatred. He spoke of a man who had existed in the shadows long before All Might became a symbol of hope, a being feared even by villains. This man had built an empire in the criminal underworld, enslaving criminals and warlords, forcing entire crime families to submit to him. He crushed anyone who dared to stand against him, manipulating chaos from behind the scenes. All Might had dedicated his life to stopping this arch-nemesis. As All Might touched his injury, flinching slightly, Izuku expressed his disbelief. He had been a devoted fan of All Might for as long as he could remember and had never heard of this fight. All Might explained that it had never been made public, as he had requested it to remain classified. Only a select few, including David's shield and Izuku's mother, Dr. Inko Midoriya, were aware of it. She had even tried to find a cure for All Might's injury but had disappeared before she could finish her work. Izuku felt the weight of the secret they were sharing. All Might emphasized the importance of keeping this information private to prevent chaos and villainy from arising. Izuku eagerly agreed, promising to keep it confidential. With the serious discussion behind them, All Might shifted the topic to Izuku's earlier question about becoming a hero without a quirk. He expressed confusion about why Izuku was asking, noting that he had seen Izuku leaping across rooftops. When All Might inquired if Izuku had a quirk, Izuku revealed that he had just awakened his quirk that very morning. He described how he had transformed overnight, gaining strength and muscles he had never possessed before. All Might was intrigued, noting that late bloomers were rare, especially at Izuku's age. Izuku shared his lifelong dream of becoming a hero, inspired by All Might and Captain America, and his longing to heal the world. All Might chuckled, recalling how Izuku's mother had been proud of that mission statement. Izuku continued, recounting the bullying he faced for wanting to be a hero despite being quirkless. He had hoped that hard work and determination could lead him to his dream. He sought All Might's opinion on whether it was possible to become a hero without a quirk. All Might took a moment to reflect before responding. He explained that a true hero must possess peerless character, someone who is undeterred by evil and always saves others with a smile. The smile he wore was a way to cope with the pressure and to reassure those around him. He emphasized that being a hero was a significant responsibility, one that required a willingness to risk one's life for others. Izuku nodded, understanding the gravity of All Might's words. He realized that the path of a hero was not as simple as it seemed, and the challenges that lay ahead would test his resolve. What it costs to be a hero like him, All Might explained, gesturing to his injury. He continued, emphasizing the risks involved. Izuku was determined, expressing his readiness to face whatever challenges lay ahead. All Might acknowledged his resolve but warned him that this profession could demand more than he anticipated. Pursuing his dream could lead to losing everything he cherished. Enemies would arise, and once villains recognized him, those he loved would be in danger. He would encounter trials that would test not only his strength but also his determination. All Might approached Izuku and placed a hand on his head, offering a reassuring smile. He believed that if Izuku's heart was truly set on being a hero, he should give his all in that pursuit. Although it would be difficult without a quirk, All Might had faith that anything was possible for young Midoriya. Izuku was taken aback by this encouragement. All Might reminded him that even Captain America was quirkless, yet he had accomplished so much good. Among all the Avengers, he was the one most respected. Izuku pointed out that Captain America had received a super soldier serum during World War II, which enhanced his abilities. All Might clarified that the serum didn't make him a better person, it amplified what he already was, a hero. He leaned in closer to share a secret, revealing that Tony Stark was also quirkless. Izuku was astonished, nearly shouting in disbelief. All Might quickly covered his mouth, urging him to keep it down, as he had shared this in confidence. Izuku was overwhelmed by the revelation. He had always assumed Tony Stark possessed some kind of quirk that powered his suit. The realization that Stark had achieved so much without a quirk was mind-blowing. It meant that every time people claimed quirkless individuals couldn't become heroes, they had overlooked one of the greatest heroes in modern history. As Izuku rambled on about the arc reactor and its significance, All Might tried to interject, but Izuku was lost in his thoughts, connecting the dots about how the technology worked. Finally, All Might raised his voice to regain Izuku's attention. Izuku, slightly embarrassed, acknowledged his distraction. All Might reassured him that his admiration for heroes was evident. He encouraged Izuku to focus on his dream of becoming a hero and to believe in himself, for nothing was impossible. All Might extended his fist towards Izuku, prompting him to join in a rallying cry. Together, they shouted their mantra, igniting a sense of excitement in Izuku. He expressed his gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion, as tears streamed down his cheeks. All Might helped him back to his feet, reminding him that a hero stands tall and proud. It is not the power that defines a hero, but the choices they make. What you choose to do here and now. Izuku resolved to do his best, determined to become a hero just like All Might. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling a rush of satisfaction. All Might reminded him that he should probably be heading back to school now, peeking his head out of the doorway. 45 minutes later, at 𝗎𝙪𝙢𝙢𝘢 Junior High, Izuku sprinted down the street, turning the corner as he rushed through the school gates. He quickly removed his dirty shoes and dashed into the school in his socks, repeating his worries about being late. As he hurried toward his classroom, he spotted Harry and Melissa sitting outside the principal's office. Harry's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Izuku approaching. Melissa jumped out of her seat to hug him, relieved to see him. Harry exclaimed that Izuku had been gone for almost an hour and that he had tried to chase after him, but Izuku had run off as if there were a villain attack. Izuku apologized, explaining that he just needed some space. Harry, concerned, asked if he was all right. Izuku reassured him that he was fine but then glanced back at the principal's office, sensing the tension. Inside the principal's office, the principal expressed concern over reports from witnesses regarding Izuku's behavior during lunch. One student claimed that Izuku had hit Flash so hard that he drew BLD, and others mentioned that Izuku had used a chair to attack other students. The principal addressed Otto, stating that these accusations were serious. Otto defended Izuku, insisting that he had raised him well and that Izuku would never resort to violence. The principal countered, reminding Otto of the injuries sustained by other students, including Flash, who had a fractured rib. As the door opened, everyone turned to see Izuku standing barefoot in the doorway. Otto rushed to him, relieved to see he was okay, and asked where he had gone. Izuku explained that he had felt overwhelmed and panicked but was fine now. Flash's mother glared at Izuku, accusing him of hurting her son. She demanded to know if he had anything to say for himself. Izuku hesitated, feeling the weight of her anger. Flash, standing nearby, glared at him, causing Izuku to flinch. Suddenly, Harry burst into the room, defending Izuku and insisting that Flash had started the fight. He expressed frustration that Izuku was being blamed when he had done nothing wrong. Melissa joined in, stating that Izuku had only defended himself against Flash's aggression. The homeroom teacher pointed out that while Izuku may have finished the fight, he was not the one who started it. Harry argued that Izuku had every right to defend himself, especially since help had taken too long to arrive. Flash yelled that Izuku had thrown a bowl of soup at him, claiming he deserved the consequences. Melissa quickly countered that the bowl had come from someone else, and Izuku had merely dodged it. Flash's mother dismissed their explanations, suggesting they were all protecting Izuku. Melissa insisted that the truth was being misrepresented, and Harry added that Flash had tried to fight Izuku with his quirk, only to end up losing. Tensions rose as Flash threatened Melissa, but the principal intervened, urging everyone to calm down and resolve the situation peacefully. He reminded them that violence would not be tolerated in the school, emphasizing the need for a fair resolution. He was a well-mannered boy with a bright future in the NBA, with his whole life ahead of him. However, a deviant threatened to take all of that away from him, as Flash's mother expressed her anger. Izuku quietly remarked that if being well-mannered meant stealing people's shoes and throwing them away, then he wondered how they expressed gratitude at home, imagining a chaotic scene of food being tossed around. Otto, Harry, and Melissa glanced at Izuku, who noticed Flash's growing fury. Harry whispered in disbelief, and Izuku questioned whether he had spoken out loud. Realizing he might have, he glanced at Flash's mother, who was visibly shaking with rage. She was about to unleash her fury when the principal intervened, calling for calm. He acknowledged that while Izuku had been responsible for injuring Flash, eyewitness accounts indicated that Flash had thrown the first punch. According to the school's disciplinary rules, Flash would be suspended for 1 day, and it would be noted on his permanent record. Flash's mother protested, demanding to know what would happen to Izuku. The principal informed her that Izuku would face a 3-day suspension and also receive a mark on his record. Otto, Harry, and Melissa reacted in shock, questioning the fairness of the situation. The principal explained that although Flash had initiated the fight, Izuku had caused injury to 3 other students with a weapon that could have been dangerous had the conflict escalated. He noted that while Flash had used his quirk, Izuku's actions had resulted in more damage overall. Harry shouted in frustration, accusing the principal of favoritism due to the upcoming national basketball game. The principal clarified that Izuku should have involved another teacher instead of trying to manage the situation alone. Had he reported the incident properly, his consequences might have been lighter. He advised Izuku to use this time for reflection, emphasizing that there were non-violent ways to resolve conflicts. Otto interjected, surprising everyone with his boldness. He questioned whether a peaceful resolution would have made any difference, pointing out the bullying and harassment Izuku had faced throughout his time at the school. He expressed his frustration over the lack of action taken by the school despite his numerous reports. Otto insisted that he had documented every call made to the school, complete with timestamps, and he demanded to be addressed as Dr. The principal gulped, realizing the weight of Otto's words. Otto warned him to think carefully about his next response, emphasizing that Izuku was like a son to him, and he would not tolerate any kind of slander thrown onto his name. He was more than prepared to take them all to court to resolve the matter. The principal, feeling nervous, urged caution, suggesting they could solve this without resorting to such drastic measures. He glanced between Flash and Otto before sighing, proposing a 2-day suspension for both students as equal punishment, allowing them time to reflect on their actions. Otto agreed, stating he would take Izuku out of school early, and they would be leaving now. The principal confirmed that neither student would be allowed within 100 yards of the school until their suspension was served, exhaling deeply as he thanked them for their time. Flash's mother yelled at Otto, demanding he be prepared to cover her son's medical bills. Otto assured her he would check his mail daily for it before leading Izuku out of the room, encouraging him to come along. Melissa remarked on Flash's inability to finish what he started, contrasting him with Izuku, who always stood his ground. Harry added that this was a new low for Flash as they exited the principal's office. Outside the principal's room, Melissa said she would see them back home. Otto asked if she would be staying late for the science club, to which she replied affirmatively, expressing her disappointment about missing their project. Izuku groaned about the day's ups and downs, comparing it to a roller coaster ride. Harry pointed out that Izuku had stood up to Flash, suggesting that perhaps some bullies would think twice before bothering him again. Izuku acknowledged the possibility of becoming an even bigger target but exchanged a secret handshake with Harry before they parted ways. Melissa hugged Izuku, encouraging him to stay strong as they said their goodbyes. 2 hours later in Otto's workshop, Izuku sat at a table, typing away on his laptop while Otto worked on a prosthetic. Izuku mentioned the expensive hospital bills, and Otto noted that their bonus from the science committee would help cover it. He asked about the control mapping, and Izuku confirmed he was close to finishing, inquiring about the processor they were using. Otto proudly revealed he had ordered the latest microprocessor, which would significantly enhance their work. Izuku was excited about the new processor, realizing it would reduce input lag and add more functions to the prosthetic. Otto shared his struggles to acquire it, and they discussed the next steps for their project. As Izuku worked on the coding, he moved closer to Otto's side of the workstation, ready to assist with the circuit board. He pointed out a dead solder point that needed fixing to avoid damaging the motherboard. Otto praised Izuku for his keen observation and began to address the issue. Izuku, feeling a bit anxious, took a moment to breathe before unboxing the processor. Otto noticed his hesitation and encouraged him, reminding him that he was a good boy who would never act without reason. Izuku expressed his regret about the events at school, feeling responsible for how things had escalated. Otto reassured him, emphasizing his belief in Izuku's character and intentions. That's why Otto chose to trust Izuku over what the principal and that woman had to say. He acknowledged that Izuku was defending himself and couldn't blame him for doing what was right. The boys needed to learn a lesson in humility eventually. Otto wished he had been half as brave as Izuku at that age. Izuku expressed his concern about Otto getting involved in the situation, but Otto reassured him that their work would always come second when it involved Izuku. He promised to protect him as if he were his own son, emphasizing that nothing would change the bond between them. Izuku thanked Uncle Otto, feeling grateful for all the sacrifices he had made. He wished he could repay him somehow, acknowledging that Otto had taken care of him since his mother left. Otto responded that Izuku's company was more than enough for him and that he was proud of him in many ways. Suddenly, he dropped the soldering iron toward Izuku's leg. Izuku instinctively caught the falling iron, surprising both himself and Otto. Otto quickly apologized, concerned that Izuku hadn't been burned. Izuku reassured him that he was fine and asked what was going on. Otto suggested they stop for the night, admitting he must be more tired than he thought. He mentioned that David was planning to make his famous pasta for dinner. Izuku offered to help clean up, noticing Otto's hand, but Otto insisted he was just tired from working late nights and needed some rest. He assured Izuku he would be fine. Izuku agreed but told Otto to call if he needed anything before heading toward the door. As he opened it, Otto called out to him, advising him not to listen to what the principal or anyone else said about him. He emphasized that maintaining dignity was crucial for Izuku's future. Losing sight of who he was would only lead to regret. Otto encouraged him to live a life he would remember and be proud of, as his legacy would be what remained after he left this world. Izuku promised he would remember Otto's words and added that, as far as he was concerned, Otto was his dad, always had been, always would be. Later, in Izuku's room, he leaped up to the ceiling, sticking to it before dropping back down. He felt he was getting the hang of his new abilities and excitedly crawled along the ceiling, feeling like a spider hero. After dropping back to the floor, he picked up his big yellow book, lifting it effortlessly with one finger. However, he realized that just being able to crawl on walls wasn't enough to be a hero like All Might. He needed to learn how to control his newfound strength and abilities. He grabbed an empty bottle and crushed it, the cap popping off at lightning speed and bouncing around the room. Izuku felt a sharp jolt and caught the bottle cap before it reached him. Determined, he resolved to learn as much as he could from the other heroes to make it into you. Izuku felt a surge of excitement as he thought about adding more notes to his hero notebook and studying their moves in his own time. He tossed aside the crushed bottle and considered his situation. With 2 days of suspension ahead of him, he decided to use the time to learn about his new quirk. However, the only way to study heroes up close was to sneak out. As he gazed out the window, the sunset cast a warm glow in his room. He thought about Otto, who was likely resting after working hard. Izuku didn't want to disturb him, he deserved the rest, and he didn't want to worry him either. If he left through the front door, Otto would surely hear him. He walked to his closet, grabbed a pair of blue sweatpants and a red hoodie, and then looked back at the window. Unlocking the latches at the top, he whispered to himself that it wasn't sneaking out if no one knew he had left. With determination, he opened the window and took a deep breath, reminding himself to focus. After practicing for over 3 hours, he felt ready. Taking off his slippers, he placed his hands on the wall outside. In one fluid motion, he flipped forward and managed to plant his feet on the wall. He hoped it would work and, to his delight, it did. Standing horizontally, he looked down to see his feet firmly sticking to the surface, a smile breaking across his face. However, just as he began to walk along the wall, his feet suddenly unstuck, and he fell into the bushes below. After a brief moment of shock, he groaned, realizing that while he could stick with his hands, his footwork needed improvement. Poking his head out of the bushes, he shook off the leaves and noticed a black cat staring at him. He assured the cat that it had seen nothing. Just then, he heard the sound of heels approaching, and the cat dashed toward the girl who stood before him. She had white hair and commented on his fall and his All Might shirt. Izuku felt flustered but managed to thank her for the compliment, explaining that it was a limited edition. She offered her hand to help him up, but as he tried to refuse, he heard the sound of his shirt tearing. Looking down, he saw the bottom of his shirt caught on a branch, and he sighed, lamenting his Midoriya luck. The girl asked about this luck, and he explained that it was like a cousin of Murphy's Law, where anything that could inconvenience him would happen. She chuckled, noting that black cats were often seen as a sign of bad luck, suggesting that perhaps today wasn't his lucky day. Izuku compared his day to a bizarre game where everything that could go wrong did. The girl found him funny and pointed out that he didn't seem to sneak out often. She advised him to have a spare set of shoes waiting outside next time, so he wouldn't have to run around in his socks. Looking down at his All Might socks, he laughed at his oversight. She assumed his socks were also All Might themed and reassured him that the first time sneaking out was always rough. Izuku admitted that sticking to the wall was a new experience for him, likening himself to a newborn giraffe. The girl shared a tip about having a strong core to help with balance, which Izuku found helpful. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, and she replied with her name, 𝗵𝘃𝗄𝗧, as they shook hands. As he prepared to leave, he apologized for the abrupt departure, but 𝗵𝘃𝗄𝗧 assured him it was no problem. Watching him go, she thought he was kind of cute. 𝗵𝘃𝗄𝗧 looked up at Horizon Labs, noticing the lights were still on. She picked up the black cat and spoke to it about waiting for the right moment. Her eyes glowed a bright blue, her pupils shifting to resemble those of a feline, and her nails extended into sharp metal. With a determined gaze at Horizon Labs, she declared that the kitties would pounce. Later, Izuku exited a shoe store with a new pair of red and blue shoes and a fresh red notebook in hand. He lamented that more than 75% of his allowance had been spent, realizing he needed a part-time job for some extra money. He placed the shoes on the ground and slipped them on, relieved that he wouldn't have to worry about his All Might socks being seen or smelled. Holding up his red notebook, he took out a pen and began to write on the cover, titling it, Hero Analysis for the Future Number 14. With renewed determination, he was ready to dive into his analysis and training. The latest addition to Izuku's observations and his journey to becoming a hero excited him as he stared at his notebook. He felt the urge to seek out some action, knowing he couldn't create a training regime without first gathering data. Just then, the sound of an alarm echoed down the street, and civilians screamed in fear. Someone was robbing the jewelry store nearby, and the urgency of the situation spurred Izuku into action. He whispered to himself, hoping for a change in his luck, and ran toward the scene of the crime. As he approached, he heard a voice calling out to him, warning him that he was heading the wrong way. But Izuku felt differently. For once, he believed he was on the right path. At the jewelry store, chaos reigned. Robert, wielding an assault rifle, shouted threats, demanding that everyone remain still. Another villain used his quirk to extend his arms, smashing the jewelry cases open. The robbers began stuffing their bags with stolen treasures, while the armed robber held the customers hostage, ordering them to hand over their jewelry. Just as the robbers prepared to flee, they found themselves unexpectedly suspended by the threads of their breaths, hanging from the store's sign. Izuku pushed through the crowd, gazing at the criminals caught in their predicament. A hero's voice rang out, commenting on the lack of style in their criminal activities. Izuku recognized the hero standing atop a streetlight as 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍, the number 4 hero. He watched in awe as 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍 skillfully wrapped the threads around the robbers, preventing their escape. The robbers were shocked to see him in Musutafu, and one of them shouted in frustration. Suddenly, a loud voice announced the arrival of an armored truck. The door of the truck flew toward 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍, who expertly caught it midair with his threads. Izuku marveled at the hero's strength and technique, realizing that 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍 had redirected the door's momentum using a dynamic load-bearing system. As the large criminal transformed into steel, he boasted about his strength, but 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍 remained unfazed. He pointed out the lack of creativity in the villain's appearance, which only fueled the thug's anger. The villain hurled a piece of the armored truck at 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍, who deftly avoided it and used his threads to create a balance wire. The large villain leaped into the air, attempting to grab 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍, but the hero ducked and countered, using the threads to slam the thug back down. Izuku analyzed the situation, excitedly noting the advanced materials and techniques 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍 employed to maintain control over the powerful villain. As the struggle continued, 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍 wrapped the villain in threads from a nearby clothing store, forming a makeshift straitjacket. The thug roared in frustration, trying to break free, but the threads held firm. Izuku was amazed, realizing that 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝗍 was not only controlling the threads but also redistributing the force exerted by the villain's strength. The tension built as the villain fought against his restraints, snapping threads one by one. Izuku's excitement grew as he understood the hero's strategy, recognizing the brilliance behind the use of a crisscrossed lattice system to manage the load. The battle between 𝗵𝘃𝗁 and the villain showcased not only the power of Quirks but also the art of heroism in action. It was less like a rope and more like a living cable suspension bridge, Izuku thought with a smile as he wrote furiously in his notebook. He realized that the villain was creating a flexible battlefield, a mobile scaffold. Every point increased structural integrity exponentially. It was as if he were turning the entire city block into a loom. 𝗵𝘃𝗁 warned the villain that it was wise to think before acting, especially considering his current attire. The large villain, furious, threatened to grind 𝗵𝘃𝗁 into dust, declaring that there would be nothing left for anyone to bury. As the villain broke free from his restraints, he charged toward 𝗵𝘃𝗁, who calmly stated that it was time for the curtains to fall on this fashion disaster. Just before the villain could reach him, massive metal walls and doors crashed down, pinning the villain to the ground and creating a large crater in the road. 𝗵𝘃𝗁 remarked that those who neglect the smallest threads in their design, whether in fabric or in life, are doomed to unravel. For some, this meant ending up on the clearance rack. For the villain, it meant a cold, unfashionable cell. As police cruisers arrived, he handed the situation over to the officers. "Be gentle, their threads are a little tight tonight." The crowd cheers as 𝗵𝘃𝗁 wraps up the last villain with his jean threads, standing triumphantly on top of a pile of criminals while cameras flash all around him. Izuku, observing the scene, reflects on how he hadn't even noticed the trap set by 𝗵𝘃𝗁. He realizes that the hero had managed to distract the villain through both the fight and taunting, causing him to lose focus and setting everything up perfectly. Suddenly, multiple media vans arrive, and a team of reporters swarms 𝗵𝘃𝗁, microphones in hand. The excitement in the air is palpable, and Izuku feels a wave of anxiety wash over him. He worries about being grounded if David or Otto sees him sneaking out to watch the heroes in action. He decides he needs to get out of sight. As 𝗵𝘃𝗁 is bombarded with camera lights and questions, Izuku slips beneath the film crew and emerges at the back of the crowd. He breathes a sigh of relief, thinking about how close that was. He glances at his hero analysis book and realizes that if he wants to fill it with ideas for his training, he needs something to hide his face and hair. Spotting a small shop nearby, he notices a rack of hero masks behind the cashier counter. That could work, he thinks as he rushes over to the store. Upon entering, he is greeted by the cashier, who offers assistance. Izuku bows slightly, thanking the cashier, and explains that he is looking for a mask. The cashier excitedly informs him about a new shipment of hero masks, showcasing a variety of options. Izuku learns that while All Might masks sold out quickly, there are still plenty of Endeavor and Hawks masks available, along with some from international heroes. He expresses his longing for a mask that covers both his face and hair completely. The cashier raises an eyebrow but assures Izuku to take his time. After a quick look around, Izuku spots a red and black mask and decides it will work perfectly. He asks the cashier for that mask, and after a brief moment of hesitation about the price, he hands over his coins, realizing he will only have 200 yen left after this purchase. The cashier hands him the mask, wishing him enjoyment with it, and mentions that it is one of his personal favorites. Izuku takes the mask, feeling a mix of excitement and uncertainty about its origins. He puts it on, adjusting it comfortably, and thinks about how it will help him avoid the cameras. As he exits the shop, he notices a commotion across the street. A shop owner is forcefully throwing a homeless man out of his restaurant, refusing to offer him any food despite the man's desperate pleas. Izuku watches as the homeless man curls up, sobbing quietly, feeling a pang of empathy for him. After a moment of contemplation, Izuku digs into his pockets and pulls out his last 200 yen. He hesitates, looking between the money and the homeless man, before making a decision. A few minutes later, he approaches the man, offering him a bag from the convenience store containing an onigiri and a bottle of water. The homeless man, confused, expresses his disbelief at the gesture. Izuku reassures him that it's not much but insists that he needs it more than he does. He kneels down, offering the food and encouraging the man to take care of himself. The homeless man expresses gratitude, acknowledging that this kindness is more than he has received in years. Izuku smiles, feeling fulfilled by the small act of kindness. He reminds the man to enjoy the meal and wishes him well, reflecting on how even in a world filled with heroes, it is often the ordinary acts of kindness that make the biggest difference. If the world had more hearts like yours, the homeless man reflected, perhaps there wouldn't be such a need for heroes. Izuku, standing tall, responded that the world could always use more heroes. It only took one hand reaching out to save someone. He then stood up, reminding the man to take care of himself. The homeless man expressed his gratitude, bowing repeatedly in appreciation. Nearby, a bystander commented on the scene, observing Izuku feeding the homeless man. Others around him reacted with disdain, suggesting they should avoid eye contact and keep walking. They questioned why Izuku would approach someone in such a situation, blaming people like him for the existence of homelessness and advocating for teaching responsibility instead. The homeless man noticed the judgmental stares directed at him and felt a wave of embarrassment. He apologized to Izuku for drawing negative attention, but Izuku reassured him that he was used to it. He waved goodbye, wishing the man well and promising to see him around. An hour later, 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧 rounded the corner of a building, tackling a pair of villains and sending them crashing onto a nearby rooftop. A group of enthusiastic fans cheered him on, urging him to do his best. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧 declared that the reign of the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 twins was over, and the fans erupted in excitement. The first twin leaped at 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧, attempting a kick, but he skillfully grabbed her ankle and pulled her down. The second twin charged forward, throwing a punch. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧 backflipped off the edge of the rooftop, using a nearby pole to propel himself back into the fight, kicking the second twin away. Izuku, perched on a nearby rooftop, scribbled notes in his notebook, analyzing the fight. He noted that while 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧's quirk might not seem strong at first glance, it was incredibly practical. He marveled at how 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧 swung with such speed and agility, pondering the physics behind it. Suddenly, the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 twins decided to flee, realizing their heist had failed. Izuku stood up, concerned that they were getting away. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧 launched himself after them, catching the twins and bringing them down to the ground. He asserted that their fun was over and they would face the consequences of their actions. Izuku continued to take notes, excitedly realizing that while weight didn't affect frequency when swinging, it was crucial for momentum and distance. He understood that 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧 had sacrificed height for speed to keep the twins together, preventing their escape. He felt a mix of admiration and frustration at his own oversight. As multiple media vans arrived, reporters rushed to surround 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧, eager for his comments. Izuku decided it was time to leave, closing his notebook and leaping down into the alleyway below. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧 glanced up, sensing someone had been watching him. 3 hours later, Izuku noted the time, realizing it was getting late. He reviewed his hero analysis notebook, reflecting on the evening's events. He felt fortunate to have witnessed a top 10 hero in action, especially 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧, who had finally had his moment to shine without interruption. With a smile on his face, he began to leap from building to building, satisfied with how the night had unfolded. Izuku had the opportunity to observe heroes in action, gathering valuable data on their abilities. Excitedly, he noted that this was just the beginning of his night. He realized he needed more information from various heroes to develop a training regimen for himself. The thought of witnessing more incredible heroes motivated him. As he perched on the edge of a rooftop, he spotted several black cars with tinted windows turning into an old, abandoned warehouse. The sight intrigued him. He recalled that the warehouse was part of the old docks, long shut down and untouched since his mother's childhood. A vintage car from 1937 followed the armored trucks into the warehouse just before the gates closed. Izuku speculated that something suspicious was happening, wondering if it could be a secret meeting for villains. He thought that if a hero were to arrive, he could gather more information without putting himself in danger. However, he also considered the possibility of alerting someone if no heroes showed up. When he tried to open the gate, he found it locked, which he had anticipated. Bad guys were not known for being welcoming. With determination, Izuku leaped over the tall metal fence and made his way toward the warehouse. He was thrilled at his successful jump but quickly reminded himself to stay calm and maintain a low profile. He crawled along the side of the building, eager to learn more about what was happening inside. Inside the warehouse, a man in a white cowboy hat exited an armored car, accompanied by 3 others in suits. A short man in a blue suit with a prominent forehead stepped out of the vintage car. He expressed his impatience to the masked thugs, emphasizing that the big man did not like to be kept waiting. From his vantage point in the skylight, Izuku recognized the short man as 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏, a rumored underground mobster. He quickly sketched 𝗵𝗃𝗃 in his notebook, noting the man's unusual forehead that seemed to compensate for his lack of height. The man in the cowboy hat explained that their movements had been hindered due to heightened hero activity in the city, thanks to a citywide alert issued by All Might. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏 inquired if they had the goods, to which the cowboy hat man assured him they were professionals, even in challenging times. 2 of his men retrieved a crate from the armored car and placed it before 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏. When the crate was opened, it revealed a glowing weapon. Izuku leaned closer to get a better look, intrigued by the weapon's design. The cowboy hat man introduced it as the Resonator Mark II, a powerful kinetic blaster intended for heroes but suspended after a prototype caused significant damage during testing. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏 was enthusiastic about the weapon, aiming it at a stack of crates. The cowboy hat man reminded 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏 that they had fulfilled their part of the deal, and it was time for payment. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏 signaled to a female driver, who approached with a briefcase full of Japanese yen. The cowboy hat man inspected the money, pleased with the transaction. Izuku felt a sense of urgency. If such a weapon fell into the wrong hands, it could endanger the entire city. Just then, a voice interrupted the exchange, declaring that they wouldn't be leaving with the weapon. A gray scarf snatched the blaster from 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏's grasp, and the men were swiftly incapacitated by the same scarf. A hero dressed in black with a gray scarf landed before them, asserting that they were not going anywhere with the weapon. Izuku recognized him as 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗏, the underground hero. 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗏 felt the tension in the air as 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏 cracked his knuckles, growling about 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗏's tendency to meddle in others' affairs. 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗃𝗏 retorted that if 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏 weren't breaking the law with his mobster antics, he wouldn't have to intervene. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏 reminisced about the past, recalling when 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏 was merely an annoying sidekick, now transformed into a full-fledged professional hero. He taunted 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏 about his unresolved feelings regarding a past tragedy, mentioning Loud Cloud, whose real name was 𝗵𝗃𝗏 𝗫𝗏𝗄𝗏. The mention of 𝗵𝗃𝗏's name ignited a spark of anger in 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏, who clenched his scarf tightly. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏𝗏 continued, reflecting on how the good often perish young, suggesting that if 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏 had stayed out of their affairs, he might have started a hero agency. With 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏 and his other loud-mouthed friend, 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏's hair began to stand on end, his frustration palpable. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏𝗏, noticing Herman sneaking up on 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏, mocked him about losing. 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏 declared that he was no longer a child and that things would not end as they had before. As Herman aimed a weapon at 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏, he prepared to fire, but Izuku leaped in, tackling Herman and causing him to miss his shot. The bullet struck the rooftop, sending debris crashing down and knocking everyone off their feet. Herman, confused and angry, kicked Izuku away, demanding to know who he was. Izuku landed next to 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏, trying to play it cool despite the chaos surrounding them. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏 noted 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏's new companion, and Izuku awkwardly explained that he wasn't a sidekick but could see how it might look that way. Just then, one of Herman's goons charged at 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏 with brass knuckles. Izuku shouted a warning and grabbed a nearby crowbar, throwing it to 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏, who ducked just in time. The crowbar struck the goon, causing him to drop his weapon. As 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏 turned to check on Izuku, he noticed another goon approaching with blade-like arms. Izuku felt a jolt of instinct, dodging the thug's wild swings and leaping to grab a chain. He swung around, kicking the thug back against an armored vehicle, but the impact caused him to lose his balance and fall. Rubbing his sore backside, Izuku tried to play off the mishap, claiming he was testing the pavement for durability. The remaining goons surrounded Izuku and 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏, weapons drawn and quirks unleashed. Izuku whispered to himself about the dire situation, humorously noting that it was just another typical day for a hero. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏 proposed a temporary alliance to deal with the goons, suggesting they dispose of them afterward. Herman agreed, picking up the weapon as Izuku whispered to 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏 about cracking one last joke before the chaos ensued. 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 warned Izuku to leave, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and his intent to clear a path for him. Izuku protested, insisting he couldn't abandon Eraserhead. The hero reiterated that this was not a negotiation and that he couldn't babysit someone trying to play hero. Izuku argued that he could help, pointing out the destructive potential of the weapon they faced. Eraserhead sighed, realizing he had no choice. He pressed his back against Izuku's, wielding his scarf. He instructed Izuku to stay close and follow his lead, warning him against improvising or making heroic speeches. Eraserhead instructed Izuku to stay focused on the quirks of their opponents rather than their words. He emphasized the importance of being ready to act quickly, prioritizing disarms over knockouts. One mistake could be fatal, so Izuku needed to be aware of his footing and look for openings. Eraserhead advised him to remain calm, analyze the situation, and use the environment to his advantage. If they faced a larger enemy, Izuku had to be quicker and smarter. Eraserhead would provide support when possible, but if Izuku fell, he needed to stay down. Izuku felt overwhelmed but remembered All Might's words about heroism being defined by choices. He clenched his fists, determined to believe in himself. He and Eraserhead were the only obstacles standing in the way of their adversaries, and it was time to rise to the occasion. He resolved to prove All Might right and show that he could be a hero. As the confrontation began, Hammerhead charged in, shouting about crushing skulls. Herman, armed with a gun, fired at Eraserhead and Izuku, who leapt upwards to avoid the blast. Izuku thought about his unfortunate luck, realizing he was facing the opponent with the powerful weapon. Meanwhile, at Oscorp, Norman Osborn poured himself a drink while inquiring about a tech deal. His assistant informed him that negotiations had concluded successfully, securing the acquisition of an adaptive AI interface. Norman, pleased with the progress, expressed his dislike for surprises unless he was the one delivering them. Felicia Hardy dropped down from the ceiling, surprising Norman's assistant. She playfully suggested that Norman could have used the reception like everyone else. Norman complimented her, noting how well she filled her mother's shoes. Felicia acknowledged her mother's love for danger and suggested that Norman upgrade his security system, hinting at her own skills. After tossing Norman a small chip, Felicia encouraged him to see its contents. As he examined the design on his tablet, he realized the potential of a hero battlesuit capable of repairing damage instantly. Norman's mind raced with thoughts of the value such technology could have in a bidding war among the world's militaries. He instructed his assistant to patent the design immediately and begin development. Felicia, expecting her payment, checked her account and was pleased to see a significant increase. She thanked Norman for the business and hinted at future negotiations for her services. As Felicia left, Norman settled back with another drink, contemplating the competition and the nature of the world they lived in. Back in the fight, Herman continued to fire at Izuku, who skillfully dodged the blasts while moving from ceiling to ceiling. Herman yelled in frustration, demanding Izuku to hold still, but Izuku refused, determined to survive the encounter. He urged the goons to assist Herman, and the first goon detached his arms to attack Izuku. Izuku was deeply curious about how the goon's quirk functioned. He executed a side flip, narrowly avoiding the man's detached limbs as they swung towards him. The first thug shouted angrily, declaring that Izuku would be nothing but dead meat. Izuku jerked backward, dodging a flying fist, then side flipped to his right to evade another strike. The second thug joined the fray, conjuring fireballs in his hands and launching them at Izuku. A sharp jolt surged through Izuku's mind, and he barely managed to turn away in time to avoid the fireball. He exclaimed that it was his first time facing such a challenge and requested the thug to slow down. However, another jolt hit him, and he was struck by the blast from Herman's weapon, sending him crashing into a stack of wooden crates and slamming against the wall before collapsing to the ground. Eraserhead shouted for him, narrowly dodging Hammerhead's charge. Hammerhead barreled past Eraserhead and smashed into a nearby container, flipping it over and damaging the wall behind him. He taunted Eraserhead, suggesting that they would throw both him and Izuku into the river. Eraserhead prepared himself, gripping his scarf tightly. He muttered to himself about how troublesome it was to fight Hammerhead, noting that his quirk only affected those with quirks, while Hammerhead was just a mobster with a thick metal plate in his skull. Physically, he was already at a disadvantage. Hammerhead continued to taunt Eraserhead, reminding him that this wouldn't be the first time he failed to save someone. He cracked his knuckles, implying that he would soon send Eraserhead to join 𝗓𝗔𝗪𝗄 in the afterlife. Eraserhead, determined, charged at Hammerhead, who picked up a sheet of metal and broke it in half with his forehead before hurling it at Eraserhead. Eraserhead ducked and dodged the first sheet, using his scarf to propel himself upward and evade the second. Meanwhile, Izuku was slowly getting back on his feet, wincing as he acknowledged the pain he felt. He insisted that he could still fight, but Eraserhead urged him to stay down and let him handle the situation. Herman, observing Izuku's resilience, remarked that the kid was tougher than they had anticipated and decided to escalate the fight. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed, expressed his longing for Herman to refrain from making things worse, as his ears were still ringing from the previous blast. Herman, undeterred, charged up his weapon again, eager to test its power. Izuku felt another jolt in his mind and quickly backflipped away, narrowly avoiding a barrage of metal spikes. He reflected on how he would have been skewered without the strange tingle in his head that warned him of incoming attacks. As he leaped onto the ceiling to dodge another wave of spikes, fireballs followed closely behind, crashing into the ceiling as he swung from a hanging chain. He swung wildly, surprised that things were spiraling out of control. Herman fired another sonic blast, which Izuku narrowly avoided by swinging to another chain. The blast destroyed part of the ceiling, causing debris to fall and separating him from Eraserhead and Hammerhead. Eraserhead was slammed against a metal freighter, leaving a dent as he dropped to the ground. Izuku's concern for Eraserhead grew as he dodged more flying spikes, fists, and fireballs. He felt another jolt and swung to safety, determined to help his mentor. Herman encouraged his goons to keep the pressure on Izuku, insisting that he would eventually tire out. Izuku, strategizing, noted that he was outnumbered and that 3 of the goons had regular quirks, while 1 had a powerful weapon. He realized he couldn't keep dodging forever. The warehouse was at risk of collapsing under the onslaught. He needed a plan to take down the goons and reach Eraserhead. Eraserhead's voice broke through his thoughts, urging Izuku to use his agility and acrobatics to his advantage. Izuku looked up and saw Eraserhead swinging from the support beams, reminding him that he was smaller and quicker than the thugs. He needed to fight on his own terms, exploiting their weaknesses. With renewed determination, Izuku prepared to turn the tide of the battle. No matter how hard one tries to fit them together, different pieces from different puzzles won't always match. Eraserhead yelled as Hammerhead charged into a nearby beam, causing Eraserhead to come crashing down. Izuku whispered to himself, contemplating the chaotic movements of the thugs. They weren't working together, they were merely acting on their own impulses. None of their quirks complemented each other. This team was nothing but a group of individuals seeking their own glory. Izuku, still hanging from the chains above Herman and his goons, realized that if they were disorganized, he could exploit that. He needed to take them down one at a time, using their lack of teamwork against them. Herman began firing rapid sonic blasts from his weapon as Izuku swung around the warehouse, dodging the incoming projectiles. He landed on the guardrails of the overhead walkway, flipping off the wall to evade the attacks. Izuku thought about how he was at a disadvantage in terms of range. He needed something to help him reach them without getting too close. Spotting a hook attached to a hanging chain, he leaped off the wall and grabbed it. Just then, one of Herman's blasts destroyed the ceiling above him, sending him crashing onto a pile of wooden crates. The rubble fell around him as Herman and his goons circled the pile. Herman aimed his weapon at the rubble, declaring that playtime was over. Izuku's muffled voice responded, but suddenly, a wooden plank flung into Herman's face, causing him to drop the weapon and fall to the ground in pain. Izuku emerged from the pile, playfully warning Herman not to let the third-rate goons bite. One of the goons, now hooked by his ankle, yelled for help, expressing his fear of heights. Izuku let go of the chain, and the goon fell to the ground, groaning in pain. The goon angrily wiped his mouth clean after a rough landing. Izuku shrugged off the goon's threats, reminding him that he had simply delivered what was asked. As the first goon released his detached arms, Izuku recalled how best Genist used his quirk to immobilize enemies. He needed to distract them and make them trip over themselves, turning the battlefield into his playground. Focusing on the erratic movements of the two flying fists, Izuku ran along the wall of the warehouse. He leaped forward, spinning in midair to dodge the attacks. Dashing toward a pile of rubble, he slid underneath a protruding metal bar, then hooked back onto it with his chain, pulling himself away just as the fists smashed into the pile behind him. One goon dropped to his knees in pain, claiming his hand was broken. Izuku teased him about looking before he punched, hoping he had good insurance for the incident. The second thug threatened to light Izuku up like a candle, throwing fireballs rapidly. Izuku ran along the walls to dodge the attacks, while the third goon launched metal spikes at him. Izuku reminded himself to stay calm. He was smaller but also faster and smarter. He rolled to the left, evading their attacks, and backflipped over the barrage of projectiles. With two goons down, Izuku swung his hooked chain toward the support beam, latching on and swinging back toward the remaining thugs. One goon threw a fireball at him, which collided with the spikes from the other goon, causing a minor explosion that burned the third goon's arm. Izuku seized the opportunity, swinging by and kicking the second goon against the wall. As Herman slowly began to awaken, he noticed the first goon on the ground, clutching his hands in pain. His gaze shifted to the second goon, who had just been knocked unconscious, and finally landed on Izuku, who had just landed on the ground, ready for the next move. Izuku felt another sharp jolt in his mind as he spun and ducked, dodging 3 more fireballs while deflecting the fourth one away with his chain and hook. The fourth fireball soared upwards, striking a heated metal pipe studded with spikes. The second goon yelled angrily as he approached Izuku, fireball in hand, threatening to fry him like a bug. Izuku, determined, replied that it would be hard to do, especially since the weather forecast had just called for torrential downpours. With a swift motion, Izuku swung the hook towards the goon's ankle, pulling him off his feet and sending him crashing to the ground. As the goon groaned in pain, he looked up to see Izuku throwing the hook and chain towards the weakened pipe. Izuku pulled down with all his strength, breaking the pipe free as bolts flew off. The rush of water splashed onto the second goon, extinguishing his fireball and sending him crashing into the first goon. Izuku couldn't contain his excitement, shouting out his triumph. Herman, observing the scene, picked up the resonator and declared that if one wanted something done right, they had to do it themselves. Just as he prepared to confront Izuku, he growled that he had had enough of the chaos for one day and aimed the resonator at him. Izuku muttered to himself to think fast. Suddenly, Eraserhead's scream echoed throughout the warehouse, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. Izuku quickly scanned the area, spotting the hook from the broken chain. He kicked it towards Herman, who turned to aim his weapon again. In a split second, Izuku rushed toward Herman, leaping toward the thrown hook and executing a spin kick that sent it flying forward. The hook collided with Herman's gun just as he pulled the trigger, causing the resonator to hum loudly and glow bright yellow, releasing a force of vibrations that shook Herman to his core. He yelled in surprise as the bones in his arms began to crack, forcing him to drop the weapon. Izuku tackled Herman to the ground, pulling him away from the resonator. Meanwhile, Eraserhead was pinned against the wall by Hammerhead, the sound of his ribcage being crushed echoing through the warehouse. Hammerhead taunted Eraserhead, recalling a similar sight from the past, and continued to press down on his chest, crushing his bones. He whispered that Eraserhead's struggles were futile against someone without a quirk and that 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗄's fate was a cautionary tale. Eraserhead growled in anger as Hammerhead twisted his arm further. Hammerhead lectured him about the lack of respect among the younger generation, asserting that the organization he was part of had been controlling society long before Eraserhead was born. He explained that there was a system to the chaos of heroes and villains, and 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝗄 had thought he was above it, leading to his downfall. As Hammerhead pressed Eraserhead's head against the wall, Izuku's voice rang out, urging him to get down. The resonator began to hum and screech before exploding, sending debris flying everywhere. Hammerhead was thrown against the back of his car, while Herman and his thugs were sent reeling. Izuku was propelled upwards but managed to grab onto a pole, holding on tightly as the shockwave passed. Once the chaos subsided, he surveyed the destruction around him. The remnants of the warehouse were scattered across the docks, and the water surged wildly. Izuku remarked to himself about the unexpected turn of events when he noticed Herman and his goons starting their van. Realizing they were getting away, he prepared to stop them, only to see Hammerhead getting back on his feet. Hammerhead climbed into his vintage car and warned Eraserhead to stay out of his way, claiming that luck had favored him this time due to Izuku's interference. He promised that their next encounter would be different. Izuku leapt atop the rubble, calling out to Hammerhead, but the villain closed the door and drove off. He then rushed over to Eraserhead, who was hunched over on the ground, breathing heavily. Concerned, Izuku asked if he was okay. Eraserhead assured him that he would live, though he looked worse for wear as he coughed and wiped blood from his lip. Izuku, worried for his mentor, pulled out his phone to call for help. Izuku looked down and saw his phone screen completely shattered and broken in half. Panic surged through him as he began to look around frantically. He quickly reassured Eraserhead that he would carry him out of there, noting that there were stores just a few blocks away. If they could make it there, they could call for help. Eraserhead managed to speak, directing Izuku to his right pocket. He mentioned there was a device shaped like an octagon inside. Izuku complied, reaching into the pocket and pulling out the device. He opened it and pressed the red button inside. As Eraserhead attempted to get up, he fell back down, clearly in pain. Izuku caught him, urging him to take it easy. Eraserhead expressed his longing to sit against something, and Izuku helped him into a more comfortable position. Wincing, Eraserhead held his ribs, explaining that the button was an SOS signal he carried for emergencies like this. He assured Izuku that an ambulance and a team of heroes would be arriving shortly to take over. Izuku offered his assistance, admitting he wasn't a medical expert but had seen his fair share of injuries. Eraserhead acknowledged that Izuku had already done more than enough, perhaps even too much, as he surveyed the wreckage of the warehouse. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked Eraserhead what he had been doing out there. Izuku stammered, clearing his throat and attempting to speak in a deeper voice. He insisted that he was not a child. Eraserhead interrupted, pointing out that no sensible adult would wear an all-might t-shirt and high socks while looking for trouble at night. Izuku felt embarrassed, realizing how obvious it was that he was inexperienced in fights. Eraserhead noted that Izuku's reactive movements and hesitation during the altercation revealed he was just a kid in over his head. Izuku admitted that his first attempt at being a hero in training hadn't gone as he imagined, asking for some understanding. When Eraserhead inquired about his status as a hero in training, Izuku explained his plans to apply to you. In the spring, aspiring to join the hero course and train to become a hero like All Might. Eraserhead questioned Izuku's method of seeking out real villains to fight, to which Izuku clarified that he was actually looking for inspiration to prepare for the upcoming exams. He pulled out a torn and tattered notebook, expressing dismay over its condition since he had just bought it a couple of hours ago. Eraserhead glanced at the cover, noting the title, Hero Analysis for the Future Number 14, Training Edition, and asked if there were other editions. Izuku confirmed that this particular edition was for taking notes on heroes to help create a training regimen for himself. He excitedly shared his notes, starting with Best Genist and discussing how the hero used his threads to immobilize villains rather than overpower them. As Izuku continued flipping through the pages, he described 𝗵𝗄𝗎 and how he utilized his quirk as an extension of himself. Eraserhead listened, impressed by the depth of Izuku's notes, which included advanced equations that he recognized from third-year mathematics. He acknowledged that Izuku was more than just a naive kid playing hero. He was clearly intelligent. Izuku felt a sense of pride but also understood the gravity of his situation. Eraserhead warned him that if word got out about his actions, it could jeopardize his chances of getting into the hero course. Izuku contemplated leaving his mask on to protect his identity. Eraserhead cracked a smile, appreciating the humor in the situation. Grateful for Eraserhead's assistance, Izuku expressed his longing to have done better during the encounter. He lamented that if the weapon had not malfunctioned, they could have apprehended the villains, preserving the building. Eraserhead reassured him that removing Schultz's weapon from the streets was a victory in itself, emphasizing that his survival mattered more than the building. Izuku hoped that next time, Eraserhead would have backup. Eraserhead replied that he preferred to work alone to minimize risks. Izuku understood, though he chuckled nervously at the thought of being left to fend for himself again. Eraserhead then asked for Izuku's name. Nervously, Izuku mentioned a famous musician, unsure of what else to say. Eraserhead assured him he wouldn't turn him in, he simply wanted to know whom he was thanking. Izuku, with respect, stated that he didn't need thanks, as helping others was enough for him. He recalled his mother's words about the importance of helping people. Eraserhead acknowledged Izuku's mother as a good woman and listened as Izuku awkwardly tried to define himself as a hero, admitting he was still working on his name. Eraserhead cautioned him against playing vigilante if he was serious about 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗏 hero course, warning that one wrong move could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, the sounds of police sirens echoed in the distance, growing closer. Eraserhead urged Izuku to leave before the authorities arrived, expressing a preference to avoid paperwork, especially since Izuku had saved his life. Izuku agreed, wishing Eraserhead a speedy recovery as he waved and leaped onto a support beam. He added that he didn't regret helping him, even if it meant jeopardizing his chances at you. Izuku leaped over the large piles of rubble, determined to save Eraserhead. He called out a farewell as he hopped over a high fence and disappeared into the distance. Eraserhead watched him go, a smile creeping onto his face. He chuckled softly to himself, reminiscing about a past hero who had always charged into danger with a grin, even when the odds were against him. The memories of 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 flooded back, and Eraserhead tightened his grip on his goggles, letting out a deep sigh. He whispered a hope that this new hero would live long enough to make a difference. On the top floor of a skyscraper, a pale man sat at his desk, frustration evident in his voice as he addressed Hammerhead. He demanded to know how Hammerhead could have not only fled the scene but also lost the payload from their deal. Hammerhead explained that the situation had spiraled out of control when the payload malfunctioned, leading to chaos at the meetup. He had to escape quickly before the authorities arrived. The man, unimpressed, pointed out that Hammerhead had caused a scene and returned empty-handed. He pressed for details about Eraserhead, questioning whether he had been dealt with appropriately or if Hammerhead was simply adding another failure to his record. Hammerhead insisted that he had been caught off guard by Eraserhead's unexpected sidekick, who had disrupted their plans and likely destroyed the payload. The pale man raised an eyebrow, recalling that Eraserhead was known for working alone. He speculated that either Eraserhead had become careless or that Hammerhead had encountered someone entirely new, a curious individual who posed a threat. Hammerhead described the sidekick as a kid in a red and black mask, wearing an all-might shirt, who had taken down several of their men with ease, showcasing impressive agility and skill. The man was incredulous that Hammerhead had allowed a child in a costume to thwart their operation without gathering any useful information. He ordered Hammerhead to lay low for a while, warning him that next time, he expected any intruder to be dealt with decisively. Hammerhead acknowledged the order, understanding the gravity of his failure. After the call ended, the man leaned back in his chair, contemplating the implications of a new vigilante on the streets. He dialed another number, and a distorted voice answered. The man informed the voice that their meeting had been interrupted by uninvited guests, and the voice confirmed it had heard the reports. At the HPSC tower, a large man in a black suit discussed the recent arms deal that had been intercepted by Eraserhead. He expressed disappointment that the meeting had not gone as discreetly as planned. The man was surprised to hear that Eraserhead had a sidekick, as he was known for working alone. Tombstone, the pale man, noted that their records on enemies needed updating, as it seemed a new vigilante, dubbed the Spider Hero, had emerged. Tombstone emphasized that they could not afford any wild cards, especially with changes happening within the commission. He demanded to know more about this new figure, insisting that they would not remain hidden for long. The man on the other end of the line expressed his disdain for vigilantes, viewing them as disruptive forces that threatened the established order. Tombstone described the Spider Hero as quick and agile, capable of taking down multiple opponents with ease. The man acknowledged the need to gather intelligence on this new player, asserting that if the Spider Hero was not aligned with them, he would be considered an enemy. Tombstone agreed, determined to keep a close watch on the situation and ensure that the new hero would play by their rules. And in his city, those who stood against him did not last long. Kingpin gazed out at the city from his office window, reflecting on the nature of heroism. To be a hero in this country, one must be willing to submit to his authority. Apart from the cheerful All Might, he had yet to encounter a hero who couldn't be swayed by enough money. Tombstone agreed, acknowledging the truth in Kingpin's words. If a symbol was emerging, Kingpin intended to control that symbol or bury it. Izuku leaped from building to building, grabbing onto a light pole and sliding down, only to be yanked back up by his sticking left hand. He thought he had finally mastered his quirk, but his nerves were still on overdrive after the recent fight. As he relaxed his grip, he fell down, landing painfully. He winced, realizing he had landed on the most sensitive spot. Still, he preferred feeling pain over the alternative. He dashed into the train station, spotting the last person boarding the train. An announcement echoed through the nearly empty subway, urging passengers to board the final train bound for Musutafu City. Izuku realized he would be in trouble if he didn't get home before dinner. He hurriedly swiped his train pass and rushed through the gate, calling out for the doors to be held. A man inside the train glanced back, but the doors closed before Izuku could reach them. He ran into the train door, sliding down and landing on his back, holding his face in discomfort. He groaned and glanced at the man inside, who was now engrossed in his phone. Sarcastically, he thanked the man for his help as he got up. The intercom announced their gratitude for traveling with them, wishing everyone a safe journey. Izuku sighed, feeling frustrated as he began to walk away from the train. Just as the train started to move, realization struck him. He had a quirk now. As the train picked up speed, Izuku ran alongside it, reflecting on how this was the least crazy thing he had done all day. He jumped toward the back end of the departing train, sticking his left hand to it as he accelerated. Surprised by the speed, he quickly adjusted, pulling himself closer as the train made a sharp turn. He noted how intense the inertia felt at high speeds, marveling at the view as the train exited the tunnel and ran on a straight track. Crawling to the top of the train, he flipped onto his back, gazing up at the stars. The day had been surreal. Just yesterday, he had felt like the weakest kid in his class, unable to stand up to his rival. Now, he was keeping pace with an actual pro hero, outsmarting criminals, and helping to remove dangerous weapons from the streets. The excitement of meeting his favorite hero, All Might, filled him with joy. He recalled All Might's encouraging words about believing in oneself, even without a quirk. The legendary hero had faith in him, and that belief fueled Izuku's determination. He smiled at the stars, feeling a sense of purpose. It wasn't the power that defined a hero, it was the choices they made. What you choose to do here and now, All Might's voice echoed in Izuku's mind. He lifted his hand towards the night sky, clenching it into a fist. The choice that comes with power was a thought he held close. This quirk, it all started with that spider bite. His mother's project had given him this ability, and even now, she was helping him in ways he could never have imagined. He wished she were still here to witness it all. A sharp jolt surged through his mind, prompting him to retract his hand just in time to dodge a passing power line. They were on top of a moving train, and despite what movies portrayed, it was incredibly dangerous and nearly impossible. Yet, this was the perfect training course to help him adapt to the peculiar sensation in his head. As he stood up, he spotted an approaching support beam and felt another jolt, prompting him to backflip over it. Another jolt followed, and he rolled beneath a power line, executing a side flip onto the next train car. Laughter bubbled up within him as he marveled at the day's craziness. It all felt surreal. He leaped high into the air, performing a front flip over a large metal structure before landing back on the train and ducking under another power line. If he wanted to become the #1 hero with this quirk, he needed to work harder than everyone else. He ran toward the next metal structure, determined to prove himself to his mother. With this quirk she had given him, he would become a hero. He leaped over the metal structure, almost losing his footing but managing to grab onto the arm of a streetlight, swinging himself back towards the moving train with exhilaration. 15 minutes later, exhaustion washed over him. He hadn't anticipated feeling this drained so soon. The adrenaline was finally fading. He walked slowly down the street, contemplating a better way to navigate the city. He couldn't rely on the metro every time danger arose. Turning the corner, he took out his notebook, flipping through the pages filled with notes. Almost every hero he admired had their own unique way of traversing the city, which allowed them to respond to crimes swiftly. All Might could leap incredible distances, Endeavor soared through the skies using his flames, and Mount Lady could have her travel time by growing in size. As he flipped through the pages, he paused at 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏's entry. Even 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 could ride the wind by thinning his form. Perhaps he could leap from rooftop to rooftop, but that would limit him to larger cities and make it difficult to reach the ground safely. He needed inspiration from his notes. His eyes landed on 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗏𝗺's page, where a sketch depicted him swinging with his quirk. 𝗵𝗵𝗄𝗏𝗺 could enlarge and control his wooden body parts into strong branches, excellent for capturing villains. However, being made of wood, his quirk had vulnerabilities, particularly to fire. Still, he used it like an extension of himself, closing gaps and creating advantages while airborne, much like Izuku had done with a chain in the warehouse. Suddenly, a man's voice broke through his thoughts, urging the crowd to disperse and let the police do their jobs. Izuku's heart raced at the sound. Was there another villain attack nearby? As he scanned the crowd, he noticed multiple police cars and officers setting up barricades around Horizon Labs. Panic surged within him as he rushed toward the officers, declaring that he lived nearby and demanding to know what had happened. His friends, David, Melissa, and Otto, emerged from the chaos, their faces lighting up with relief as they rushed to him. Otto hugged Izuku tightly, expressing his gratitude that Izuku was okay. But concern quickly filled the air as Melissa confronted him about his lack of communication. Izuku pulled out his phone, only to find it completely smashed. Frustration washed over him. Just when he needed it most, his luck had failed him again. Melissa gasped at the sight of a bruise on Izuku's neck, and Otto lifted his shirt, revealing a large bruise on his chest. They were alarmed, questioning how he had sustained such an injury. Izuku, flustered, tried to explain that he hadn't felt it during the chaos of the fight. His friends pressed him for answers, and Izuku hesitated, knowing he couldn't reveal the truth about his encounter with a cowboy armed with an earthquake gun. He feared the consequences that would follow. Melissa accused him of being in another fight, but he quickly denied it, insisting it wasn't Bakugo this time. The tension in the air thickened as he realized he would have to come up with a convincing story to protect himself and his future. Otto expressed his frustration, stating that he had reached his limit with the bullying. Izuku quickly interjected, insisting that it wasn't Bakugo's fault this time. He explained that he had simply gone out to a convenience store when a villain attack occurred, causing him to panic and accidentally run into a streetlight. He presented his broken phone as evidence of his clumsiness. David questioned how Izuku had bypassed the security system, noting that there was no record of him leaving the building. Izuku hesitated, recalling that he remembered scanning his keycard. He suggested that perhaps the scanner was malfunctioning. The group exchanged skeptical glances as Izuku scratched his head nervously. Otto speculated that the thief might have tampered with the system, especially since all camera footage had been erased. Melissa chimed in, expressing relief that Izuku was safe but lamenting the fate of the lab. Izuku, alarmed, asked what had happened. Melissa revealed that someone had broken in and stolen her father's project. Izuku was shocked to learn it was the self-healing battle armor, a groundbreaking invention that could repair injuries in real time. David, visibly upset, explained that the thief had stolen all the blueprints and data from his computer, erasing everything, including cherished photos of Melissa from when she was a baby. The loss felt devastating, and he lamented that his plans to present the design at the upcoming science convention now seemed like a distant dream. Izuku pondered who could be responsible for such a crime. Just then, a man's voice interrupted their thoughts, introducing himself as Detective 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗏. Otto acknowledged the detective, who explained that thorough investigations were essential in cases like this. 𝗬𝗏𝗁𝗏 then recognized Izuku, describing him based on the details provided by Dr. Octavius. David urged the detective to share any findings. 𝗬𝗏𝗁 informed them that his colleagues were searching for clues inside the building while officers outside were looking for anything suspicious. He revealed that they had discovered claw marks leading to an open window in the lab, which led to Izuku's room. Realizing he had left his window open, Izuku felt a wave of panic, understanding how the thief had gained entry. The detective assured them that his team was doing everything possible to track the thief's footprints, hinting at a method of operation that seemed familiar. From one person and one person only. Clean, quiet, professional, in and out like a ghost, 𝗬𝗏𝗁 explained as he showed the group a picture of a girl in a black suit. It was still a little too early to draw conclusions, but he believed this to be the work of an infamous thief for hire known as Black Cat. A thief for hire. Melissa pondered, recalling the legendary thief. She was responsible for some of Japan's most daring heists in history, with an estimated 200 million yen worth of valuables stolen throughout her career, Izuku added with excitement. 𝗬𝗏𝗁 continued, noting their past encounters with her. Some of their oldest still open cases were linked to her due to her thoroughness. She never attracted attention when breaking into a building, always going in quietly and avoiding alarms. By the time the authorities arrived, she was long gone. This was the only known picture of her, captured by a drone before she had sliced it in half. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. Did the Black Cat really infiltrate their lab? 𝗬𝗏𝗁 confirmed that all evidence suggested so. According to the inventory list provided by Professor Shield, everything seemed to be intact except for the data on Izuku's hard drive. This was clearly a calculated job with a specific target. They believed her quirk involved metal claws that allowed her to scale walls and provided her with offensive capabilities. She was also an expert in gymnastics and acrobatics, as eyewitness statements described her as nimble as a cat. Detective 𝗬𝗏𝗁, David interjected, expressing urgency about the designs that had been stolen. They were crucial for helping a friend with a life-threatening condition. 𝗬𝗏𝗁 assured him they would do everything possible, but warned that Black Cat was notorious for evading capture and covering her tracks. For the sake of the investigation, 𝗬𝗏𝗁 asked if anyone had a motive to target David. The group fell silent, each lost in thought, while Otto clenched his fist before adjusting his glasses. He believed he might know who was behind this and glanced at David, who seemed to share the same suspicion. Norman Osborn, David growled, gripping his glasses tightly. After nearly 20 years, he was still the same slithering snake from college. In a fit of frustration, David threw his glasses to the ground, shattering them. Melissa rushed to his side, urging him to calm down as she hugged him. David took a deep breath, apologizing for his outburst. He explained to Melissa that he was simply overwhelmed. She understood, offering comfort in her own way. 𝗬𝗏𝗁 inquired further about Norman Osborn. David explained that they had once been lab partners at Horizon Labs, but Norman had different ambitions, leading to a falling out. Since then, he had been trying to undermine their efforts. Otto added that Norman was the reason they struggled for funding, using his influence to tarnish their reputation with false accusations. If anyone was petty enough to resort to theft for revenge, it was him. 𝗬𝗏𝗁 nodded, stating he would speak with Mr. Osborn first thing in the morning. He would bring him in for questioning and prepare a search warrant as well. David expressed his gratitude, emphasizing how much this meant to him and the team. 𝗬𝗏𝗁 reassured him it was part of his job and handed David his business card, encouraging him to share any further information. The group thanked 𝗬𝗏𝗁 as he bid them good night and departed. An hour later, Izuku, David, Melissa, and Otto sat in the living room in silence, the ticking clock filling the air. Melissa broke the quiet, asking what their next steps would be. David contemplated going to the science committee himself to explain their situation, hoping they would be understanding and consider his other projects. Otto suggested he join David and bring the plans for his neural network prosthetics, believing it could demonstrate the potential of their invention. They agreed it was a good plan and prepared to take action. Connors was also informed about everything happening. Perhaps he had made a breakthrough with his genetics research and could bring his findings to the science committee's attention as well. Otto expressed hope that anything would be helpful at this point, wishing it would be enough to win over the board. Melissa glanced at Izuku, who was looking down in shame, fidgeting with his thumbs. She asked him what was wrong, noting that he seemed more troubled than the rest of them. Izuku revealed that he felt responsible for the situation. Otto reassured him that although the thief had entered through his window, it wasn't his fault. He mentioned that the thief, known as Black Cat, had taken advantage of the situation. Izuku confessed that he had indeed opened the window for her. He explained that he had sneaked out of the house while Otto was sleeping, not wanting to wake him or cause worry. He had planned to observe heroes in action and take notes, but now he regretted it, believing that if he had stayed home, the incident wouldn't have happened. He lamented that Professor Shield would still have his designs, and Black Cat wouldn't have been able to erase their drives. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes as he wiped them away, feeling overwhelmed with guilt. Otto whispered his name softly, and David knelt down to Izuku's level, patting his head and assuring him that it wasn't his fault. He emphasized that sometimes bad things happen unexpectedly, and what mattered now was figuring out their next steps together. David reminded Izuku that he was young and bound to make mistakes, recalling how even All Might had made many when he was younger. They would face this challenge together, as they always had, and as long as they had each other, they would be okay. As David stood up, he suggested that the kids head to bed for the night since he and Otto had preparations for their meeting with the committee. Melissa asked if they needed help, but David assured her they would be fine and reminded her that she had school the next day. He then asked Izuku to walk Melissa home from school, acknowledging that he had been suspended due to the incident with Flash Thompson. Otto interjected, reminding them of the suspension rules. Izuku suggested meeting Melissa at the shopping district instead, where they could enjoy some treats. Melissa enthusiastically agreed, and David playfully warned her not to eat too many. They shared a light-hearted moment before David sent them off to bed. As they said their goodnights, Izuku felt a bit awkward addressing David by his first name but promised to avoid sneaking out again. After entering their rooms, Melissa checked on Izuku, asking if he would be okay. He admitted he still felt responsible and wanted to help fix things but wasn't sure how. Melissa encouraged him to stay positive, reminding him that they would figure things out together. She hugged him, assuring him that she didn't blame him for what happened. Izuku returned the hug, grateful for her support. They shared a light moment about laundry mishaps before Melissa wished him good night and went to her room. Izuku closed his window tightly, reflecting on the events and the thief's actions. The next morning, David adjusted his tie in the mirror while Otto put on his suit jacket, struggling with his cufflinks. Izuku approached him, offering help, which Otto gratefully accepted. Curt prepared his suit as well, and David checked in with both of them, confirming they were ready to go. Otto mentioned he had his blueprints ready, while Curt held up a folder of his research, hoping it would impress the committee. David encouraged them to speak with confidence, emphasizing that was the key to success. David responded to Curt, asking Izuku if he could hold down the fort for a while. Izuku assured him that it was no problem, especially since he didn't have school the next day. Otto chuckled at Izuku's response and reminded him to avoid getting into any trouble while they were away. Before they left, Izuku inquired if he could tinker with some of the items lying around, mentioning he had ideas for gadgets he wanted to test. Otto encouraged him to help himself, stating that Horizon Labs welcomed creativity. David added that Izuku could take anything he needed from his lab, emphasizing that what was his was also Izuku's. Grateful, Izuku wished them luck in their meeting. As David led Curt and Otto out of the lab, closing the door behind them, Izuku felt a rush of excitement at being alone in the lab. He whispered to himself, gazing at the spare parts on the table. Taking out his notebook, he flipped through the pages until he found a blank one, tearing it out with determination. He needed a gadget that could enhance every aspect of his quirk. Izuku focused intently on his sketch, envisioning a chain with a hook at the end. He recalled how the chain and hook he had used previously had given him the edge he needed in battle, helping him navigate tricky situations. However, he recognized the limitations of his design. It was heavy, slow, and the hook was too small, restricting his ability to latch onto various angles and ledges. Determined to create something that would truly allow him to control the battlefield, he muttered to himself about the need for a lightweight, fast, and versatile gadget. He envisioned this new invention as a defining tool, much like a sword for a samurai or a shield for a knight. As he examined his sketch, he felt a surge of excitement. The chain had provided him with range and had even saved 𝗎𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, but it wasn't practical for rapid combat. Izuku's mind raced with ideas. If he could replace the hook with something smaller and tighter, perhaps a pressure launcher that could fire lines of some sort. His eyes widened with realization as he quickly grabbed another sheet of paper and began to draw. A line propulsion system. If he could create a small wrist-mounted device capable of firing a high-tensile filament at high speeds, he could disarm enemies, pull objects, and create space for himself in fights. With a smile on his face, he envisioned a compact cartridge system with a magnetic lock casing and a dual-press trigger to prevent misfires. He held up his sketch, feeling a rush of excitement at the possibilities. It looked promising, albeit a bit chunky, but he was ready to get to work. Izuku rolled up his sleeves and began rummaging through a box of scraps beneath Otto's workbench, examining each part he pulled out. After 3 hours of intense focus, he welded the final piece of metal onto his gadget and turned off the blowtorch. Lifting his welding helmet, he inspected his creation. Carefully, he opened a slot on the gadget and placed a small battery inside. With anticipation, he prepared to turn on the device, only to receive a small shock. He chuckled to himself, resigned to the quirks of his luck. After a brief moment, he fainted and fell from his chair, coughing up clouds of dust. 10 minutes later, he was back at it, determined to fix the issue. He inserted the battery again and leaped behind the workbench, bracing himself for an explosion. To his surprise, silence greeted him. Peeking over the table, he saw his gadget sitting still. It was finished. Excitedly, he hopped over the table to admire his invention. Now came the challenging part, determining what type of filament he would use. It had to be strong enough to withstand pressure without snapping and light enough to fit into the cartridge. He paced back and forth, contemplating the properties he needed. As he walked into the sunlight streaming through the window, he noticed a spider weaving its web. Watching the delicate threads being spun, he realized that even the smallest thread could carry significant weight. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Spider silk was one of the strongest natural fibers on the planet. Lightweight, flexible, and stronger than steel. He flipped his design page over and began jotting down a list of chemicals that could help him replicate the properties of spider silk. If he could create a high molecular weight polymer that mimicked the dragline silk from an orb weaver, he would have the tensile strength and elasticity he needed. Now, he just had to figure out where to find the necessary chemicals. Spotting the door to Curt's lab, he thought that Dr. Connors might not mind if he borrowed a few supplies, especially if he used proper protective equipment. 10 minutes later, in Dr. Connors' lab, Izuku donned a white lab coat, gloves, and goggles. He flicked on the burner and adjusted the flame as he gathered the chemicals from his list. With determination, he began mixing calcium carbonate with silicone polymer strand 𝗬𝗏37 and a dash of potassium nitrate for added bounce. As the mixture turned a bright white and foamed, he could hardly believe his luck. But just as he began to celebrate, the beaker exploded, filling the room with smoke. Izuku quickly leaped to the ceiling to avoid the blast. After landing back on the floor, he crossed off the nitrates from his list, reminding himself that explosive ingredients were not the answer. With a renewed sense of purpose, he prepared for the next trial, ready to embrace the challenges of science and invention. Izuku focused intently as he began to mix 2 different chemicals into a new beaker. He needed a pressure-resistant hydrogel matrix with fast air-drying properties, hydrophobic, not water-soluble, with high surface tension, similar to synthetic spider silk. Suddenly, the white liquid inside the beaker expanded and shot out, sticking to his face with thin white threads. Frustrated, Izuku struggled to pull the webbing off, exclaiming how sticky it felt, like trying to remove a tar mask. Hours later, he was ready for another test. With a stick and a vial taped to the end, he hid behind the counter, carefully tilting the vial over the beaker to pour in the last of the white chemical. The mixture began to boil, releasing a white foam before settling down. He paused, waiting for any signs of an explosion. After a tense minute, the beaker remained still and the white fluid settled. Excitedly, Izuku shouted in triumph, realizing he had successfully created web fluids. He looked down at his web shooters and opened a cartridge, pouring the liquid carefully into the socket. Assuming they wouldn't malfunction, he put on the web shooters and prepared for the real test. Closing his eyes, he held out his arm toward the wall, bracing himself and looking away, hoping it would work without any issues. Pressing the pressure sensor on his palm, he activated the launcher, which fired a string of white webbing that stuck to the wall. Surprised, he opened his eyes to see the webbing firmly in place. When he pulled on it, the web recoiled back, shaking with energy. Overjoyed, Izuku celebrated his success, shooting another string of webs onto the ceiling and pulling himself up to cling to it. He marveled at how cool it felt. Looking at the wall, he shot out another string of webs, attaching them to a box on a shelf. He pulled the box toward himself, thrilled that the mechanism was working. When he released the pressure sensor, the webbing cut off, allowing him to use it like a rope, and it felt almost weightless. Curious if it could hold his weight, Izuku leaped upward, flipping his body upside down and hanging from the webbing. Laughing, he realized it was holding him perfectly. Everything was working as planned. The adhesive strength and tensile strength were impressive, able to support even someone as heavy as him. Proud of his achievement, he congratulated himself, but then noticed the time. It was an hour past when school had ended. Panicking, he realized he had completely forgotten about Melissa and rushed toward the door. Izuku rushed into Curt's lab, taking a moment to survey the chaos within. He knew he had to clean up the mess before he could leave. With determination, he set to work. Meanwhile, Melissa stood outside the shopping district, glancing at her phone while enjoying her taiyaki. She wondered why Izuku was late, pondering if he had fallen asleep. With a sigh, she considered starting to walk and meeting him. Halfway, since his phone had been destroyed the day before. In a nearby alleyway, a manhole cover shifted, and a green sludge began to seep out, revealing a single eye. The sludge villain cursed his situation, frustrated that the heroes were on high alert due to a recent hit put out by All Might. He had been hiding in the sewers for nearly 2 days and needed a new plan. He thought about taking over someone's body to avoid detection. As he scanned the area, he spotted Melissa, engrossed in her phone. He felt a surge of excitement, thinking she would make the perfect target, young, appealing, and unsuspecting. The sludge villain slithered toward her, casting a shadow that loomed ominously over her. Melissa turned and gasped at the sight of the sludge villain, her startled scream ringing out across the shopping district, drawing the attention of everyone around. In another scene, David, Otto, and Curt sat before a panel of board members, discussing their project. One of the committee members addressed David, expressing skepticism about their situation. David acknowledged their concerns but urged them to consider their past successes and the gratitude expressed by professional heroes in Japan. Another committee member interrupted, pointing out that the issue lay with David's associates, Otto and Curt. They had not produced satisfactory results during the evaluation, and the committee had concerns about their progress. Curt clenched his fists, feeling the weight of the criticism. David defended him, insisting that Curt deserved respect as an accomplished scientist. He reminded the board that Curt had earned his title and should be addressed accordingly. The committee acknowledged Curt's research but expressed doubts about the pace of progress. They pressed him to explain the challenges he faced. Curt stood tall, adjusting his jacket, and explained that the issue was not about the compatibility of DNA but rather the decay rate algorithm, which was crucial for their gene splicing work. He elaborated on how Dr. Midoriya had developed the algorithm to predict the potential dangers of merging genetic codes from different species as they aged. Curt handed over a file detailing the algorithm, hoping it would clarify the complexities involved. As the board members reviewed the information, they recognized Curt's knowledge but questioned why he had not achieved results. Curt admitted that he lacked a full understanding of the algorithm, as only its creator, Dr. Midoriya, hadn't stressed it. Midoriya. Unfortunately, there was no trace of it in the files she left behind or in her physical notes. She had taken it with her to the grave, Curt explained. Every day since then, he had been trying to figure out the algorithm himself, but it was a very complicated equation. Now, he stood there, practically on his hands and knees, pleading for funding for his projects despite them having been. What was it, stolen or deleted? A member of the board inquired. Both, David clarified. The thief who broke in stole the designs he had shown to the visiting committee before wiping all of his blueprints off his hard drive, as well as his backup drives. And nothing else. This supposed thief just wanted his work and only his work. Not Dr. Connors or any of Dr. Octavius' inventions. A member asked skeptically. David understood how this might seem, but he swore he had nothing to gain by lying. The board members exchanged glances and sighed, prompting Otto and Curt to clear their throats. Back to the matter at hand then. Dr. Connors, it was stated here that you have been experimenting on mice, attempting to splice their DNA with 𝗬𝙪𝙢𝙀𝗧𝗏. A member asked. Yes, to see if it was possible for them to receive the regeneration aspect of the lizard's DNA and grow back their missing limbs and tails, Curt replied. If they could 𝗬𝗪𝙢𝙢𝗧 this part of the lizard, imagine what it could do for so many people around the world suffering from. And how many of those test subjects have survived the genetic splicing process or at least exhibited signs of inheriting the traits from the cross-species genetics? A committee member interrupted. As of right now, none of them have survived, Curt admitted begrudgingly. As he had said before, without the decay rate algorithm to aid him in the actual process, the results would always be less than adequate. So without the work of a deceased woman's algorithm, your own work is rendered completely useless until then. A member asked. It's not useless. Every failure leads him one step closer to discovering something that has already been discovered by a much more capable scientist, it would seem. This is all starting to sound redundant, Dr. Connors, another member remarked. Well, science is all about trial and error. Curt had known Dr. Midoriya for a long time, as had Dr. Connors and Dr. Octavius. She may have been a genius, but she wasn't without faults. The aspect of her that drew them all together was her passion and love for science, a passion shared by himself, Dr. Connors, and Dr. Octavius. If there is anyone who can discover Dr. Midoriya's algorithm, it is him. Good things come to those who wait after all, David said to the board. Trial and error, he says. All they saw was failure from a cripple, a board member whispered as they began to chatter among themselves. Curt looked down at his robotic arm, seeing the white plastic casing around the prosthetic before clenching his hand into a fist. He never asked for this to happen to him, he thought in frustration. Moving on, Dr. Octavius. During your evaluation, you were never given a proper assessment of what you were working on but were granted an extra bonus for funding regardless. A member asked. Yes, there was an emergency involving my foster child that required my immediate attention, Otto explained. A foster child? The committee inquired. The son of Dr. Inko Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya. When Dr. Midoriya disappeared 10 years ago, she left Izuku in Otto's care, and he had been raising him ever since, David clarified. Since then, he had to split his time between raising a child and developing his own projects to present to them all. Izuku suddenly fell ill on the day of the evaluation, and it sparked a reaction within me. All I cared about in that moment was that he was well and got the proper rest he needed, Otto explained. I don't know what the committee team was thinking when they made this decision, but I hope you don't intend to use a child to garner sympathy from any of us here, a member said to Otto. If it's all the same to you fine people, I'd rather let my work do the talking, Otto replied as he plugged in a laptop to a projector in the center of the room. Gentlemen, if you could kindly turn your attention to the projected screen, please. Otto plugged in his flash drive and clicked on a folder full of blueprints, pulling up a picture of a prosthetic arm on the wall. Members of the board, he presented the neural matrix. The science committee began to whisper among themselves as David gave Otto a thumbs up, gesturing for him to continue. For centuries, humanity has been defined by its limitations, by what the body can and can't do. A soldier loses a limb. A child is born without motor control. A once gifted pianist becomes paralyzed in an instant. Yet, in every tragedy, he had only ever seen one thing, opportunity. Otto continued, this time with more confidence in his voice. Tell me, what is a life if not the sum of its potential? The neural matrix is not just a prosthetic control system. It is a revolutionary step in both neurocognitive engineering and human capabilities. This is all very riveting, Dr. Octavius, but tell us, what exactly is this neural matrix? A member asked. I'm glad you asked. It's a sophisticated brain interface-linked prosthetic designed to restore motor functions for even the most severe cases of neurodegenerative conditions or a simple loss of a limb. It's a direct interface with near-zero latency and bidirectional feedback. It does not simply respond to intention, it learns, adapts, and the applications are endless. Military veterans, trauma victims, degenerative diseases, even civilian use, Otto explained as he changed the slide once more. Imagine a surgeon guiding nanoscopic tools with their thoughts. A construction worker lifting a steel beam with a thought. Or a child born unable to move, taking their first steps through artificial limbs they control as naturally as their own. The committee began to talk among themselves once more as Otto smiled. This project has already shown promising results in early trials. With additional funding, he could stabilize the interface, refine the sensory loop, and begin human application within the next year or so. Before they made their decisions, David asked them to simply imagine it. Imagine a world where losing a limb or being born without one would not make someone less of a person but, in fact, make them more of what they already were. This is the dawn of a new age, a world where no one needs to suffer from physical limitations again. A world where humanity finally overcomes itself. Otto expressed his determination, stating that he needed more time to not only meet expectations but to exceed them beyond what anyone thought possible. He emphasized that all the project required was a chance and the committee's support. The science committee began to whisper among themselves, deliberating for what felt like an eternity. After a long pause, a member in the center cleared his throat and addressed the trio. He acknowledged the interesting nature of their projects and research but pointed out that their ideas were impractical and carried too much risk for too little reward. He reminded them that science is based on facts, not fantasy. Otto was taken aback, passionately defending their work at Horizon Labs, which aimed to heal a world filled with suffering. He recalled witnessing groundbreaking developments, like a chemical capable of dissolving plastic in ocean water, and questioned why their efforts were deemed impractical when they sought to help people. Curt joined in, pleading with the committee to consider the lives their work could change. He highlighted the potential to cure human diseases using genes from other species and the advancements in prosthetics that could alleviate neurological conditions. David added that their request for more time was simply a chance to prove the value of their work, emphasizing that both he and Dr. Octavius were equally capable with the right funding and time frame. The committee member raised a concern about the possibility of their extra time yielding no results. David confidently responded that if they failed to produce results that met the committee's standards, they could take their entire facility as collateral. He proposed that in return for 380 million yen in funding, they would allow the committee to evaluate their progress a year from that day. The committee member expressed skepticism about the large sum being requested, questioning whether David was brave or foolish for expecting such support when they had little to show for it. David, frustrated, declared that he would escalate the matter to the president of the Science Grant Committee, feeling disrespected by the committee's attitude. Just then, Norman entered the room, prompting shock among David, Otto, and Curt. As the committee members stood, Norman instructed them to sit down, assuring them he would handle the situation. David, angered, confronted Norman, who greeted him warmly, mentioning how long it had been since they last met. David's anger flared as he demanded to know why Norman was there. Norman casually explained that he was checking in with his committee, revealing his position as president. Otto, incredulous, questioned how Norman could hold such a title, to which Norman responded with a hint of sarcasm, reminding them of his influence. Curt chimed in, surprised to see Norman, who made a light-hearted remark about Curt's previous association with Inko. Norman then revealed how a generous donation had facilitated his rise to the presidency, noting the surprising changes in the committee's leadership. He expressed surprise at seeing them instead of attending the 𝗬𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 event, where new inventions and advancements had been unveiled. As he scrolled through his phone, he approached David, showing him a news article featuring Norman's showcase of a remarkable battle suit capable of healing its user upon sustaining damage. David's anger intensified as he clutched the tablet tightly, realizing the implications of Norman's advancements. Norman smirked as he addressed David, who was visibly agitated. David's anger boiled over, and he struggled against Otto and Curt, who were trying to restrain him. Otto urged David to calm down, warning him not to act impulsively. Norman continued, reminding David that he held the power over their funding. David's frustration escalated as he accused Norman of stealing his design for the suit, claiming it was meant for a true hero, someone who saves lives rather than takes them. Norman dismissed David's claims, asserting that the suit was a product of Oscorp's top engineers. He mentioned that the Japanese military was interested in purchasing the suits, further infuriating David. David insisted that the suit was not intended for Norman, who retorted with a biting comment about David's past failures to save his wife. This provoked David to lunge at him, while Otto expressed his disdain for Norman's manipulative tactics, reminiscent of their college days. Norman, unfazed, offered them an olive branch, suggesting they could work together at Oscorp, providing funding and a safe environment for their projects. David and his team rejected the offer, vowing to stay away from Norman and protect Izuku from his influence. Norman simply ordered security to escort them out. Outside, David slammed his fists onto the hood of his car in frustration, lamenting the constant shadow Norman cast over their lives. Curt tried to console him, but David was convinced that Norman had orchestrated everything, from the robbery to their struggles with funding. Otto agreed, stating that Norman wanted to control them as he had in the past. Curt attempted to remain optimistic, suggesting they could apply for other grants, but Otto pointed out the futility of that idea with Norman in charge of the main grant committee. As they debated their next steps, Otto suddenly noticed something on the town screen, prompting a sense of urgency. He urged them to get to the shopping district near Melissa and Izuku's school due to a villain attack. Meanwhile, Izuku had just exited a train, frustrated that his phone was broken and he was running late. He navigated through the crowd with agility, determined to reach his destination. As he approached the shopping district, he heard screams and saw smoke rising in the air. Realizing a villain attack was underway, he rushed toward the chaos, calling out for Melissa. Upon reaching the scene, Izuku's heart sank as he spotted the sludge villain holding Melissa captive. She struggled against his grasp, and Izuku knew he had to act quickly to save her. The sludge villain taunted Melissa, urging her to stop struggling and promising that it would all be over soon. Despite her efforts to claw at the villain's slime, she found herself unable to break free. In a moment of desperation, she spotted Izuku in the crowd, reaching out for him as the villain pulled her back in. Izuku shouted for her to hold on, trying to rush toward her, but 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 intervened, warning him of the danger. He insisted that the villain was a real threat who could harm Izuku if he got too close. Izuku pleaded with 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, insisting that Melissa was a hostage who needed saving. He struggled against 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃's hold, desperate to help his friend. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 reiterated that they couldn't act while the villain had Melissa so close, explaining that one wrong move could lead to her harm. Izuku, filled with frustration, argued that they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He expressed his desperation, begging them to save her. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 pushed Izuku back, urging him to let the professionals handle the situation. He promised they would get Melissa back if given time. Meanwhile, the sludge villain continued to mock Melissa, finding amusement in her struggles. He reveled in the idea of controlling her body, imagining the chaos he could create. As Melissa managed to free her mouth from the villain's grip, she gasped for air, but he threatened to suffocate her again. The villain's words filled Izuku with guilt and determination. He realized that if he hadn't been there that day, this situation might have been avoided. He clenched his fists, vowing to make things right. Izuku knew Melissa needed a hero now more than ever. If no one else would step up, he would. He dashed into an alleyway, quickly removing his shirt to cover his face and hair. With newfound resolve, he declared that he would be the hero she needed. Just then, the sludge villain continued his taunts, telling Melissa to stop struggling, claiming it would only hurt more. But Izuku interrupted, calling out to the villain and demanding he let her go. He landed in front of the villain, his face concealed from the cameras. The villain, taken aback, questioned Izuku's identity. Izuku responded with bravado, joking about the villain's appearance and launching himself into action. As he executed a side flip over a flying manhole cover, he noticed it heading toward the spectators. The heroes braced themselves for impact. With determination, Izuku focused on the manhole cover, using his powers to launch a webbing that latched onto it. He pulled back, swinging it toward the sludge villain. The cover struck the villain's head, causing him to loosen his grip on Melissa, giving her a chance to escape. The sludge villain was met with a kick to the arm, causing it to break off and releasing Melissa from his grasp. She coughed out bits of sludge, gasping for air. Izuku leapt back towards her, vaulting over the sludge villain as he urged her to hang on tight. He shot a line of webbing at Melissa's chest, which stuck to her as he yanked her away from the villain. Izuku caught her and fired another shot of webbing at the corner of a nearby building, slowing their descent to the ground. Melissa, still in shock, asked who he was as Izuku dipped her down by her waist to dodge another attack from the sludge villain. He told her he would explain later and pushed her towards the crowd. Suddenly, Izuku felt a sharp jolt as the sludge villain grabbed him, pulling him closer. The villain commented on Izuku's strength, mocking his size and quirk. Izuku struggled against the villain's grip, making a quip about fighting a creature that resembled a pile of sludge. The villain squeezed Izuku harder, demanding to know if he thought he was funny. Izuku replied that he enjoyed a good joke and aimed his web shooters at the villain, ready to try out the rapid-fire function. With 2 quick taps, he fired webbing at the villain's eyes, blocking his sight. The villain screamed in frustration and dropped Izuku, who noted that while his shots were effective, they could be faster. As Izuku backflipped away from a thrown object, he reminded himself that it was time to fight, not think. The sludge villain shouted that Izuku would pay for his actions. Izuku, with a playful tone, asked if the villain accepted IOUs since he was low on cash. He leaped above the villain, pulling back his fist and preparing to deliver a powerful punch. As he descended, he shouted his signature move, but a sudden malfunction in his web shooters caused him to swing into a wall instead. Feeling a jolt in his mind, Izuku was slammed against a wall by the sludge villain. The villain pulled him back and hurled him through tables and chairs before tossing him towards another wall. The villain taunted Izuku about his bad luck. Izuku, flipping himself upright in the air, fired webbing at the debris, using it to propel himself back towards the villain. The sludge villain swung his arms, trying to knock Izuku away, but he managed to cling to the wall. Izuku acknowledged the pain from the villain's attacks and dodged a thrown trash can, realizing he needed to adjust his web shooters. The sludge villain began to reform, glaring at Izuku and vowing to make his demise slow and painful. Izuku, unfazed, sarcastically dismissed the threat and focused on the villain's form. He recognized that the villain was amorphous and reacted to force, reassembling every time he was broken apart. Charging back in, Izuku grabbed 2 tables with his webs and threw them at the villain. The first table was blocked, but the second struck the villain, breaking off his left arm. Izuku noted that the villain resisted blunt force, realizing he might not have a solid structure to damage. As he slid underneath the villain's arm, he formulated a plan. He dodged a thrown metal fence and landed atop a streetlight, contemplating the villain's composition. He deduced that the sludge was likely a colloidal suspension, with particles suspended in a viscous solution. If he could exploit its water content, he might have a chance. As the sludge villain reached for him, Izuku yanked a fallen wall towards the villain. The wall splattered the sludge apart, causing the lower half to stumble as it began to reform. Izuku seized the opportunity, knowing that if the villain was mucus-based, water could be the key to defeating him. Izuku considered the situation, thinking that if he could overload the cohesion bonds of the sludge villain with enough water, it might destabilize the molecular structure of the villain's quirk and take him down. He leaped over the sludge villain once more, landing near the spectators. Given the villain's size, he realized he would need a significant amount of water to make that happen. He scanned the area and spotted the fire truck with firefighters standing by the unrolled hose. That could work, he thought excitedly. He called out as he leapt over the crowd, announcing his intention to borrow the hose. Izuku landed atop a streetlight and shot his webs toward the fire hose, pulling it back towards him as he jumped back into the fray. He warned the spectators to stand clear, explaining that a typical fire hose operates at a pressure strong enough to push someone back significantly. The firefighters shouted at him, pointing out that the hose required multiple people to hold it steady. Izuku, undeterred, asked for their help as he extended the hose toward the sludge villain, 𝗵𝘃𝗲. A firefighter questioned whether Izuku was sure this plan would work, to which Izuku admitted it was a 50-50 chance. Another firefighter urged him to have confidence in his plan, and Izuku, facing the roaring sludge villain, asked if anyone had a better idea. The sludge villain charged at Izuku, threatening him with anger. Izuku rallied the firefighters, declaring it was now or never. They secured the hose to the hydrant, and Izuku prepared for action. As the villain lunged, Izuku shouted that it was time to wash the villain down the drain. He pulled the latch and released a torrent of water onto the sludge villain, pushing him back down the street as the villain screamed in frustration. The villain's body began to break down into a liquid before finally falling unconscious. Izuku turned off the hose and placed it down, looking at the incapacitated villain in disbelief. He felt a rush of triumph, realizing he had succeeded. He looked back at the firefighters, raising his hand in celebration, but they groaned at his attempt at humor. Izuku shrugged, feeling slightly deflated but still proud of his accomplishment. He quickly checked on the crowd, asking if anyone was hurt. A man assured him they were all okay. Izuku spotted Melissa and rushed over, concerned for her well-being. She appeared shaken but reassured him she was all right. He took her trembling hands in his own, surprising her, and promised that she was safe now and that he would protect her from any danger in the future. Melissa thanked him for saving her, acknowledging that if not for his quick actions, things could have been much worse. Izuku joked about his newfound abilities, trying to lighten the mood. Just then, an EMT arrived, instructing them to step aside for medical assistance. Izuku assured Melissa that the paramedics were there to help and promised to return after checking on the other heroes. As the EMTs tended to Melissa, Izuku backed away, but she called out to him, asking who he was. He replied that he was her friendly neighborhood spider freak, realizing he needed a better name. Melissa, surrounded by EMTs, was checked for any injuries. Despite her protests, the EMTs insisted on ensuring her safety after the villain attack. Suddenly, the sound of screeching tires filled the air as a car pulled up beside the crowd. David, Otto, and Curt rushed out, frantically calling for Melissa. "Melissa!" David exclaimed as he hugged her tightly, relief washing over him. Tears filled his eyes as he expressed his gratitude, thanking the universe for one good thing happening that day. Melissa, still processing the moment, looked at him with concern. "Thank goodness you're all right, Melissa," Curt said, his voice filled with relief. Otto, anxious, asked if she was okay after seeing the news of the villain attack. Melissa reassured them that she was just a little shaken up. David turned to the EMTs, worry etched on his face as he asked about his daughter's condition. The EMT replied that she appeared physically fine but needed a more thorough checkup for safety. David nodded, urging them to proceed. "Where's Izuku? Wasn't he supposed to pick you up?" Otto inquired. Melissa looked around, realizing Izuku was nowhere to be found. "I could have sworn he was just here." Meanwhile, Izuku thought to himself, reflecting on the makeshift mask he wore. He contemplated whether he should share everything that had been happening to him, from his quirks suddenly appearing to the new abilities he had discovered. He clenched his hands, uncertain about how they would react if he revealed the truth. A firefighter called out to him, breaking his thoughts. The firefighter expressed admiration for Izuku's daring plan to use the firehouse to combat the villain. He asked how Izuku had figured out the villain's weakness to water. Izuku hesitated before responding, explaining that it related to chemistry. The firefighter admitted he wasn't well versed in the subject but understood that water could extinguish fire. Izuku elaborated, using a metaphor about mucus to explain how the villain's form could be neutralized with water. The firefighter acknowledged that if no one had stopped the sludge villain, the fires he started could have caused significant destruction, and the girl he had taken could have been in grave danger. He expressed gratitude to Izuku for his quick thinking. Izuku, feeling modest, downplayed his actions, admitting he had been scared during the encounter but was relieved everything turned out well. The firefighter insisted that Izuku had acted heroically, stepping up when others were unsure of what to do. Izuku smiled beneath his mask at the compliment, feeling a sense of pride. The firefighter asked for his name, curious if he was a new hero. Izuku hesitated, stating that he was just someone who couldn't stand by and watch. The firefighters exchanged glances, intrigued by Izuku's humble demeanor. One of them jokingly asked if he was some kind of weirdo running around shirtless fighting villains, to which Izuku nervously chuckled, unsure of how to respond. Generally, Izuku was wearing a shirt most of the time, and technically he still was, just over his head. He felt a bit conflicted about revealing his identity. He glanced over at Melissa and David, contemplating whether to keep his secret for now. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏, eager to confront him, lunged forward, attempting to grab Izuku. Izuku reacted quickly, performing a backflip and grabbing onto a pole, hanging off it. He expressed his surprise at 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏's aggressive approach, noting how forward it was. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 declared that Izuku, by hiding his face and not being a sidekick or a student from a hero school, was essentially a vigilante, equating him to a criminal. Izuku leaned back, firmly planting his feet on the pole to dodge a table thrown at him. He countered by shooting a line of webbing at the table, sending it back toward 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏. The table struck 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏, causing him to crash through the doors of a coffee shop, creating a mess. Izuku apologized, feeling guilty about the chaos he had inadvertently caused. Just then he felt a sharp jolt and ducked to avoid 𝗬𝗿𝗺𝗶𝘀𝗄𝘃 from Backdraft, who was determined to enforce the law against vigilantism. As Backdraft swung his 𝗬𝗿𝗺𝗏, Izuku skillfully dodged, leaping onto a table to evade capture. Backdraft insisted that Izuku should stop resisting, but Izuku retorted that perhaps Backdraft should ease up on the 𝗬𝗿𝗺𝗶𝘀𝗄𝘃. Another hero joined the fray, summoning feathers to attack Izuku. In a quick move, Izuku rolled forward, tipping the table to block the feathers and push the hero back. Meanwhile, Melissa, David, Otto, and Curt watched the unfolding fight, concerned for Izuku's safety. A hero shouted for the crowd to evacuate, prompting panic among the spectators. Melissa tried to rush to Izuku's side, but David held her back, insisting they leave. Despite her protests about leaving Izuku behind, David urged her to get in the car. Otto called out for Izuku, searching desperately but finding no trace of him. Curt, frustrated, insisted they had to leave. Izuku, noticing Otto being pulled away, fired a line of webbing to a nearby chair and swung it toward Backdraft, who retaliated. Backdraft yelled that Izuku was trying to escape, while another hero joined the chase. Izuku reached Otto, urging him to leave for safety. Otto refused to abandon his son, describing him to Izuku. Izuku promised to find the boy and send him home, urging Otto to go. Just as he turned back, Backdraft's 𝗬𝗏𝗺𝗶𝘀𝗄𝘃 caught him, pulling him back into the fray. Backdraft demanded Izuku remove his mask and take responsibility, but Izuku cleverly pointed out the paradox in that request. He wriggled free from the 𝗬𝗏𝗺𝗶𝘀𝗄𝘃 and shot webbing at Backdraft's face, temporarily blinding him. As Izuku got back on his feet, he dodged a punch from 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 and countered with a swift kick. Apologizing for the unintentional hit, Izuku explained he was still adjusting to his powers. A second hero, throwing glowing metal ball at Izuku, was met with impressive agility as Izuku dodged the projectiles. He boasted about his practice, showcasing his newfound skills as he flipped over the metal ball and webbed them back toward the hero, surprising him with the sticky strength of the webbing. The hero struggled against the wall, exclaiming his frustration. Izuku, filled with excitement, admired the hero's quirk, asking how he controlled the metal ball he threw. He wondered if it was through his mind or hands, noting the hero's impressive movements. As another hero wrestled with the wall, he questioned the strange substance emerging from him. Izuku, dodging a flurry of feathers with a backflip, explained that it was webbing he had developed himself. Suddenly, 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 shouted at Izuku, demanding he face the consequences of his actions. Izuku, realizing he might have overstayed his welcome, decided to climb up the wall to escape. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 instructed Mount Lady to cut off Izuku's escape as they rushed into the building. Izuku thought to himself that it was time to make a quick getaway. He reached the rooftop and attempted to leap to the next building, only to be confronted by Mount Lady, who had grown in size to block his path. Mount Lady challenged Izuku, asking if he was ready to give up. Izuku, trying to negotiate, asked if he could go free as a favor for his earlier encounter with the sludge villain. 𝗵𝘃𝗍, unimpressed, declined his request. Realizing he was surrounded by heroes, Izuku prepared to make a bold move. As he charged at 𝗵𝘃𝗍, he shouted that he was either about to do something really cool or really crazy, probably both. 𝗵𝘃𝗍, startled, tried to swat him away as he ran along her arm. He leaped over her hand and landed on her shoulder, grabbing onto her hair for stability. 𝗵𝘃𝗍 protested, frustrated that he was messing up her carefully styled hair. Izuku apologized, explaining he was just trying to swing around. 𝗵𝘃𝗍, still trying to catch him, compared the situation to trying to remove a spider from her hair. Izuku, enjoying the thrill, declared it was actually kind of fun as he swung from her hair, dodging her swipes. He then fired web shots at her eyes, causing her to shield her face in disgust. 𝗵𝘃𝗍 demanded help, frustrated that Izuku had gotten one of her eyelashes stuck in his webbing. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗻 urged her to focus on capturing the vigilante instead. 𝗵𝘃𝗍, exasperated, decided to take action, shaking her head vigorously to dislodge Izuku. As he was flung off, Izuku realized he needed to think quickly. He fired a web shot at 𝗵𝘃𝗍's hand just in time to stick to it as he fell. He found himself bouncing on her palm, marveling at the softness. 𝗵𝘃𝗍 looked down at him, teasing him about his predicament. Realizing where he had landed, Izuku blushed and apologized profusely, but 𝗵𝘃𝗍 was not in a forgiving mood. She declared it was time for him to pay for his earlier actions and raised her hand to swat him away. Izuku scrambled to get up, but she managed to send him crashing into a nearby alleyway, landing in a dumpster. Dazed and sore, Izuku lamented his situation, wishing he had the grace of a jungle hero. As he emerged from the dumpster, covered in mud, he couldn't help but groan about his unfortunate circumstances. Izuku spat out the water before getting up. He attempted to run out of the alleyway, only to be blocked by 𝗵𝘃𝗍's hand as she lowered 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗻, Backdraft, and the other heroes. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗻 warned him that playtime was over, and Izuku backed away, feeling the pressure of the situation. 𝗵𝘃𝗍 expressed her disgust at the sticky substance on her hands as she tried to pull off the webbing. Izuku aimed to fire a line of webbing upwards towards the roof, but it only released air. He realized with dismay that he was out of web fluid already and lamented the need to improve the capacity of his gear, noting that it hadn't even been an hour since he had started using it. The heroes informed him that he was out of tricks and demanded he remove his mask and come with them. They reminded him that they were the pro heroes, and his actions had been dangerous, potentially putting a hostage at risk. They criticized his recklessness and irresponsibility, suggesting that next time, he should let the professionals handle the situation. They warned that the last thing they needed was a novice trying to play hero, especially if it could lead to someone getting hurt. As Izuku's back hit the wall, the heroes continued to close in on him. Panic set in as he looked up and saw 3 heroes waiting on each rooftop, surrounding him. He recalled Eraserhead's words, which echoed in his mind, reminding him that if his actions were reported, it would go on his permanent record and jeopardize his chances of getting into the hero course. He understood that if he was serious about 𝗬𝗏's hero course, he needed to stop acting as a vigilante. One wrong move could mean disaster, and Izuku felt the weight of that truth. He wished he could help, but the heroes around him seemed frozen, merely watching as Melissa's life hung in the balance. Heroes were meant to rush into danger, to save lives, and he couldn't understand how anyone could stand by and do nothing. He longed to be one of them, to be a hero too. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗻 looked down at Izuku, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He noticed something strange happening. Izuku felt a wave of panic as he realized he was beginning to vanish. His feet were disappearing before his eyes, and he couldn't comprehend what was happening. As the heroes shouted for him to stay put, Izuku's body continued to fade. In a frantic attempt to understand, he yelled that he couldn't stop it. Just as the heroes lunged to grab him, he completely vanished, leaving them to crash to the ground in confusion. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗻 and the other heroes looked around in disbelief. They searched the area, trying to locate Izuku, but he was nowhere to be found. The realization hit them that he must have some kind of invisibility quirk, and they speculated about the other abilities he might be hiding. Meanwhile, Izuku reappeared, clinging to the top of a wall, breathing heavily. He was astonished by what had just happened. He had been right there, yet they couldn't see him. As he examined his hands, a thought struck him: could he really turn invisible? The excitement bubbled within him as he realized he might possess not just one quirk, but several. After adjusting his shirt, he stepped out of the alleyway, still marveling at his newfound abilities. He pondered whether this was a fluke or a genuine power he could control. The potential for using invisibility in various situations thrilled him. As he turned a corner, he accidentally bumped into a man in a suit with red glasses, causing the man to drop his walking stick and suitcase. Izuku quickly apologized and helped gather the man's belongings. The man, unfazed, asked for his walking stick, explaining that he relied on it for mobility. Izuku handed the stick to him, feeling a mix of embarrassment and curiosity. The man, who revealed he was blind, reassured Izuku that it was okay. He shared a light-hearted moment about the crowded trains in Japan, and Izuku felt a connection. The man complimented Izuku's bravery, acknowledging that not everyone would have the courage to act in the face of danger. He encouraged Izuku to never feel ashamed for doing the right thing, reminding him that he had been the hero that day. As they parted ways, the man introduced himself as 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗵𝗃, a lawyer. He offered his assistance if Izuku ever found himself in a difficult situation, emphasizing that he was always willing to help those in need. Izuku felt inspired by their encounter, carrying the man's words with him as he continued on his journey. A young boy suddenly dashed past Izuku and collided with Matt. The boy exclaimed in surprise as he stumbled and dropped his all-might toy. With a flick of his walking stick, Matt sent the toy soaring into the air just before it hit the ground, catching it effortlessly and handing it back to the boy. He smiled and said that it was all right. The boy's eyes widened in amazement as he thanked Matt before bowing and running past Izuku. Izuku, still in shock, wondered how Matt had done that. Matt, with a smirk, replied that he was a really good lawyer before walking away, leaving Izuku to ponder his words. He glanced down at Matt's card, which read Nelson and Murdoch Law Firm, and hoped he wouldn't need their services anytime soon, especially since he could barely afford a box of yakisoba at that moment. Izuku tucked the card into his back pocket and began running toward the train station, thinking about one last thing he needed to check on: Melissa. He swiped his pass and reassured himself that she was safe with Professor Shield and the others. Yet, a nagging feeling lingered in his mind, making him uneasy about the day's events. At Horizon Labs, Izuku stopped in front of the door, took a deep breath, and unlocked it. He stepped inside, greeting the familiar sight of David, Melissa, and Otto gathered around the workbench table. Otto rushed to him, relief evident on his face as he hugged Izuku tightly. Izuku felt a wave of guilt wash over him as Otto pulled away and asked where he had been, expressing their worry. Izuku explained that he had been on his way to pick up Melissa but had gotten delayed by the chaos he had witnessed. He glanced at Melissa, who confirmed that she had seen him there, assuring him that she was okay. She recounted how a mysterious figure had come to her rescue just after he had left, describing him as amazing. Izuku was grateful that she was unharmed, but David's voice cut through the moment, startling everyone. David, with his back turned, expressed his frustration, reminding Izuku of the one task he had given him, to pick up Melissa. Izuku stammered an apology, trying to explain that he had lost track of time with his project, but David's anger escalated. He shouted about the danger Melissa had faced and how Izuku's tardiness could have had dire consequences. Otto intervened, attempting to calm David down, but the tension only grew. David's voice rose as he emphasized the gravity of the situation, reminding Izuku of the responsibility that came with their powers. He accused Izuku of failing to prioritize Melissa's safety, and the weight of those words hit Izuku hard. Tears welled in his eyes as he struggled to respond, overwhelmed by guilt. Melissa, distressed, pleaded with her father to stop, her own tears streaming down her face. David's anger faltered as he glanced at her, realizing the impact of his words. Izuku stood silently, his emotions swirling within him. He whispered about the quote David had referenced, reflecting on its meaning. As tears fell, he raised his head to meet David's gaze, asking where his mother was, the question hanging heavy in the air. Inko Midoriya, the Nobel Prize-winning scientist and one of the founding members of Horizon Labs, was missing. Izuku felt his lip quiver as tears streamed down his face. He questioned why she hadn't come to tell him herself, expressing his frustration that others were there in her place. He felt abandoned, believing that the lessons about responsibility didn't apply to her, and that she had never truly cared about him. Otto, trying to console him, insisted that Inko loved Izuku more than life itself. He emphasized that if Izuku were in danger, she would have sacrificed everything to protect him. But Izuku's pain was too deep, and he shouted in anguish, demanding to know why she had left him. He felt unimportant, as if he hadn't been a responsibility worth her attention. David, witnessing Izuku's turmoil, whispered his name, but Izuku, overwhelmed with emotion, ran out of the room, slamming the door behind him. The others called after him, but he was already gone. Melissa watched in shock, and David, filled with regret, took off his glasses, realizing that his anger had led to this moment. He felt responsible for the hurt he had caused Izuku, especially after everything that had happened that day. Otto reassured David that they had all been under stress, but David couldn't shake the feeling of guilt. He resolved to find Izuku and make things right, insisting that he had to take responsibility for his actions. Otto agreed to accompany him, stating that it was his duty as a guardian to help. As David embraced Melissa, he apologized for everything and promised to return soon. He reminded her to rest and promised to prepare a meal for them when he got back. Melissa requested that he bring back some tomato sauce, and David agreed before leaving the lab. 2 hours later, the rain poured down on the streets of Musutafu as Izuku walked alone, soaked and lost in thought. The harsh words he had heard echoed in his mind, reminding him of the danger Melissa had faced because of his actions. He felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him, and as he walked, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in a puddle, haunted by the voices of those who had confronted him. Seeking shelter, Izuku entered a convenience store, where an old man behind the register greeted him warmly. The man offered him a towel, insisting that he take it to avoid catching a cold. Izuku hesitated, feeling unworthy of the kindness, but eventually accepted the towel and began to dry himself. The old man inquired about Izuku's troubles, and Izuku confessed that he needed to clear his head and didn't want to go home just yet. The old man understood, sharing that everyone faces challenges at home from time to time. He offered Izuku a warm drink, insisting it was on the house. Grateful yet reluctant, Izuku accepted the warm bottle of sweet tea milk, knowing he needed to take a moment for himself before facing the world again. But if anyone out there is considering not returning to their family, an old man had some advice to share. Family, he explained, was never perfect. After all, none of them were perfect, so how could a collection of imperfect individuals create something flawless? Izuku listened intently, absorbing the wisdom. Families often fought, made mistakes, and unintentionally hurt one another. However, the bond shared among them remained intact, even when anger or disappointment clouded their interactions. The old man emphasized that painful words were often spoken out of fear of losing what mattered most. Parents, too, carried their own burdens and sometimes spoke from a place of pain without realizing it. That didn't make their words. Izuku felt uncertain, admitting that he wasn't sure if he could face his family just yet. The old man suggested taking some time to think things over but cautioned against staying away forever. Family wasn't about perfection, it was about showing up even after mistakes. He smiled gently at Izuku, reminding him that his family was likely worried about him, wondering if he was safe. It wouldn't be right to keep them in suspense. After finishing his milk tea, Izuku felt a bit better. The old man cheerfully remarked that milk tea was always a good remedy for clearing one's head, calming nerves, and providing sweetness to the soul. With 70 years of experience behind him, he advised that life was too short to carry regret. The best thing Izuku could do for himself and his family was to cherish the happy moments, laughter, and love. As long as he approached his family with honesty and an open heart, he wouldn't regret a thing. Izuku looked down at his empty wallet and pulled out an old photograph of himself and Melissa as children, both smiling brightly while David, Otto, Curt, and Inko stood behind them, sharing in the joy. He repeated the old man's words about facing his family with honesty and heart, a smile forming on his face. Suddenly, the door swung open, drawing both Izuku and the old man's attention to the newcomer. A sharp jolt shot through Izuku as he noticed the man's hand gripping a gun aimed directly at him. The man fired a shot into the air, causing panic among the other customers, who quickly dropped to the ground. Izuku's mind raced as he realized they were facing a robber. The robber aimed his gun at the old man, who nervously pleaded for the situation to de-escalate. The robber demanded an empty duffel bag and insisted on all the money from the register, threatening violence if his demands were not met. The old man hurriedly opened the cash register, placing all the money he had into the bag. Izuku, hidden behind a shelf, considered his options. He thought about the pro-hero's warnings about reckless behavior that could endanger lives. He hesitated, knowing that jumping in could provoke the robber and put the old man at risk. As the old man handed over the bag, he assured the robber that it contained all he had. The robber continued to shout threats, aiming his gun around wildly before fleeing the store with the bag. Once the danger had passed, Izuku approached the old man, helping him to his feet. The old man reassured him that he would be okay, expressing gratitude for Izuku's support. They both shared a moment of relief, wondering where a hero was when they needed one. Izuku gazed toward the door, knowing that a hero would eventually come to stop the robber. David walked down the rainy streets, holding an umbrella over his head as he looked around. He wondered where Izuku could have gone. Taking a deep breath, he decided to rehearse his apology one more time. He stopped at a crosswalk and cleared his throat, preparing his words. He acknowledged that things had been difficult for Izuku lately and expressed his regret for not being more considerate of his feelings. David reflected on Izuku's outburst about his mother, realizing that even after all these years, the boy inside him still struggled with unresolved emotions and questions. He felt sorry for the pain Izuku had endured. As the light changed, David began to cross the road, continuing his thoughts. He shared that while he may not be the best person to offer advice, he believed that the paths they choose shape who they become. He reassured himself that despite the confusion Izuku felt, he would eventually find clarity. David admired both Izuku and Melissa for their unique gifts and hoped they understood the importance of using those gifts for the good of the world, just as Izuku's mother had done. Just as he was about to finish his thoughts, a robber turned the corner and collided with him, knocking them both to the ground. The robber dropped his weapon, which slid across the wet sidewalk, stopping between them. They shared a moment of silence before the robber sprang up and lunged for the gun. David shouted in protest as he also reached for it, and they both grabbed hold at the same time. A struggle ensued over the weapon, and to David's shock, the robber fired, hitting him in the chest. David released his grip as the gun clattered to the ground. The sound of the gunshot echoed through the street as the robber picked up a bag of money and fled. David looked down at the wound, feeling his strength fade. Izuku turned the corner and saw David standing in the street, clutching his chest in pain. He rushed over, catching David as he fell to his knees. Panic filled the air as Izuku called for help, desperately trying to keep David conscious. He quickly tore off his shirt and pressed it against David's wound, urging bystanders to call for an ambulance. A man in the crowd assured Izuku that help was on the way, but Izuku's focus remained on David. He encouraged him to hold on, promising that help would arrive soon. David, weakly, expressed his regrets, acknowledging that Izuku didn't deserve the harsh words he had spoken. Izuku insisted that David should focus on staying alive, urging him to think about Melissa. As David's strength waned, he whispered a plea for Melissa to be protected before he took his final breath. Izuku cried out for David to stay awake, but as David's eyes closed, Izuku's heart shattered. Tears streamed down his face as he buried himself in David's chest, overwhelmed by grief. The rain mixed with David's blood on the sidewalk, leaving Izuku alone in his sorrow. 1 week later, at David Shield's funeral, Melissa stood in front of his picture above the casket, tears streaming down her face. Otto and Curt offered her comfort as she mourned. She whispered to her father, expressing her heartbreak over his promise to be careful. She touched the casket, feeling the weight of loss as she lamented that she was meant to make him proud, not bury him. Otto reassured her that David would have wanted her to be strong, just as he would have wanted everyone to be strong for him. Melissa recalled how David always looked as if he were merely sleeping, and she found it hard to accept that he was truly gone. Otto shared his own feelings of waiting to hear David's familiar voice and the sounds of his work in the lab, reminding her that David had always worked hard not just for the world, but for her as well. Melissa expressed her pride in David, lamenting that she would never have the chance to say goodbye. Otto reminded her that she had indeed told him how proud she was, and that love would always remain. Every time Melissa smiled at his inventions, every time she stayed late to run tests with him, and every time she walked into the lab with eyes full of curiosity and brilliance, Curt reminded her of her importance. He told her that, as a father of a young boy back home, she was and always would be his greatest creation, not his machines or blueprints. He promised that wherever David was now, he had heard every word she hadn't gotten to say. Melissa felt the weight of her grief. It was unfair that David was gone, and she struggled to understand why it had to be him. They were supposed to keep pushing forward, to heal the world together. Curt reminded her that David used to say they were not just building technology or advancing science, they were building hope and a better tomorrow. He emphasized that they didn't get to decide when their story ended, but they could choose what came next. David's story would continue through hers. Otto glanced over at Izuku, who sat hunched over in his chair, hiding his eyes behind his bangs. Otto looked to Curt, who nodded and helped Melissa to her feet. He suggested they take a seat as the funeral was about to start. Otto approached Izuku, who remained still, staring at the ground. He asked if Izuku was okay, but Izuku's hair obscured his eyes as he clenched his fists. He muttered that it was all his fault, believing that Professor Shield was dead because of him. Otto whispered his name softly, trying to reach him. Izuku expressed his guilt, saying that if he hadn't run out of the lab that day, Professor Shield wouldn't have been involved in the incident. Otto placed a hand on Izuku's fist, urging him not to blame himself. He nudged Izuku gently, asking him to look at him. When Izuku finally lifted his head, his eyes showed the toll of his grief. Otto reassured him that he wasn't responsible for what happened to David, just as he wasn't to blame for the robbery or what had happened to Melissa. He explained that grief could distort the past, but David had made his choice, and he would have done it again if it meant making things right for Izuku. Izuku felt that no matter what Otto said, it didn't change the reality of David's death. He lamented that David had lost everything because of him, and Melissa had nearly died because of the sludge villain. Otto acknowledged that while it didn't change the past, blaming himself wouldn't help either. He reminded Izuku that he was only 14 and shouldn't carry such a heavy burden alone. They needed to keep moving forward for those who were gone. Izuku questioned how he could possibly move on from such a tragedy, especially since Melissa wouldn't even look at him anymore. Otto explained that grief could turn loved ones into strangers, but he reassured Izuku that he wasn't alone. He still had Otto and Curt. Melissa was hurting, just like him, and sometimes those who hurt the most lash out. David had felt terrible after Izuku left, which was why he went to look for him. Izuku asked how he could make things right with Melissa and the situation. Otto encouraged him to live, to build, and most importantly, to learn and move toward the future. He promised that he would always be by Izuku's side, ensuring he was never alone in this journey. As they spoke, footsteps approached, and Izuku looked up to see Harry in a black suit standing before him. Harry greeted Izuku, who stood up and embraced him. Harry apologized for not reaching out sooner, having only learned about the tragedy a day ago. Izuku thanked him for coming. Harry mentioned that he had been trying to contact Izuku for days, expressing concern over why he hadn't responded. Izuku explained that his phone had been damaged amidst everything happening. Melissa then stood and hugged Harry, who expressed his sorrow for her loss and asked how she was holding up. Melissa admitted that she felt as if it wasn't real, oscillating between moments of feeling okay and then being overwhelmed by the reality of her father's absence. Harry listened quietly as Izuku observed Melissa. She glanced at him but quickly looked away, surprising him. She lamented that her father had died thinking his work was gone and that she hadn't had the chance to say goodbye properly. She felt lost without him. Harry reassured her that she didn't need to have everything figured out immediately, as no one expected her to. Melissa wished she could have done something, anything, to change the situation. Otto then asked Harry about his father, to which Harry replied that his father was waiting outside at the gate and wanted to speak with them after the service. He acknowledged the complicated history between his father and Otto but emphasized that it didn't involve him. Otto reassured Harry that their past with his father was separate from him, and he considered Harry a part of their family due to his long-standing friendship with Izuku. Harry expressed his gratitude for Otto's words. As murmurs from the crowd grew, Izuku and Otto turned to see All Might entering the funeral hall, accompanied by a wave of reporters. Harry was astonished to see him, and Izuku whispered in recognition. All Might turned to face the reporters, forcing a strained smile as he reminded them that this was a funeral, a time to honor a man who was a father, a mentor, and a hero in his own right. Show some decency and leave these people to grieve in peace. All Might expressed his frustration to the reporter, explaining that David's shield had saved his life countless times. He built the tools that allowed All Might to continue saving others during his prime years in America. David was more than just a scientist, he was a friend. All Might insisted that he owed David everything and demanded respect for the occasion. The reporters flinched at his angered expression and began to exit the funeral hall. "Toshinori," Otto whispered, catching All Might's attention. All Might approached Otto and Izuku, stopping in front of them. It had been too long, he said to Otto, expressing his happiness to see him again. Otto replied that he wished their reunion were under better circumstances. Melissa, feeling the weight of the moment, quietly called out to Uncle Toshi. All Might acknowledged her with concern, asking if she was all right. Melissa shared the painful truth that David was gone, and All Might expressed his sorrow for not being there to save him. "It's not your fault, Uncle Toshi," Melissa reassured him. David had always spoken of how happy he was that All Might was out there saving others. Izuku, hearing their exchange, looked down, feeling the heaviness of the situation. All Might reflected on David's character, describing him as one of the best men he had ever known, brilliant, stubborn, and full of heart. He believed in the goodness of people and worked tirelessly to make the world a safer place through his inventions. All Might wished he had a chance to save David or at least say goodbye. All Might walked toward the casket, gazing at David's peaceful face, his hands trembling. He whispered about how David had always supported him, even when he doubted himself, working quietly behind the scenes to ensure the symbol of peace never faltered. Now that David was gone, All Might realized just how much he had relied on him, not just as a partner but as a brother. A single tear streamed down All Might's cheek, which he quickly wiped away. Otto placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to take a seat as the ceremony was about to begin. As the priests began their sutras, guests approached David's casket, bowing and lighting incense before placing it in a small jar in front of him. Melissa struggled to place her incense upright, her hands shaking as she wiped away her tears, with Harry helping her off stage. Izuku watched Melissa cry again as Harry tried to comfort her, feeling reluctant to look away as his turn approached. He bowed, lit the incense, and offered it to David before returning to his seat. Once all the guests had made their offerings, they took their seats again. The funeral director bowed to David's casket before standing slightly off to the side. He addressed the attendees, thanking them for coming and inviting them to remember and celebrate the life of Dr. David Shield, a man whose brilliance changed the world and whose heart touched those fortunate enough to know him. To the public, he was a renowned inventor and a pioneer in Quirk support technology. To those, he was so much more. The funeral director then invited anyone who wished to share precious memories of David to come forward. All Might stood up, walking to the front of the crowd, struggling to hold back his tears. He began by recalling how he first met David as a young man studying abroad in the United States. He described himself as ambitious and full of dreams, yet still trying to figure out how to make them a reality. Back then, he was just another transfer student, hopeful and idealistic, dreaming of becoming a symbol of peace. But David, he paused, looking back at David's casket, his hands trembling as he fought back tears. David wasn't a hero in the traditional sense. He had no quirk, no costume, but he saved people every day. Through every prototype, every tool, and every idea that emerged from his brilliant mind, he made heroes stronger, faster, and safer. He made the impossible possible and inspired All Might in countless ways. When All Might finally became All Might, he carried David's vision with him in every step he took, pushing past his limits and standing tall when his body begged him not to. David built the support gear that held him together during his toughest moments and provided the words he needed in his darkest times. All Might took a deep breath, gathering himself as he continued. The adventures they shared were among the best times of his life, memories he would cherish forever. David had once told him that being a hero wasn't about fame or glory, it was about lifting people up when they couldn't stand on their own. Now, it was their turn to lift up the memory of a man who dedicated his life to others. All Might turned to face David's casket, expressing that David was the brightest mind he had ever known and the bravest heart behind the scenes. He promised to take care of Melissa in David's stead before bowing and returning to his seat. Otto then stood up to speak, clearing his throat as he began to share his memories of David. They had met as boys in middle school, both feeling out of place while others chased sports or popularity. Instead, they were captivated by wires, gears, and circuits, spending countless hours after class dreaming of building something greater. They faced ridicule for their interests, but David never let that deter him. He had an unshakable spirit, a way of turning every sneer into fuel for their next project. He wasn't just a friend, he was the brother chosen, a partner in a lifelong pursuit of discovery. Every achievement and success claimed was in no small part because David believed in him when no one else did. To have walked this life with him was the greatest honor one could ever know. Otto bowed and took his seat as Curt approached the altar. He met David's shield when he was 15. David was a quiet kid, all wiry limbs and bright eyes, always tinkering with something in his lap, even during lunch. Curt was the new kid, the broken one, as they used to call him behind his back and sometimes to his face. He was the one-armed science enthusiast no one wanted on their team, except for David. David never looked at Curt with pity. He never flinched or treated him like he was less. In fact, he once said that Curt's missing limb made him cool, like a war-hardened cyborg from a sci-fi movie. The audience chuckled slightly as Curt smiled softly. A few weeks later, David handed him a prototype prosthetic arm he had built in his garage. He was only 14. It didn't work all that well. It sparked a bit and short-circuited if Curt walked past a microwave. But it was the first time anyone had built something just for him because they believed he could still do more and be more. That was what drew Curt to David in the first place. David didn't just invent for the sake of invention. He saw people, their pain, their hope, and their potential. He found ways to make them whole, not by fixing them but by empowering them. Curt owed his career and life to that boy with too many screwdrivers and not enough self-preservation. David never cared about fame. He just wanted to help, and he did so in more ways than the world would ever know. Curt turned back to David's casket and expressed his intention to embody a piece of the hope David had given him with every stride he took. They would continue their mission in David's stead, healing the world for him. He bowed and said, "Rest well, David. And thank you for seeing me when no one else did." Curt then took his seat as Melissa stood at the altar. Melissa began, expressing her belief that there would be more time. Her father wasn't just David's shield, the genius inventor, or All Might's partner, he was her father and her hero. That meant more to her than any of his accomplishments, more than his awards or the headlines. He was the man who stayed up with her during nightmares and helped her build her first hover boots when she was 8, even though they set the garage on fire. Melissa chuckled slightly as she took off her glasses to wipe away her tears. He gave her everything: his time, his heart, and his faith. Even when she was selfish and pushed him away, he never stopped believing in her or trying, even when she didn't deserve it. But she didn't get to say goodbye. She didn't get to tell him how much she loved him or how proud she was to be his daughter. Her voice began to shake as she continued, expressing the many things she wished she could take back, the words she should have said but didn't. Now, all she could do was hold on to the memory of who he was. Melissa turned to face David's casket and recalled his words about inventions being pieces of ourselves that we choose to share with the world. She presented one last project from his partner. She didn't know how she was supposed to live in a world without him, but she knew what he would say if he were there, to keep building and keep going no matter what. And she would try, for him. Melissa bowed to David's casket before taking her seat. The funeral director then asked if anyone else would like to share anything more about David. Izuku began to stand but was momentarily frozen in shock, haunted by flashes of David's lifeless eyes and BLD on his hands. Melissa glanced over at Izuku as he sat back down, his hands shaking and tears falling onto his fist. The funeral director expressed gratitude to those who offered words of remembrance and to all who attended. He announced that the service would come to a close, and the bereaved family would accompany the deceased to the crematorium. The staff requested that all other guests conclude their incense offerings and depart. Otto expressed concern for Melissa, asking if she would be okay on her own, noting that typically only immediate family were allowed to attend the cremation ceremony. Melissa assured him that she would be fine and approached the casket once more, gazing at David's face. She whispered her love for him, promising to always hold him in her heart. After kissing David's forehead one last time, the casket was closed, and the staff pushed it into the cremation room, with Melissa following closely behind. Izuku caught her gaze, but she quickly looked away as the staff members shut the door. 2 hours later, Izuku, Otto, Curt, and Harry waited in the waiting room until Melissa finally entered, holding a large urn filled with David's ashes. Harry, unfamiliar with the customs, inquired if that was all there was to it. Melissa confirmed that it was done, and all that remained of her father was in the urn. Curt asked how she was feeling, and Melissa expressed her longing to go home. As they exited the funeral hall, they spotted Norman leaning against the side of his limo, sipping from a flask. He acknowledged Otto and Curt before putting the flask away. Otto confronted Norman, expressing his anger at his presence, especially after the recent science committee meeting. Norman explained that although the timing was unfortunate, he felt it necessary to pay his respects to David, who had once been his friend. He expressed his sorrow for Melissa's loss, lamenting the passing of a brilliant mind in such an undignified manner. Melissa nodded in response but remained silent, while Norman turned his attention to Harry, instructing him to get in the car. As Harry moved toward the limo, Curt intervened, glaring at Norman and reminding him that Harry was not a dog. Norman dismissed Curt's concerns, asserting that Harry was his son to raise as he saw fit. He insisted that Harry get in the car immediately. Harry, trying to defuse the tension, reassured everyone that it was better not to argue with Norman and said his goodbyes to Izuku and Melissa before reluctantly entering the limo. Norman then addressed the group, suggesting they might want to be home and promising to make his message brief. He handed them an envelope, which Otto questioned. Norman revealed it contained a contract transferring all Horizon Labs assets, research, and proprietary technology to Oscorp Industries. He assured them that once it was licensed and patented under his name, they would be compensated, albeit in obscurity. Otto was outraged, accusing Norman of taking advantage of their grief. Norman coldly pointed out that without Inko and David, Horizon Labs was adrift, lacking leadership. He acknowledged their brilliance but implied they were better suited as tools rather than leaders. Otto retorted that he would rather destroy their blueprints than see them associated with Oscorp, calling Norman a vulture circling a legacy he could never match. Norman, unfazed, predicted Otto's response and urged him to consider the reality of their situation. He warned that funding would run out and without a groundbreaking invention, no investor would risk capital on a failing venture. He pointed out the added burden of caring for two exceptionally bright young minds like Izuku and Melissa, suggesting that it was more than they could handle alone. He claimed his offer was the most generous they would receive. Curt insisted they would take their chances, stating that a contract with Norman was akin to selling their souls. Norman countered that if it meant keeping Horizon Labs afloat, perhaps the deal was worth considering. He promised to protect Horizon under Oscorp's vast resources, offering them a future free from financial worries. Otto, still skeptical, remarked on Norman's unusual benevolence. Norman warned them against clinging to outdated ideals while vultures picked Horizon clean. He emphasized the urgency of their decision, stating they had until the end of the year to accept his offer before he would pursue other means to acquire Horizon. Consider this a professional courtesy. Norman entered his limo, which then drove off. Otto's fist shook with rage as he clenched his car keys tightly. At Horizon Labs, Izuku, Otto, and Melissa all entered their home, with Melissa being the first to take off her shoes. Otto offered to take her belongings, mentioning that he had set up the shrine in David's room. Melissa, however, expressed her longing to keep it in her room for now, stating that she wasn't ready to let him go just yet. Otto understood her feelings, and Melissa informed him that she would be going to bed early that night, assuring him not to worry about dinner. As she turned her back to him and Izuku called out to her, making her pause halfway to her door. He hesitated, then spoke about David, revealing that he had been with him before the tragedy. Melissa remained silent, refusing to look at him. Izuku continued, expressing his deep sorrow for everything that had happened, emphasizing that he never intended for any of it to occur. Melissa's frustration surfaced as she questioned where he had been when they received the call from the hospital to confirm David's body. She demanded to know why he hadn't been there when the doctor revealed the grim truth. Izuku stammered, recalling the painful memories of that day. 1 week prior, chaos erupted as a hero shouted for everyone to stand back, allowing the EMTs to do their job. They brought David's body to the ambulance while a crowd of spectators watched. Izuku sat curled up on the curb, his face buried in his arms, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. Whispers filled the air as people speculated about what had happened. Someone had been shot during a struggle, and the crowd murmured about the tragedy. A man pointed to Izuku, who remained still, lost in his grief. The discussions continued, with people wondering about the relationship between Izuku and the victim. Behind the police lines, 𝗵𝗃𝗏 and 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏 conferred with a police officer before Mount Lady joined them. She inquired if there was any new information. The officer explained that witnesses had seen the incident unfold, describing how the shooter had dropped the gun during a confrontation. Unfortunately, no one knew where the assailant had fled. Mount Lady revealed that the victim was 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗍𝗪, a well-known support tech developer and sidekick of All Might. His death while trying to stop a robbery was a significant loss. The heroes lamented that he had acted heroically without being armed, emphasizing the tragedy of a good man lost in the line of duty. As they discussed the situation, they expressed concern for the boy who had witnessed the event. Izuku remained on the curb, still in shock from the traumatic experience. The heroes contemplated what to say to him, realizing that sometimes the best approach was to give him space to grieve. They all looked over at Izuku, wishing he didn't have to endure such a painful sight. The storm didn't end when the rain stopped. 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏 responded, while Izuku looked down at the puddle of rainwater beneath him, seeing his reflection. His eyes were red and puffy, tears dripping into the puddle. As he stared at his reflection, flashes of David's final moments replayed in his mind, causing him to clench the sleeves of his shirt in frustration. He whispered the name of his mentor, feeling overwhelmed with emotion, just as he heard the chatter from a radio within a nearby police car. Suddenly, a police officer rushed toward 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏, Mount Lady, and 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏𝗏. The officer reported that they had apprehended the suspect, who had stolen a car and taken it for a joyride 6 blocks south. Nearby heroes were on their way, but they would take at least 30 seconds to arrive. Izuku's eyes widened as he began to stand up, scanning his surroundings until he spotted a nearby alleyway. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏𝗏 instructed Mount Lady on what to do, swinging himself upwards to the roof. 𝗵𝗃𝗏𝗏 was tasked with ensuring a child got home safely, planning to use 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏𝗏's car to catch up later. But when they turned to look for Izuku, he had vanished. Izuku sprinted toward the dead end of the alleyway, tears streaming down his face. He leaped 10 feet into the air, latching onto the wall and quickly scaling it. Upon reaching the top, he ran to the edge of the building, listening to the approaching police sirens as he leaped from rooftop to rooftop, racing toward the sound. As he reached the end of the row of buildings, he stopped to assess the situation. From his right, he saw the stolen car weaving erratically through traffic, with police cruisers in pursuit. The stolen vehicle suddenly made a sharp turn toward Izuku, causing the police cars to collide and pile up against a passing truck, which tipped over. Determined, Izuku thought to himself that the criminal would not escape easily. He ran along the edge of the building, eyes locked on the stolen car as it navigated narrow intersections. He vowed to make the driver pay for what he had done to Professor Shield. As the car turned left, Izuku leaped off the rooftop, grabbing onto a streetlight and landing on the car's roof. The driver yelled in frustration, cursing the heroes. To his surprise, Izuku punched through the roof and grabbed the man by the face, causing him to reach for his gun and fire at the roof. Izuku dodged the bullets, running along the wall of a parked truck, leaping off the door, flipping over a stoplight, and landing back on the hood of a car. The driver swerved left and right, trying to shake Izuku off. Filled with rage, Izuku punched through the windshield, shattering it instantly. The robber swerved again, crashing into the gate of an abandoned warehouse. Izuku backflipped over the gate just before the impact, landing on the wall of the warehouse as the man grabbed a bag and his gun, rushing inside. Inside the warehouse, the man ran, breathing heavily and glancing over his shoulder, seeing only shadows. He entered a large room with open space, stopping to catch his breath. As he changed the magazine for his pistol, he walked cautiously through the empty room. Moonlight shone in, revealing Izuku's shadow crawling along the ceiling. The man looked up, firing shots at the shadow as it disappeared. Then, Izuku leaped down silently, pouncing on the man and slamming him to the floor. The man shouted in surprise as Izuku picked him up and smashed him through a stack of wooden crates. Izuku stomped toward him again, lifting him and smashing his head through a glass panel of a metal door, then doing it again to the second panel. He threw the man across the room, sending him crashing into a nearby metal cage. Izuku approached the man angrily, who fired his gun in desperation. Izuku felt a sharp jolt in his mind, allowing him to dodge every bullet. The man, panicking, pulled out a knife and slashed at Izuku, who easily evaded the attacks before backflipping and kicking the knife into the ceiling. Izuku then grabbed onto a metal bar, swinging around it and kicking the man in the chest, slamming him against the window frame illuminated by the red and blue lights of the police vehicles outside. The man pleaded for mercy, begging for a chance. Izuku, however, was relentless, lifting the man into the moonlight and recognizing him as the robber from the store. Shocked, Izuku stepped back, realizing that this was the person responsible for the tragedy. The robber stammered that he only wanted money, but Izuku confronted him about the consequences of his actions. The robber insisted it was an accident, but Izuku's anger boiled over as he recalled how he had let the robber escape before. He felt the weight of guilt, believing he could have stopped the man and saved Professor Shield. As the robber pulled out his gun, Izuku was consumed by the realization that he had failed to protect his mentor. Izuku reflected on the situation as the robber grinned at him. The robber aimed his gun, taunting Izuku with a chilling remark. Izuku's eyes widened as he faced the threat, feeling the weight of the moment. He leaped upward, sticking to the ceiling just as the bullet whizzed past him, ricocheting around the room. The robber flinched and stumbled back, trying to escape the chaos. In a moment of panic, he tripped over a pipe, losing his balance. Izuku, filled with determination, sprang into action, racing toward the robber. The man crashed through the window, plummeting to the ground below. Izuku's fingers barely grazed the robbers as he fell away, the impact of the fall resulting in a grim fate. Izuku stood still, watching as the scene unfolded, until the sound of police sirens broke the silence. Officers arrived, their voices commanding as they surrounded the area. Izuku felt the urgency to escape, covering his face as he dashed through the building. Meanwhile, in a quieter moment, Melissa remained silent, avoiding Izuku's gaze. She expressed her need for solitude, asking him to leave her be. Izuku respected her wishes, feeling a pang of regret as he stood outside her door, reflecting on his own clumsiness in the situation. Otto, observing the exchange, reminded Izuku that everyone had endured a long day. The conversation shifted to the challenges ahead, particularly regarding Norman's deal and the responsibilities that lay ahead for Otto. Izuku offered his help, but Otto reassured him that he was capable of handling the situation, encouraging Izuku to focus on his studies and not overextend himself. As the night wore on, Otto encouraged Izuku to rest, reminding him that tomorrow would bring new opportunities. Izuku entered his room, closing the door behind him and walking over to a cherished picture of his mother, Inko, and himself, reflecting on the day's events and the challenges that lay ahead. Izuku picked up the picture and stared at it for a long moment before sitting on his bed. He reflected on the words, "With great power comes great responsibility," as he gazed at the red and black mask on his desk. The next day, Izuku's alarm rang on his phone, prompting him to quickly turn it off. He sat up and pulled back his curtains, allowing the bright light from outside to illuminate the room. Checking his phone, he noted it was 7. He glanced at his school uniform hanging on the door and sighed, throwing off his blanket and getting out of bed. He thought about how his suspension had ended, and it was time to return to school as if nothing had happened, even though he knew he could never forget the events that had transpired. As he reached for his uniform, he paused to look at the red and black mask and his web shooters on the desk. He walked back to the items, stopping in front of his desk to pick up the web shooters. Memories of the robbery flooded back, along with the face of the robber responsible. Frustration welled up within him as he clenched the web shooters tightly, careful not to break them. He wished he had more web fluid, believing that if he had, he could have made a difference. But deep down, he knew it was his choice not to act that had led to the consequences. Releasing his grip, he looked at a photo of himself with Otto, Melissa, David, and Curt on his desk, recalling the robber's fall from 5 stories. He felt a heavy weight in his chest, realizing he could have done something, that he should have done something. The bad things that happened were a result of his inaction, and someone had to pay the price for it. He thought about how he had hoped to feel better knowing the robber had faced justice, but instead he felt worse. Izuku placed his web shooters into his backpack along with the mask, reflecting that even though the robber was responsible for Professor Shield's death, he didn't deserve to die in such a manner. Yet it did not change what had happened. A few minutes later, downstairs, Otto carefully set 2 eggs onto Izuku's plate as he heard footsteps approaching. He looked up to see Izuku struggling to button his shirt. He greeted Izuku with a cheerful, "Good morning," to which Izuku replied with a subdued greeting, noticing Otto with the frying pan. Otto mentioned that he had just finished making breakfast and invited Izuku to start eating while he washed up. Izuku approached the table and noticed only his plate and Otto's. Otto asked if something was wrong, and Izuku inquired about Melissa, learning that she had already left for school. Otto explained that she had to deliver the death certificate to the teachers as soon as possible. Izuku felt a sense of defeat as he sat down, apologizing for the simplicity of the meal, but Otto reassured him that it was one of the few things he could make without burning. Izuku poured soy sauce over his eggs and picked up his chopsticks, cutting into the yolk. As the yolk spilled onto the plate, he was suddenly struck by a vivid memory of David, which caused him to freeze. Otto noticed his distraction and encouraged him to give Melissa time to process her feelings, reminding Izuku that it had only been 1 day since the funeral. Izuku acknowledged Otto's words but felt the weight of his thoughts. Otto then shifted the conversation to Izuku's high school applications, expressing curiosity about his interest in 𝗬𝗲𝗄 hero course. Izuku confirmed that 𝗬𝗲𝗄 remained his first choice, appreciating its proximity and strong hero program. Otto encouraged him to consider other schools, suggesting that 𝗬𝗲𝗄 also had a support course with an upcoming open house tour. Izuku remained silent, lost in thought as he chewed slowly. Otto sensed the heaviness in the air and apologized for bringing up such topics at a difficult time. Izuku reassured him that he was simply preoccupied, having not slept well the previous night. Otto gently inquired if his thoughts were about David, causing Izuku to flinch. He admitted that it was, and Otto reminded him that there was nothing anyone could have done to change the outcome. Izuku expressed that despite knowing this, the feelings of guilt and blame lingered within him. Otto placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, reminding him that clinging to blame would not bring David back. All they could do was move forward as best as they could without him. That's what he would have wanted, Otto thought. Horizon Labs was the culmination of all their dreams, a place where they could work freely to heal the world. He removed his hand from Izuku's shoulder and smiled softly at him. It was the duty of the living to atone for the dead, he reminded Izuku. The world would keep spinning, but Izuku was changing. Otto understood what Izuku was going through. He had faced similar challenges at that age. Izuku continued to eat his toast, using it to wipe up the yolk on his plate. These were the years that would shape the man he would become. Otto advised him to be careful about who he transformed into, reminding him that life was too short to carry guilt in his heart. He urged Izuku not to waste his life blaming himself for things beyond his control, or he would wake up one day to find the world had moved on without him. Izuku felt uncertain about his strength. Otto reassured him that true strength wasn't about feeling invincible, it was about choosing to move forward, even when feeling broken or afraid. David wouldn't want Izuku to be paralyzed by the past, he would want him to embrace life and help shape the future, with or without him. Otto emphasized that Izuku still had a home with him, Melissa, and Horizon Labs for as long as it stood. They may have lost their guiding star, but that didn't mean they would stop sailing. Izuku acknowledged his understanding, and Otto encouraged him to finish his breakfast, reminding him that Harry would be arriving soon. He had an appointment with a potential investor later that day. Curious, Izuku asked who it was. Otto smirked, hinting that Izuku would know him well, as his face was plastered all over the walls of Izuku's room. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. All Might was the investor. After the funeral, All Might had reached out, offering to lend them money to fund Horizon Labs. Otto calculated that with All Might's contribution, they could stay afloat for at least another 9 months. However, after paying bills, tuition, and living expenses, there wouldn't be enough left to fund both his and Curt's research. Otto had a meeting with a bank broker later that evening to discuss the possibility of a loan. Izuku expressed concern about the risks involved, knowing that collateral was often required for loans. Otto reassured him that he had everything under control and would do everything in his power to keep Horizon Labs afloat. Curt was also reaching out to other investors for assistance. Izuku hoped the investors would see the potential in Horizon Labs as they did. Otto encouraged patience, reminding him that a watched pot never boils. Just then, the doorbell rang, signaling Harry's arrival. Izuku quickly finished his meal and rushed out the door, thanking Otto for breakfast. Outside, Harry stood by the gate, focused on his phone until the doors swung open. Izuku greeted him excitedly as he hurried to put on his backpack. Harry asked how Izuku was holding up and if he felt ready to return to school. Izuku assured him he was fine and eager to go. As they prepared to leave, Harry noticed something and pointed to Izuku's feet. Izuku realized he had forgotten to put on shoes, especially the All Might socks Harry had gifted him for his birthday. He rushed back inside, lamenting the dirt that had gotten on his favorite pair. Harry observed that Izuku seemed to be returning to normal, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with Melissa. He had received a message from her that felt personal, stating she would walk to school early and not to wait for her. Hours later, during a basketball game, Flash celebrated a block, claiming credit for their lead. The ball accidentally hit a student, causing chaos. Katsuki yelled at Flash for his reckless play, frustrated that it disrupted their strategy. Flash retorted, insisting he was the reason they were ahead, while Katsuki argued that his actions were detrimental to the team. The tension on the court was palpable as they continued to clash over their differing approaches to the game. Flash shouted as Katsuki took a shot from the halfway point, effortlessly scoring 3 points as the ball swooshed through the net. Katsuki declared that he didn't need Flash's help then or now, asserting his position as the captain of the team and the best player. He demanded that Flash shut up and play the ball properly. From the sidelines, Izuku and Harry sat against the wall with other students, watching the game. Harry commented on the ongoing rivalry between the two captains, likening their dynamic to a volatile mix of dynamite and gasoline. He looked over at Izuku, who was focused on his high school application. Harry called out to Izuku, trying to get his attention. Izuku was lost in thought, staring at the sheet with high school listed as his first choice, while the other columns remained blank. Memories of a robbery flashed in his mind, along with the painful image of David in his arms. Izuku reflected on what it meant to be a hero, someone who saves others without hesitation, brave and fearless in the face of danger. He questioned whether he was worthy of the hero course, haunted by the thought that he couldn't save those close to him. He felt responsible for Professor Shield's death and wondered if his pursuit of justice was merely a quest for revenge. Harry's voice broke through Izuku's thoughts, startling him. Curt expressed relief that Izuku was back, having called his name numerous times. Izuku apologized, admitting he had zoned out. Harry inquired about what was on Izuku's mind, noticing the application in his hands. Izuku explained that he had been thinking about his choices lately. Harry pointed out that 𝗬𝗏𝗎 was his dream school, a place he had always talked about since childhood. Izuku acknowledged this but mentioned that Uncle Otto had suggested exploring other options before making a final decision. He felt it wouldn't hurt to see what else was available. Harry questioned whether Izuku was sure about this, reminding him that becoming a hero like All Might had always been his dream. Izuku hesitated, feeling the weight of reality settling in after 10 years of aspirations. Harry, trying to lighten the mood, mentioned that he was also going to 𝗬𝗏𝗎, but for the general studies course. He had never considered becoming a hero, as science and engineering were more his interests. He joked about how getting into 𝗬𝗏𝗎 would annoy his father, who believed there were better schools for business. As the game continued, Flash shouted at another student, demanding he pass the ball. The student explained he had a clear shot and wanted to practice his shooting. Flash berated him, insisting that if they wanted to win, they should pass to someone who could actually score. In a fit of frustration, Flash kicked the basketball, hitting the student in the face and causing a nosebleed. Concerned, another student rushed over to check on the injured player. Others reminded Flash that it was just a friendly game and urged him to take it easy. Flash, frustrated, expressed his disdain for his teammates, claiming they were holding him back from his goal of entering the NBA. He insulted them, comparing their physicality unfavorably to his own. Amidst the tension, another student whispered about Flash's recent defeat against Midoriya, prompting a defensive reaction from Flash. The atmosphere grew tense as students recalled the incident, leading to laughter at Flash's expense. Flash, angered by the taunts, threatened anyone who brought it up again, insisting that Midoriya had only gotten lucky. The laughter continued, and Flash's frustration escalated as he glared at the bleeding student on the ground, demanding to know what he found funny. Izuku peeked out from his jacket, concerned for the injured student. Flash confronted the student, accusing him of smirking and thinking he was better than him, while the student desperately denied any wrongdoing. The student pleaded, covering his nose and begging for the situation to stop. Fear spread across their face as Izuku stared, momentarily seeing David in their place, lying on the ground. He looked up at Flash, who held a basketball, ready to unleash his anger. Izuku thought to himself about the consequences of inaction, realizing he needed to stand up. Harry whispered in concern, urging him to be careful. Flash yelled, expressing his frustration and intent to teach everyone a lesson. Katsuki shouted back, trying to intervene. As the tension escalated, Flash threw the basketball at the student, but just before impact, a hand caught it. The student opened their eyes in surprise to see Izuku standing there, having saved them. Izuku asked if the student was all right, and they thanked him, still in shock. Flash smirked, mocking Izuku for finally showing up, questioning if he was just avoiding confrontation. Izuku felt a wave of anxiety but reminded himself to stay strong. He had faced real villains before, this was just a bully. Harry called out to Izuku, but he held up a hand, asserting that he could handle it. Flash laughed at Izuku's confidence, belittling him for thinking he was a hero for catching one ball. Izuku reminded himself not to show fear, thinking about how he had grown stronger with his quirk. He smiled, challenging Flash with a witty remark about basic biology, which drew laughter from the gym. Flash's anger intensified, and he stepped closer, but Katsuki intervened, warning Flash about the consequences of fighting. Flash glared at Izuku, demanding the ball. Izuku teased him, inviting Flash to take it if he wanted it so badly. Flash scoffed, but Izuku's smile only widened. As Flash attempted to grab the ball, Izuku skillfully sucked it to his other hand, dodging Flash's attempts. He laughed, enjoying the playful banter. Flash grew frustrated, unable to keep up with Izuku's agility. Izuku faked a throw, causing Flash to flinch, and the gym erupted in shock and laughter. He taunted Flash about his poor performance in the past, further aggravating him. Finally, Izuku held the ball out, covering his eyes and teasing Flash to take it. Flash lunged for the ball but lost his footing, slipping and falling to the ground. Izuku looked down, surprised at the turn of events, and apologized, realizing the situation had shifted dramatically. Izuku expressed that he wasn't trying to excel at basketball, It just seemed to happen today. Katsuki, frustrated, urged Flash to stop messing around and just grab the ball. Izuku, feeling the strain in his arm, encouraged Flash to take the ball. Flash gripped the ball and tugged, but it remained firmly in Izuku's grasp. Using both hands, Flash pulled with all his might, only for Izuku to barely budge, veins appearing on his forehead. Izuku cautioned Flash not to overexert himself, joking about his ego. Flash released the ball and glared at Izuku, who began to bounce it on the ground. Flash growled that he found Izuku increasingly annoying and threatened to ruin his appearance. Izuku retorted that if looks could kill, he would be long gone, but Flash's expression only revealed insecurity. Flash declared that he would ensure everyone remembered the day Izuku learned to stay in his lane, as he approached with determination, removing his jersey. Izuku countered that he would teach Flash a lesson instead and began to dribble the ball toward him, suggesting they might make it to the finals this year. As Flash swung a punch, Izuku leaped over him and soared toward the hoop, exclaiming that this was what they called a slam dunk. The backboard shattered upon impact, sending shards raining down as Izuku landed. The other students stared in shock at the scene. Izuku, looking up at the broken backboard, muttered in disbelief. Later, after school, the coach reprimanded Izuku for causing trouble on his first day back, emphasizing the cost of the backboard and the disruption to the basketball team's practice. He ordered Izuku to clean the gym thoroughly before leaving. Izuku sighed, realizing he had gone from making an impressive play to facing punishment. As he swept the glass, he lamented his situation, questioning why he always found himself in such predicaments. He wondered if Melissa had gone home already and decided to text Uncle Otto about being late, knowing the cleaning would take a long time. Suddenly, the gym door opened and Harry entered, teasing Izuku about being the hero of the day, stuck cleaning. Izuku was surprised to see him and asked why he was there. Harry assured Izuku he wouldn't leave him behind and noted the mess in the gym, expressing disbelief that no one had helped him clean up. Izuku reflected on how breaking the backboard hadn't been part of his plans and remarked that doing the right thing sometimes led to unexpected consequences. Harry expressed frustration that Izuku was punished for trying to protect someone and questioned the fairness of the situation. Izuku defended his actions, stating that being a hero meant doing the right thing, even when it was difficult. Harry challenged Izuku's perspective, pointing out that even good intentions could lead to severe repercussions. He warned that the world often didn't care about heroes and that they could be torn down at any moment. He shared his concerns about his father's deceptive nature, highlighting the disparity between public appearances and private actions. Izuku listened intently as Harry expressed his longing to protect him from the harsh realities of their world. Harry emphasized that doing the right thing wouldn't change the underlying issues and that powerful individuals often prevailed, regardless of their actions. He urged Izuku not to sacrifice himself for a cause that seemed rigged against him. Izuku pondered Harry's words, feeling the weight of his friend's concerns. Despite the challenges ahead, he remained determined not to let fear dictate his actions. If Izuku walked away just because it was hard or because people might dislike him for it, he wondered what kind of person he would be. What kind of friend would he be to Harry or anyone else if they were in trouble? He believed that if he were in danger, Harry would rush in to help him, just as he would for Harry. Izuku expressed that he couldn't control what the world did, only his own actions. If he had the power to help someone, even if no one thanked him and it cost him everything, he felt he should do it every time, without hesitation. He believed that if there were good things he could do that no one else could, he had an obligation to act. To him, being a hero wasn't about fake smiles or media attention. It was about doing the right thing, even when it was painful. It wasn't a choice but a responsibility, and he wished he had realized that sooner. Harry gazed at Izuku, his eyes reflecting a mix of admiration and frustration. He acknowledged that Izuku might be right, and perhaps it made him foolish, but if being foolish meant someone else could go home safe, he would wear that label proudly. Even if justice felt like a fairy tale, he would be the one who believed in it, willing to protect others at any cost. Harry sighed and smiled, chuckling at Izuku's determination. He remarked on how Izuku seemed set on being a hero despite the challenges. Izuku admitted that his heart wasn't ready to let that dream go just yet. Harry then offered to help clean up the gym, suggesting they could finish quickly if they worked together. Izuku insisted he could handle it alone, feeling that Harry had better things to do than watch him clean. Harry countered that he didn't want to return home to face his father's disappointment and reminded Izuku of all the times he had helped him during exam weeks. He felt it was the least he could do for his best friend. He also mentioned needing help with homework since he had dozed off in class. Izuku agreed to help and suggested they have their study session at Harry's house again. However, Harry expressed a longing to go somewhere else, like a diner, as he wasn't ready to go home. Izuku agreed, thinking a diner sounded good. As they settled into a booth at the diner with notebooks spread out, Izuku initiated their study session by asking about calculating linear acceleration. Harry attempted to recall the formula but struggled. Izuku corrected him, explaining that mass didn't matter when finding acceleration because it cancels out according to Newton's second law. Harry sighed, feeling overwhelmed, but Izuku reassured him that he was making progress. Harry joked about being only half a genius, but Izuku encouraged him, saying that improvement was still a step forward. They discussed their study methods, with Izuku sharing how he had been trained by his uncle since childhood, which had helped him grasp complex concepts. Harry lamented that while he struggled with video games, Izuku was solving equations. He acknowledged that his father favored Izuku, but Izuku reminded him that perseverance was key. If he didn't understand something the first time, he just kept trying, and that was all Harry needed to do as well. Izuku encouraged Harry to keep trying, emphasizing that persistence was the key to success, echoing Otto's wisdom. Harry, feeling overwhelmed, expressed his doubts about the ease of the task. Izuku suggested returning to the basics, explaining that a solid foundation would be beneficial across various subjects, including engineering, cooking, and especially math. He flipped through his math book to find a suitable problem to tackle. Harry hesitated, recalling they had just worked on a similar problem. Izuku playfully admonished him against looking at his notes, insisting that true understanding came from solving the problem independently. Harry jokingly compared Izuku to a math cop, but agreed to the challenge, declaring his determination to conquer the math problem. As Harry focused on his work, Izuku's attention drifted outside the diner. He noticed a group of taller students dragging a younger, shorter student into a nearby alley. The smaller student appeared distressed, with tears in his eyes and visible bruises. Izuku's expression shifted from concern to anger as he glanced at his backpack. He turned to Harry, asking if he could manage alone for a moment, citing a need to use the bathroom. Harry assured him he would be fine, and Izuku reminded him to check his work step by step if he got stuck before rushing off. In the bathroom, Izuku quickly donned his red and black mask and web shooters. He paused to reflect on David's words about responsibility that accompanied great power. With determination, he put on the mask and glanced at the ceiling vents, contemplating his next move. In the alleyway, the younger student pleaded for mercy as he was shoved to the ground. The bullies mocked him, demanding more money and showing no compassion. Just then, Izuku's voice interrupted, challenging the bullies and suggesting they find legitimate work instead of resorting to intimidation. The bullies turned to face him, surprised by his boldness. Izuku stood confidently, asserting that he was there to defend the vulnerable. One bully smirked, threatening violence, while another began recording the encounter, eager for a viral moment. Izuku, unfazed, welcomed the challenge, ready to prove himself. As the first bully charged, Izuku dodged effortlessly, taunting them about their lack of skill. He fired a web at one of the bullies, ensnaring him and causing him to fall. With agility, Izuku climbed the wall, positioning himself above the confrontation. The bullies shouted threats, demanding he come down, but Izuku cleverly suggested they meet halfway. He fired his webs again, pulling the first bully upward and pinning him against the wall with a webnet. The bully struggled in disbelief, realizing the strength of Izuku's webbing. Izuku smirked, explaining the science behind his webbing and how it was designed to hold strong against poor choices. He stood ready to defend the innocent, prepared to confront the bullies with both wit and skill. Right before making it in his kitchen, Izuku landed back down onto the ground with a confident grin. He challenged the bullies, asking if they were ready to give up, claiming that despite his appearance, things had been working out well for him. The second bully growled, eager to silence Izuku's smart mouth. Izuku retorted, pointing out the irony of the bully's situation, as he shot a line of webbing that snagged the bully's breathes, pulling them down to reveal his 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏 underwear. Izuku commented on the poor public relations of 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗏, suggesting that the bully's appearance was not a good look for him. The second bully, flustered, yelled for his friends to help him as he struggled with his breathes. Izuku couldn't help but tease him, comparing him to a mallet, big but not very bright, as he dodged a swing from the third bully. He narrowly avoided the attack, feeling the rush of air from the swing. The first bully, frustrated, urged the others to grab Izuku. The second bully continued to fumble with his breathes, trying to pull them up. Izuku playfully remarked that this was a back alley brawl, not a 𝗬𝗪𝗡𝗍 show, and performed a backflip over the third bully, firing a line of webbing that caught the second bully. With a swift motion, Izuku pulled the second bully toward the third, causing them to crash into each other and tumble into a dumpster. The dumpster rolled back, and both bullies groaned in pain as Izuku landed gracefully on the ground. He remarked on their failed attempt, giving them a score of 10 out of 10 for distance but 0 for dignity. Picking up his recording phone, he turned it toward himself and announced that their chance for viral fame had been cancelled. He tossed the phone toward the two bullies, who were still recovering. One of the bullies threatened Izuku, claiming his brother had connections to the underworld. Izuku interrupted, joking about needing a permission slip to visit and suggesting he should get a trench coat to fit in. The bully shouted threats, but Izuku quickly shot a web onto his mouth, silencing him. He mused about how he would be rich if he had a yen for every time he heard such threats. He jumped down in front of the frightened student, who flinched and backed away, pleading for mercy. Izuku raised his hand in a gesture of peace, asking if the boy was all right. The student looked up, surprised by Izuku's kindness. Izuku expressed relief that he had spotted the student in time and checked for injuries, noting the black eye. The student, still shaken, asked who Izuku was, wondering if he was a sidekick. Izuku chuckled, explaining that sidekicks had cooler costumes and better financial security than he did. The student speculated if Izuku was a vigilante, to which Izuku admitted that by technical standards, he was. The student questioned why Izuku had helped him, pointing out that he could have easily walked away. Izuku explained that he couldn't ignore someone in need, recalling a past experience that had ended poorly when he did. The student apologized, but Izuku reassured him that it was okay. He advised the boy to avoid alleyways for a while, acknowledging that he had been dragged in against his will. He emphasized that next time, he might not be so lucky, though he hoped someone would come to help him. The student agreed, relieved to understand. Izuku expressed hope that the bullies would learn their lesson and become better people, glancing at the first bully trapped against the wall. The bully screamed in frustration, and Izuku chuckled, realizing that maybe the lesson wouldn't be learned today. He then leapt up onto the wall, preparing to scale it and continue his mission. "Stay safe, all right?" the student asked, looking up at Izuku. He paused for a moment, perched on the edge of the building, and glanced back at the student below. He described himself as just a friendly neighborhood guy with terrible timing and even worse luck. The student thanked him, calling him Spider Guy, to which Izuku responded with a grin before leaping onto the rooftop and heading back toward the diner, contemplating the nickname. Back at the diner, a man was banging on the bathroom door, urging whoever was inside to hurry up. Harry glanced over at the long line of people waiting outside. The manager of the diner approached the door and gently knocked, inquiring if everything was all right. After a moment, the sound of the toilet flushing was heard, followed by the running water from the sink. The door swung open, revealing Izuku, who was surprised to see the long line of customers waiting. He apologized and bowed slightly, explaining that the curry hadn't agreed with him as he returned to his seat at the booth. Feeling embarrassed, Izuku confided in Harry about the incident. Harry expressed concern over how long Izuku had been in there, to which Izuku assured him he was fine, just a little caught off guard. Harry questioned why Izuku had taken his bag into the bathroom, and Izuku sheepishly explained that he needed to charge his phone. Harry pointed out that there was an outlet in the diner, leaving Izuku astonished. As they settled back into their conversation, Izuku asked if Harry had managed to find the answer to a question they had been working on. Outside the diner, on a nearby rooftop, a man with a walking stick and red glasses observed Izuku, impressed by his agility. He noted that a new vigilante might be emerging in town and decided it was time to inform Izuku about the challenges that lay ahead. 3 hours later, as they exited the diner, a waitress thanked them, bowing politely. Harry groaned about feeling mentally exhausted, likening it to competing in the Olympics. Izuku reassured him that he had done well, having solved several questions on his own. Harry countered that he struggled with the majority of them, leading Izuku to suggest online resources for future help. Harry gestured toward a vending machine, and Izuku followed as he purchased a coffee for him. Harry expressed gratitude for Izuku's patience in helping him with algebra, acknowledging the time they spent together. Izuku encouraged Harry not to be too hard on himself, emphasizing that understanding the problem was key to solving it. As they sat on a nearby bench, sipping their coffee, Izuku's thoughts drifted to recent events, momentarily freezing in place. Harry noticed and checked on him, prompting Izuku to admit he had a lot on his mind. He then shifted the conversation to Melissa, revealing that she hadn't spoken to him since the funeral for Professor Shield. Harry mentioned running into her and noted that she seemed fine but had hurried away when he brought up Izuku. Izuku pondered whether Melissa was avoiding him, understanding why she might feel that way. Harry asked if it was related to her father's death, and Izuku confirmed that she had lost him because of a situation involving himself. As he gripped the coffee can tightly, he felt the weight of guilt. Harry expressed his sympathy, unsure of how to comfort him. Izuku requested not to hear the usual reassurances, explaining that they didn't alleviate the burden he felt inside. Harry acknowledged that such phrases didn't lessen the heaviness of the situation. Harry acknowledged the pain, sharing his own experience with loss. He explained that while it wasn't exactly the same, he understood what Izuku was going through. He reminisced about his mother, who had always been there for him during his childhood, especially when his father was away. Her presence filled their home with warmth and joy, and he could still recall the sound of her laughter and the scent of her perfume. He revealed that his mother had been diagnosed with a terminal illness when he was just 5 years old. Harry mentioned the name of the disease, noting its rarity and the grim prognosis that accompanied it. Izuku, having read about it before, expressed his knowledge of the condition, which only deepened Harry's sorrow as he recounted watching his mother suffer. Harry's grip on the coffee can tightened as he described the helplessness he felt as a child, wishing he could alleviate her pain. He spoke of his father's absence during this critical time, emphasizing how his father prioritized work over family. The emotional weight of his mother's suffering and eventual passing was something Harry had carried alone. Izuku listened intently, recognizing the shared burden of feeling powerless in the face of suffering. Harry reassured Izuku that he didn't have to talk about his feelings if he wasn't ready, but he wanted him to know he would always be there for him. Their friendship was a source of comfort, and Harry appreciated Izuku's support during difficult times. As they discussed their lives, Izuku expressed gratitude for Harry's ability to offer comfort when it was most needed. Harry, in turn, reminded Izuku to focus on his studies and avoid trouble, knowing how easily he could find himself in dangerous situations. Their conversation lightened as they joked about homework and their plans for the future. Harry offered Izuku a ride home, but Izuku decided to walk, wanting some time to think. They shared a fist bump before parting ways, with Harry teasing Izuku about staying safe on his journey home. After Harry left in his limo, Izuku found a quiet spot on the edge of a neon sign, contemplating his application to 𝗬𝗏. The sounds of the city surrounded him as he reflected on All Might's encouraging words, reminding himself to pursue his dream of becoming a hero with determination and focus. Believe in yourself, and nothing is impossible. Izuku reflected on his application, questioning if he could truly call himself a hero. Heroes were meant to save and protect others, to do the right thing when no one else could. But he felt he had failed. He had hesitated, allowing a villain to escape, and because of that, Professor Shield had suffered. Izuku clenched the paper tightly, recalling the professor's last words, "Please protect the world, Melissa." He wondered how he could think about saving anyone else when he couldn't even save someone who felt like family. The weight of his failure pressed heavily on him. Tears streamed down his face, landing on the crumpled application. Heroes didn't let others die in front of them. If he hadn't hesitated, perhaps things would have been different. Maybe Melissa wouldn't have to endure this pain. As he continued to stare at the application, a shadowy figure appeared around the corner, noticing Izuku sitting on the edge. The figure spoke, reminding Izuku of a saying his mother had shared: "With great power comes great responsibility." If there were things only he could do to help others, he had a moral obligation to act, not by choice but out of responsibility. Izuku took out the red and black mask from his backpack, contemplating the meaning of responsibility. Perhaps All Might was right, belief could push him past his limits. But doubts crept in. What if he had already reached his limits? What if he wasn't strong enough? What if he was never meant to be a hero? Suddenly, a sharp jolt in his mind urged him to leap onto the top of a neon sign. He looked down and saw a red baton with a grappling hook attached to a wire below him. A voice from the darkness acknowledged his quick reflexes, noting how he jumped just as the grappling hook was fired. The figure emerged from the shadows, revealing a man in a red leather costume holding 2 batons. The man expressed concern for Izuku, stating he didn't want to see a kid throw away his life. Izuku felt a mix of intimidation and awe, realizing he was facing someone formidable. He fired a shot of webbing at the man, who easily caught it, warning him that once he entered this life, there was no turning back. Izuku was taken aback as the man pulled him down from the sign. He instinctively placed his hand on the man's boot to flip over him. The man smirked, impressed by Izuku's instinct but pointed out his lack of strategy. He pinned Izuku against the neon sign, acknowledging his fight but criticizing his sloppy moves. Izuku, feeling the pressure, attempted to reason with the man while trying to kick him off. The man blocked the kick and threw him across the catwalk, noting that kicking when cornered showed Izuku had spirit. However, he warned that every move left openings, and in this world, one opening could be fatal. Izuku yelled back, expressing his frustration about being in such a dangerous situation. He caught the man's baton and backflipped away, dodging a punch. He threw the baton back, but the man skillfully blocked it and attempted to leg sweep him. Izuku leaped up and fired webbing, but the man rolled out of the way and charged back at him. Izuku pleaded for a moment of calm, but the man insisted that hesitation could lead to death. The man blocked Izuku's kick and grabbed his leg, throwing him toward the lights above. Izuku managed to grab onto the arm of the lights, swinging back around, but the man's grappling hook caught him by the ankle. As Izuku slammed to the ground, the man pulled him back in, swinging him around and slamming him against the neon sign before leaping toward him. Izuku felt the impact as he was kicked across the catwalk, groaning as he rolled onto his back. The man acknowledged Izuku's speed, but the fight was far from over. But being quick wouldn't matter when someone stronger, smarter, and more ruthless than Izuku decided to end it. The man pointed his baton at Izuku's neck, declaring that he would be dead before he even realized what had happened. Izuku, groaning in pain, responded that the good news was he was still alive, but the bad news was that his ribs felt like they were applying for a restraining order. He noted that the fact he was still there meant either the man was not there to kill him or was simply looking for a new punching bag. The man, pulling his baton away, offered Izuku a hand and warned him that this life wasn't for everyone, especially not for someone like him. Izuku, reluctantly taking the man's hand to stand up, asked who he was. The man explained that he was someone who didn't want to see a young kid like Izuku risk his life needlessly, or at least not without understanding the risks involved. Izuku appreciated the concern but clarified that he meant a name. The man replied that names were dangerous. They attached to faces and faces to friends, leading to painful consequences. Izuku sarcastically remarked on the darkness of that statement. The man then introduced himself as Daredevil, which excited Izuku, who couldn't believe he was standing in front of the urban myth vigilante he thought was just a rumor, a ghost story told to scare rookies. Izuku rambled about the lack of credible photos and the wild conspiracy theories surrounding Daredevil, including one about him being 3 raccoons in a trench coat. Daredevil, amused, asked if he looked like 3 raccoons in a trench coat. Izuku, now fearful, admitted he was definitely one very scary man. He expressed disbelief that Daredevil was real. Daredevil confirmed he was real enough to see what Izuku had been doing with his quirk and the trouble brewing in the alleyway across from the diner. Izuku protested that it wasn't him, but Daredevil interrupted, pointing out that Izuku's heartbeat had spiked, revealing his lie. Izuku was astonished to learn that Daredevil could hear his heartbeat. Daredevil explained that he could hear many things, including the truth behind people's words. He noted that Izuku was a terrible liar. Izuku was torn between wanting to ask about Daredevil's quirk and feeling terrified. Daredevil elaborated on his abilities, explaining that he could sense what people tried to hide. He also mentioned that he knew Izuku was the same kid who had rescued a girl from a villain a week ago. Izuku was taken aback, stammering in disbelief. Daredevil urged Izuku to skip the excuses and get to the point. He wanted to know why Izuku was risking his life every night when he could simply walk away. Most kids his age worried about grades and fitting in, while Izuku was out there confronting danger. Daredevil warned that if it was just about playing hero, he should go home, but if there was something deeper, he needed to say it now. As Izuku looked up at Daredevil, illuminated by a bright neon sign, he reflected on his hands and web shooters. After a moment of silence, he clenched his fists tightly, haunted by memories of a tragic event. He finally admitted that he couldn't just walk away. Daredevil, intrigued, pressed for an explanation. Izuku revealed that he had once convinced himself someone else would handle the situation, that a pro hero would come to the rescue. Because of that choice, he had turned away when he could have stopped a robber, leading to devastating consequences. He expressed his guilt over someone dying because he hesitated, feeling responsible for the pain of those left behind. With tears streaming down his face, Izuku shared how he couldn't escape the memory of the victim and the sorrow of his daughter. He wiped his tears away and looked up at Daredevil, now filled with determination. He vowed that he could never look the other way again. Heroes were meant to act, to protect people when no one else would. But if Izuku couldn't even take that step, if he just stood there again, what right did he have to dream about being a hero? Daredevil remained silent, listening closely to Izuku's heartbeat as he looked back at him. Izuku clenched his fists and declared that he might be sloppy and reckless, but he would rather break himself trying to do something than live with the guilt of doing nothing. If there were things he could do that no one else could, then he had no choice. It was no longer a game, it was a responsibility he owed to the world. This was his wrong to make right, and no one else's. That was why he was doing this. He would rather die trying to save someone than live knowing he could have acted and didn't. Daredevil studied Izuku closely once more, listening to his steady heartbeat before smirking. He noted that Izuku's heart had changed. It had been scattered and uneven, filled with fear, guilt, and self-doubt, but now it was steady and focused. Daredevil acknowledged that Izuku meant every word he had just said. He had heard many people express a longing to do what they did, but most were chasing thrills or glory, trying to fill a void they didn't understand. Yet here was Izuku, who had already faced the fire and felt the weight, still standing there, willing to break himself rather than walk away. Daredevil took a deep breath and approached Izuku again. He reminded him that while it was indeed a responsibility, he should not mistake it for salvation. Wearing a mask wouldn't erase guilt or bring back the dead, it would only make the weight heavier. Every time he failed, and he would fail at times, he would carry that burden forever. If he wasn't careful, it could break him. Daredevil spoke from experience, having been in Izuku's position before, having promised himself he would never look away again. He had kept that promise, but it had cost him more than Izuku could imagine. Izuku listened intently, absorbing every word. Daredevil offered a piece of advice from one vigilante to another. If Izuku was serious about this life, he should focus on being better than the person he was yesterday. That was the only fight he could win, and sometimes, it was the only fight that mattered. Daredevil gazed out at the city, prompting Izuku to do the same. He warned Izuku that he would make enemies, and while he might believe he was doing the right thing, people would get hurt, sometimes even those closest to him. Daredevil recounted how he once thought he could balance his two lives, keeping his friends safe and his faith intact. But the truth was that sooner or later, the mask would bleed into everything else. He had lied to protect people, hidden parts of himself, and eventually realized he had pushed everyone he loved away, or worse, had put them in danger. Izuku remained silent, reflecting on Daredevil's words. Daredevil continued, sharing the pain of having buried friends and watched loved ones walk away because they couldn't handle the consequences of his choices. Every decision made out there came with a cost, and eventually, Izuku would realize that he was not the one paying it. They were. He looked down at Izuku, who was still gazing out at the city. He recognized the heart of a hero in Izuku, but reminded him that a heart alone wouldn't stop a bullet or the threats that lurked in the shadows. The media would eventually turn on him, seeking a new villain to sensationalize. Daredevil urged Izuku to listen carefully. He should not drag anyone else into this life. Friends and family would pay the price for his choices, and that was a burden he would never want on his conscience. Izuku admitted he hadn't thought about it that way. He just wanted to protect people from bad guys. Daredevil understood that longing but emphasized that the mask he wore isolated him. If Izuku chose to dive into this life again, he would end up lying to his friends, missing out on important moments, and standing on rooftops convincing himself that the sacrifice was worth it, all while wondering when it would finally break him. Izuku looked down at his hands, recalling the weight of his past experiences. Daredevil warned him that if he wanted to be a hero, he needed to be ready to lose sleep, lose BLD, and lose people. That was the cost. If he wasn't prepared to pay it, he should walk away now, and there would be no shame in that. But if he was ready, he needed to ensure that every choice he made was his own, not for fame, not for revenge, but for himself. Because at the end of the day, that was all he would have left. Daredevil stood up and asked Izuku if he was ready to pay that price. Once he put on that mask, he wouldn't just be saving lives, he would be giving up his own. Izuku looked over, but Daredevil had vanished, leaving him alone on the neon sign. Confused, Izuku searched for any sign of him, wondering how he had disappeared so quickly. As he turned back to face the city, he heard police sirens in the distance and saw 3 heroes leaping over the skyline, remembering Daredevil's final words about the price of heroism. Izuku gazed down at the red and black mask resting on the edge of the sign as it was swept away by the wind. He watched it for a long moment before standing up. At Horizon Labs, Melissa entered the lab and stepped into the workshop, stopping abruptly when she spotted Izuku sitting at the table with a sketchbook. Izuku greeted her with a hesitant acknowledgement, and Melissa responded coolly, glancing at the threads scattered across the table. She inquired about Otto's whereabouts, and Izuku explained that he was sleeping, having gone to bed early due to fatigue. Melissa's blunt reply indicated her disinterest as she moved toward the stairs. Izuku mentioned that Otto had made dinner, but Melissa quickly stated that she had already eaten with friends and was heading to bed. As she shut the door behind her, Izuku muttered a soft goodnight. Sighing, Izuku turned his attention back to his costume sketch. He reflected on the weight of his responsibilities, reminding himself that if he was serious about his mission, he needed to keep others out of it. He crumpled the paper and tossed it into the trash, acknowledging that he couldn't involve Uncle Otto, Dr. Connors, Harry, or especially Melissa. This burden was his alone to bear. Izuku continued to sketch, grappling with the guilt that shadowed him. He recognized that every time Melissa looked at him, she saw the reminder of his failures. He picked up his eraser, determined to create a design that would embody the strength he needed to protect everyone. He envisioned a symbol that would stand for hope, something he could wear with pride, like All Might, but different. He couldn't simply smile through the pain. He had to confront it and accept the weight of his choices. After several attempts, Izuku finally held up a sketch that resonated with him. He nodded, feeling a sense of resolve. 3 hours later, on the rooftop of Horizon Labs, Izuku stepped to the edge, donning his red gloves over his web shooters. He looked out over the city, illuminated by bright lights, and made a silent promise to Professor Shield that he would prevent others from suffering as he had. He pulled out his new red mask, completing his outfit, and reminded himself that this was not about seeking approval but about helping others. With determination, he fired a shot of webbing at a nearby building, testing the tension. He prepared himself for the leap, feeling a mix of excitement and fear. As he counted down, he jumped off the edge, swinging into the night. However, as he soared through the air, he realized he was heading straight for a large billboard. Panic surged through him as he collided with it, sliding down before landing on the rooftop. He reflected on his first attempt, acknowledging that it could have been worse, but just then, the billboard began to topple toward him, and he realized his situation had taken a turn for the worse. Meanwhile, Harry was immersed in a physics video, trying to grasp the concept of linear acceleration on an inclined plane. He listened to the explanation about gravity and angles with a lack of enthusiasm, feeling overwhelmed by the complexities of the subject. Frustrated, he paused the video, lamenting that while the rules of physics were universal, they seemed to apply differently to his father, Norman Osborn. As he left his room for a break, he pondered the futility of his studies, feeling overshadowed by Izuku's apparent ease with academics and the high expectations set by his father. Harry mused about the rules that seemed to bend at will, a notion that many deemed brilliant. As he approached the kitchen, he noticed Norman's office door ajar. Curiosity piqued, he paused and pushed the door open further. The office, usually locked tight, was surprisingly accessible. Entering the dimly lit space, he chuckled to himself, finding it rather tacky. He imagined Norman's reaction if he knew Harry was exploring his personal space, picturing the man's shock akin to Izuku meeting All Might. As Harry surveyed the room, his eyes landed on Norman's desk, where a suitcase and a laptop awaited. Setting down his coffee mug, he leaned closer to the laptop, which displayed a paused video. He pressed the spacebar, and a scientist appeared on screen, holding a glowing green vial. The recording began, detailing a research log about a substance called globulin green. Intrigued, Harry listened intently as the scientist explained the substance's effects on human capabilities. The findings suggested remarkable enhancements in muscular density, stamina, reflexes, and even intelligence. Harry's eyes widened as he absorbed the information, his mind racing with possibilities. The scientist described a test subject who, with no formal training, had created a complex device from scrap metal in mere minutes. The potential for creativity and intelligence seemed limitless. Harry paused the video, his gaze shifting to the vials. He picked one up, contemplating the implications of such power. Memories of Norman's words echoed in his mind, emphasizing the importance of making difficult choices. Harry clenched the vial tightly, feeling a mix of anger and determination. He reflected on his father's relentless pursuit of success, the sacrifices made, and the emotional distance that had always existed between them. Images of Norman's indifference during significant moments in their lives flashed through Harry's mind, fueling his resentment. He felt like a mere trophy, expected to uphold a legacy he never wanted. Yet, as he held the vial, a new resolve began to form. This could be his opportunity, not to emulate Norman, but to surpass him and reveal the truth behind the man he had come to despise. With a newfound sense of purpose, Harry opened the vial, recalling Norman's belief that an Osborn must make the hardest choices. He tilted the vial back and drank the globulin green, grimacing at the taste. Almost immediately, a pounding headache struck, forcing him to the floor. Pain coursed through him as he gripped the chair, struggling to maintain control. His vision blurred, and just before losing consciousness, his hand inadvertently pressed the spacebar again, resuming the video. The scientist's voice continued, warning of the potential consequences of the substance. Reports of instability and auditory hallucinations accompanied the brilliance it promised. As Harry lay on the floor, his body began to twitch, the effects of the serum taking hold. The choice was clear. Brilliance came with risks, and the line between genius and madness was perilously thin. Suddenly, Harry's eyes shot open, revealing a fierce intensity. A wicked smile spread across his face as he began to laugh, the sound echoing with a newfound energy. He embraced the chaos within him, ready to unleash the potential he had long sought. Looking at the picture of Norman and young Harry on the desk, he felt a surge of defiance. The image of the perfect family, the facade of success, felt hollow and cold. In that moment, Harry resolved to redefine what it meant to be an Osborn, ready to confront the legacy that had shaped him and to carve out his own path. Harry felt a surge of defiance as he reflected on his father's expectations. To him, he was merely a tool in Norman's grand performance. With a bitter chuckle, he acknowledged that Norman sought a legacy, but what he would receive was far from the obedient son he desired. Instead, he would face the monster he had created. In a fit of rage, Harry hurled a picture against the wall, shattering it as he stepped onto the balcony. He envisioned himself as the son who would dismantle everything Norman had built, reveling in the chaos that would follow. The age of Norman was coming to an end, and the era of the Goblin was about to begin. With a wild laugh, he embraced the madness that enveloped him, the moonlight casting eerie shadows in the dark room. A week later, at the Daily Bugle, the atmosphere was tense. The editor-in-chief slammed a stack of newspapers onto his desk, demanding to know why the Bugle was missing the front-page story on the latest sensation, the masked vigilante known as Spider-Boy. A woman at the reception interjected, but the editor dismissed her with irritation, insisting that the Bugle needed to cover the story. Robbie, a seasoned reporter, tried to reason with him, explaining that the reports on Spider-Boy were mostly blurry images and rumors. He pointed out that without credible evidence, he couldn't print anything. The editor's frustration grew as he slammed his hand on a blurry picture of the hero swinging through the city, emphasizing that this vigilante was different from the others. Robbie argued that while many vigilantes existed, Spider-Boy had already saved lives, stopping a runaway truck and a malfunctioning construction crane. He recounted how the hero had rescued hostages and prevented a fire from spreading. The editor, however, remained skeptical, suggesting that Spider-Boy might be orchestrating chaos himself. Robbie countered, asserting that the vigilante was simply a kid trying to help. The editor's anger flared as he insisted that they needed to maintain order and accountability in their reporting. He questioned why they had no clear images of Spider-Boy, while other outlets had at least blurry shots. Robbie explained that the hero was elusive, moving too quickly for cameras to capture him. He noted that even if they managed to get a picture, it wouldn't reveal much since the hero wore a mask. The editor fixated on the mask, wondering what Spider-Boy was hiding, as the debate over the vigilante's true nature and intentions continued to escalate. It could be scars, fangs, or some quirk mutation that would send kids screaming from their cribs. While he swung through the city like a circus performer, the public was captivated. Jonah expressed his frustration, emphasizing the lack of accountability for this spider-themed vigilante. He slammed his hand on the table, insisting that the press needed to expose this so-called hero for the sake of Musutafu's civilians. Robbie, trying to calm Jonah down, pointed out the chaos that would ensue if they put out an ad for freelancers to capture photos of the vigilante. Jonah, however, saw it as an opportunity. He envisioned the Daily Bugle gaining exclusive headlines and boosting circulation, all while putting the vigilante under scrutiny. Robbie muttered a warning about the potential dangers, but Jonah dismissed it, determined to make the vigilante infamous. Meanwhile, Izuku was fast asleep in his bed, his feet dangling out of the window. A pair of birds landed on his feet, chirping until he rolled over, causing them to fly away. He mumbled to himself, wishing for just a few more minutes of sleep. His hand dropped over the edge of the bed, landing next to his broken alarm clock and web shooter. The doorbell rang loudly, waking Izuku from his slumber. Otto, rubbing his eyes, made his way to the door and opened it to find Harry, disheveled and in a hurry. Harry rushed upstairs, calling for Izuku, who groaned and turned over in bed, still half asleep. Harry banged on the door, urging Izuku to wake up. When Izuku finally opened his eyes, he quickly wrapped himself in a blanket, trying to hide his hero costume. Harry burst in, demanding to know why Izuku was still in bed. Izuku protested, asking for just a moment to gather himself. Harry teased him about his grip on the blanket, jokingly suggesting it was for a different reason. Izuku, flustered, insisted he was just not comfortable with the situation anymore. Harry urged him to get up, revealing that they had overslept. Panic set in as Izuku realized the time. Otto called from downstairs, confirming that they were late for school. Harry suggested they take the limo, urging Izuku to get dressed quickly. Otto offered to make buttered toast for Izuku to take with him. Izuku jumped out of bed, hurriedly changing out of his costume and into his school uniform. As he dressed, he reflected on the chaotic night he had, regretting not going home earlier. He rushed down the stairs, struggling to put on his belt while trying to maintain some semblance of dignity. Izuku realized he had left something on the rooftop with the tire marks. He quickly put on his shoes, muttering to himself about his struggles with time management amidst crime fighting and studying. Just then, Otto rushed toward him, holding a plate of burnt toast, apologizing for the toaster mishap. Izuku accepted the toast, grateful for the gesture, and hurried off, wishing Otto a good day as he jumped into the limo. 15 minutes later, Harry urged Izuku to keep up as they rounded a corner. Izuku noted Harry's unusual speed, realizing they were close to being late. They both pushed themselves to run faster, racing against the clock. As they approached the school gate, the teacher began to close it, prompting Izuku to shout for him to hold it open. The teacher, however, continued to push the gate shut, leading Harry and Izuku to leap over it in a surprising display of agility, landing on the other side and breathing heavily. Harry celebrated their successful jump, while Izuku marveled at their unexpected athleticism. They both caught their breath, joking about their panic-fueled parkour skills. Just then, the teacher confronted them, expressing disbelief at their antics and chastising them for being late. Izuku apologized, acknowledging the consequences of their actions, while Harry attempted to downplay the situation by suggesting it was merely a motivated hop. The teacher, however, was not amused and threatened them with extra laps for their tardiness. Izuku tried to reason with him, but the teacher insisted that punctuality was essential for learning. Harry urged Izuku to ignore the teacher and move on, but the teacher swung a kendo sword in their direction, prompting Izuku to react instinctively. To their surprise, Harry caught the sword effortlessly, his eyes glowing with intensity. Izuku felt a rush of danger, sensing something ominous in the air. The teacher, taken aback by Harry's fierce demeanor, stepped back in fear. Harry, with a wicked grin, warned the teacher to be cautious with his actions, implying that he was not someone to be trifled with. Izuku called out to Harry, urging him to focus on getting to class. Harry snapped back to reality, pushing the sword aside and racing toward Izuku. They quickly made their way to their lockers, where Harry hurriedly put on his shoes, reminding Izuku of the time they had left before facing extra cleaning duties. Izuku nodded, feeling a sense of relief as the tension dissipated, and they both rushed off to their respective classes. Later in the day, the teacher explained the distributive property in math class, demonstrating how to expand expressions by multiplying terms. The lesson continued, emphasizing the importance of understanding the signs in equations. If you forget the minus, the answer comes out completely different. So when they combined them, Izuku thought to himself that the answer was x squared minus x minus 𝗧𝗵𝗃, struggling to keep his eyes open and rub them. He realized his eyes were starting to close on their own after only getting about 3 hours of sleep the previous night due to overtime. Katsuki glanced over at Izuku, who continued rubbing his eyes before shaking his head again. Izuku reflected on how he had already completed all the problems in the study books they were given. He felt confident that he was ahead of the class in terms of the material. With 20 minutes left in class, he considered using the time for a quick power nap. He put his book up and laid his head down, shifting himself before closing his eyes. Just a quick power nap, he thought before drifting off to sleep. In his dream, a week earlier in Musutafu, a group of 5 robbers gathered at the back entrance of a bank, each wearing masks of popular superheroes. The robber with the Captain America mask instructed the team to go in, grab what they came for, and get out in under 10 minutes, emphasizing no screw-ups or heroics. The Iron Man masked robber boasted about his gear, claiming they would be out before the night watch even finished his coffee. The Hulk masked robber expressed concern about not cracking the vault, to which the Thor masked robber reassured him that they were just making a very aggressive withdrawal. The Hawkeye masked robber reminded the team to stick to the plan. One would watch the lobby, another would control the door, one would cover the tellers, and 2 would focus on the cash. The Iron Man robber yelled at the Hulk masked robber to stop whining and to stick to the plan, explaining that they would have about 7 extra minutes once the alarm went off. The Captain America robber reminded them that their main target was cash, and anything from the safety deposit boxes would just be a bonus. The Hawkeye robber took responsibility for disabling the cameras, while the Thor masked robber expressed excitement about the money they would soon have. The Captain America robber urged everyone to keep their masks on and stay focused. With a key-like gesture, he unlocked the door quietly and led his team inside. Meanwhile, from a nearby rooftop, Izuku landed on the edge of a parallel building, nearly losing his balance. He reassured himself that he had the swinging part down but needed to work on his landing. Spotting the robbers entering the jewelry store, he thought that they didn't look like the late-night staff. Realizing this was a classic smash and grab, he reminded himself not to trip over his own feet during the landing. As he prepared to reach for the door, he hesitated, recalling that the robbers had just come through the back. He smacked himself for not thinking it through and decided he needed to surprise them. Looking up, he noticed a vent above the door. Inside the jewelry store, the robbers had entered through the back door. The Hawkeye robber used an arrow to disable the oscillating cameras, guiding it expertly to take them all out. The Captain America robber instructed the team to stick to the plan and keep quiet as they moved toward the vault. The Iron Man robber examined the keypad lock next to the vault, while Izuku crawled silently through the vents above, making his way toward the robbers. Izuku remarked to himself about the surprisingly roomy vents, wondering if the architect had a preference for air circulation. As he positioned himself over a grate, a loud creaking echoed through the bank, causing the robbers to turn their heads. The Hulk robber nervously asked what the sound was, and the Captain America robber dismissed it as probably just a rat. The Iron Man robber focused on cracking the keypad, noting that it was an old-school model reinforced with a digital overlay. He requested some space, feeling pressured by the Captain America robber's urgency. Time was ticking and the stakes were high. Every second they spent there, the police and heroes drew closer. The Captain America robber acknowledged the urgency, while the Iron Man robber's hands began to glow with bright purple circuit patterns. Izuku thought to himself that a silent approach sounded much cooler in theory than in practice. One wrong move could make him the loudest distraction imaginable. He considered dropping down on them from the ceiling but remembered how poorly that had turned out for Eraserhead when he faced Hammerhead. Instead, he crawled through the vents, contemplating that the worst time to rob someone was when they were home. Meanwhile, the robbers were focused on their task. With 9 minutes left, the Captain America robber urged his partner to make the most of their time. The Iron Man robber was deep in concentration, hacking the vault's security system. When the keypad flashed green and unlocked with a loud clang, excitement surged through them. They had breached the vault. The Thor robber's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he whispered about the riches awaiting them. He turned to the nervous Hulk robber, encouraging him to take the lead and open the door. Despite his hesitation, the Hulk robber took a deep breath and opened the vault door, revealing stacks of freshly printed yen bills. Just as he was taken aback by the sight, the Thor robber pushed him aside, exclaiming their good fortune. The Iron Man robber reminded them that the system would alert the authorities in 6 minutes, prompting the Captain America robber to direct his teammates to fill their bags quickly. The Thor robber encouraged the Hulk robber, reminding him to step with his right foot for good luck. Suddenly, Izuku dropped down from the ceiling, hanging upside down from his webbing, and caught them off guard. The Hulk robber screamed in surprise, and Izuku echoed his shock. After a moment of catching their breaths, the Hulk robber yelled at Izuku, expressing his fear. Izuku, still recovering from the scare, remarked on how he thought his heart might leap from his chest. The Thor robber, confused, questioned Izuku's identity, wondering if he was a hero. Izuku, unsure if he gave off that vibe, explained his spider design and how he was uncertain about public reception. The Iron Man robber was baffled by how Izuku had entered the vault before them, while the Thor robber demanded answers. Izuku, trying to lighten the mood, suggested that if they were going to rob a bank, they should at least avoid dressing like bank robbers. He pointed out that Captain America would never bank at Musutafu Banking, humorously suggesting that he would prefer the Bank of America. As he fired a shot of webbing at the Thor robber's face, he pulled off the Captain America mask, making his point even clearer. The Iron Man robber retaliated by activating blasters from his backpack, firing laser shots at Izuku. He skillfully dodged the blasts with agile flips, continuing his commentary on how Tony Stark would protect his finances. Izuku quipped about Stark's potential mattress stash, contrasting it with his own modest savings. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku fired webbing at the Iron Man robber's face, blinding him. He swung out of the vault, pulling the robber in and trapping him against the safety deposit boxes with his webbing. With a playful tone, Izuku questioned whether they were robbing a bank or auditioning for a poorly conceived Avengers reboot, closing the vault door behind him. As the countdown continued, the Hawkeye robber reminded them of the dwindling time. The Thor robber, determined to secure their prize, swung his makeshift hammer at Izuku. He charged forward, declaring that no one would interfere with his big score. Izuku deftly dodged the first swing and backflipped to avoid the second strike. With a smirk, Izuku pointed out that this was not spandex and questioned the wisdom of bringing a hammer to a bank job. He swung over the Thor robber, teasing that assembling IKEA furniture was probably beyond their capabilities. Izuku shot webbing past the Thor robber, latching onto a large table and pulling it toward him. The Thor robber turned just in time to be struck by the table, followed by a swift kick from Izuku. He crashed through nearby cubicles and slammed against the wall, struggling to get up as Izuku quickly restrained him with a flurry of web shots. With a satisfied tone, Izuku remarked on the folly of bringing a hammer to a web fight, leaving the Thor robber to hang tight. Quite literally. Izuku was confident that the police would handle the paperwork later as he executed a side flip to evade a flying arrow. He glanced over to see the Hawkeye robber standing before him, commanding his partner to get into the vault and grab as much money as possible. The urgency was palpable with only 3 minutes left on the clock, and the Hawkeye robber was determined to deal with Izuku, whom he referred to as a smart-mouthed nuisance. As the Hawkeye robber unleashed a barrage of arrows, Izuku propelled himself upward towards the ceiling using his webbing, skillfully dodging the attacks while beginning to swing around the bank. The Captain America robber shouted for his partner to hurry up, while the Hulk robber watched in awe as Izuku flipped and spun through the air. The Captain America robber's voice echoed as he urged the rookie to help load up the loot. Meanwhile, the Hawkeye robber continued to fire arrows at Izuku, his frustration growing as he yelled for Izuku to stay still so he could pin him to the wall. Izuku, taking cover behind a column, quipped that the robber's sales pitch was lacking. He suggested that a promise of free pizza might yield better results. With a burst of energy, Izuku leaped from the column and shot a rapid stream of webbing at the Hawkeye robber. The robber expertly sliced through the web shots with his arrows. Izuku calculated the situation, realizing there were only 5 robbers, and playfully noted the absence of Black Widow from their crew, commenting on the lack of commitment to equal opportunity crime. As he continued to dodge arrows, Izuku contemplated the robber's accuracy. He thought about how a true marksman like Hawkeye would react to such poor shooting. The Hawkeye robber taunted Izuku, declaring that he couldn't hide forever and that his webs were ineffective if they didn't hit their target. Just then, an arrow sliced through Izuku's webbing, causing him to fall. He managed to catch himself and quickly swung to the entrance wall, pinning arrows into it and sending them crashing out of the windows. He then leaped toward the chandelier, spinning around it to evade more arrows. The Hawkeye robber expressed his frustration as his arrows missed their mark. Izuku realized that the arrows had never been a threat, and he felt a surge of confidence. As arrows pulled themselves from the wall and rushed toward him, Izuku ran along the ceiling, dodging them while firing webbing at the pinned arrows. He noticed the arrows were scattered, not following a straight trajectory, which puzzled him. With a nearby table in hand, he blocked the incoming arrows, reflecting on the odd spread of the shots. The Hawkeye robber urged his crew to hurry, and Izuku couldn't understand why the robber's precision faltered when he shot multiple arrows. Determined to exploit this weakness, Izuku charged toward the Hawkeye robber, realizing that if he couldn't maintain his footing in the air, he needed to ensure the robber couldn't either. The Hawkeye robber mocked him, but Izuku was unfazed. He dodged the first wave of arrows, continuing his charge while firing web shots. The robber slashed through the webbing, but Izuku was quick to pull a chair to block the next flurry of arrows. He leaped over a cubicle wall, using it to shield himself from a third barrage, trapping the arrows against it with his webs. With a playful tone, Izuku remarked on his redecorating efforts, keeping the atmosphere light even amidst the chaos. Open floor plans are all the rage these days, and Izuku noted that arrows really clash with office decor as he side-flipped over another wave of arrows. They pierced the tiles, and Izuku quickly trapped them with his webbing once more. He offered some friendly advice, suggesting that the robber should learn to pick up his toys, emphasizing the importance of workplace safety and avoiding tripping hazards. The Hawkeye robber shouted in frustration, threatening Izuku as he sent his last arrow flying. As Izuku rushed toward him, he noticed a single arrow remaining, charging toward him. He remarked on the robber's poor strategy, comparing it to putting all his eggs in one basket. With a swift motion, Izuku fired 2 lines of webbing onto the ground, pulling himself toward the robber and sliding quickly. He flipped over the arrow one last time and leaped into the air, performing a backflip to catch the incoming arrow effortlessly. Izuku taunted the robber, stating that his arrow-slinging days were over as he fired a line of webbing onto the robber's chest. He pulled the robber upward and kicked him toward the ceiling, causing him to slam against it before trapping him alongside his last arrow. Izuku landed on the ceiling, hanging upside down from his webbing, and dusted his hands off, feeling satisfied with his work. He quipped that archery class doesn't come with a money-back guarantee and suggested the robber consider a trade, noting that construction workers make decent money. The Hawkeye robber yelled threats, but Izuku quickly webbed his mouth shut. He muttered to himself, wishing he had a yen for every time he heard that line. Inside the vault, the Captain America robber urged his partner, the Hulk robber, to put on his mask and stick close. The Hulk robber complied, but another voice called out, demanding help. The Captain America robber dismissed him as collateral damage. The Hulk robber hesitated, questioning whether they should help, but the Captain America robber insisted there was no time to waste. Izuku took advantage of the situation, quickly opening the vault and firing a shot of webbing at the Captain America robber, trapping him against the wall. He made a sarcastic remark about the Captain America motto of leaving no man behind, pointing out that the robber had missed that part of the script. The Hulk robber, now revealed to be a teenager, pleaded for mercy, throwing down the duffel bags and begging Izuku not to hurt him. He explained that he needed quick cash to help his sick mother and support his siblings. His desperation was evident as he broke down in tears, fearing that if he went to prison, no one would care for his family. Izuku listened intently, feeling compassion for the boy's plight. After a moment of contemplation, he knelt down and placed his hands on the boy's shoulders, urging him to leave before the police arrived. He instructed the boy to go out through the back, lose the mask and jacket, and not to stop running until he was home. Izuku made him promise not to resort to crime again, sharing his understanding of wanting to help family but emphasizing the importance of doing it the right way. The Hulk robber, filled with gratitude, agreed and quickly ran out the back door. Izuku hoped the boy would keep his promise, reflecting on the idea that being a hero isn't just about stopping villains. Sometimes, it's about saving people from themselves. Izuku glanced at the webbed-up robbers against the wall, noting that while the night hadn't gone as he pictured, progress was still progress. He assured the leader that he would make sure the cops wouldn't leave him behind. And Izuku thought that the orange jumpsuits they would give the robbers in prison would suit them much better than the red and blue they wore. The sound of sirens and heroes arriving outside the bank caught his attention. He noted to himself that it really wasn't their day. As he leaped up toward the ventilation system, sticking to the ceiling, he took one last look at the robbers. He thought it would be wise for them to tell the police that they had been webbed by a very fashionable interior decorator, as it would save them a lot of paperwork. The Captain America robber shouted that this wasn't over. Just as Izuku was about to crawl back into the vents, he paused and looked back at the robbers, clarifying that it was just Spider-Man before disappearing into the ventilation system as the heroes entered the bank. One hero in a yellow jumpsuit was bewildered by the scene, while a female hero in black and blue clothing expressed her shock at the situation. The leader hero observed the duffel bags full of money, realizing that someone had gotten to the robbers before they did. The bell rang loudly, signaling the end of class, and the students began to leave for lunch. Izuku snored loudly, drawing the attention of his classmates. Katsuki walked past him, noticing the drool leaking from Izuku's mouth. He scoffed before exiting the classroom, passing Harry, who rushed in. Harry excitedly shook Izuku awake, exclaiming that he wouldn't believe what had happened. As Izuku rubbed his eyes and yawned, Harry presented his math test with a triumphant declaration. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he saw the perfect score. He congratulated Harry, expressing how amazing it was and how hard he must have studied. Harry, with a smug look, credited his success to having the smartest kid in school by his side and a helpful online resource. Izuku jokingly suggested that Harry might have had a cheat sheet, to which Harry playfully protested. Izuku reassured him that he was genuinely happy for his friend and that he had achieved this on his own. Harry acknowledged Izuku's support, noting that he had stuck around longer than many tutors hired by his dad, who often gave up on him quickly. He expressed gratitude for Izuku's help and suggested they grab some lunch. Behind the school, Harry, with a mouthful of bean bread, was shocked to hear that Izuku had decided not to pursue the hero course. Izuku explained that he had been thinking a lot about the kind of person he wanted to be and reflected on the loss of Professor Shield, feeling responsible for it. He didn't want to drag others into his mess or put them at risk. Harry pointed out that becoming a hero meant being in the public eye, which could put loved ones in danger. Izuku agreed, stating that he didn't want to repeat the past. He felt that someone like him couldn't be a hero, as heroes were meant to save lives, and he was uncertain if he could do that. Harry tried to encourage him, insisting that he shouldn't feel down about himself. Izuku apologized for the gloomy conversation, realizing it was time to grow up and face reality. He glanced at his red mask peeking out from his backpack, acknowledging that it was time to live in the real world. Harry asked if Izuku would consider the support course or if he would join him in general studies. Izuku found the support course appealing, as it aligned with his interests. Harry inquired about Melissa, wondering if they were still not talking. Izuku admitted that it was true, especially since Harry had to wake him up instead of her. Harry offered to talk to Melissa, but Izuku declined, appreciating the gesture but fearing it might complicate things further. They both acknowledged the awkwardness of the situation, and Izuku joked about potentially setting a record for the longest staring contest in history if they ended up in the same class. He expressed his longing for things to improve but felt uncertain about how to approach the situation without making it worse. As Izuku pondered the vastness of space, he shared his thoughts with Harry, who remarked that space was only enjoyable for astronauts. Otherwise, it was just cold and quiet, and Izuku was known for not being quiet at all. They both laughed, and Harry shifted the conversation to the science club, curious about how Izuku was faring. Izuku revealed that he had actually quit the science club nearly a week ago, which shocked Harry. He couldn't believe Izuku would leave a club he loved, thinking he had been busy attending meetings all this time. Izuku explained that he had gone to the club just to hand in his notice, and the rest of the time, he had been wandering around town, lost in thought and occasionally helping others. Harry pressed further, suspecting that Melissa might be a factor in Izuku's decision. Izuku admitted that while she wasn't the sole reason, he felt overwhelmed and didn't want to burden the club's president. He mentioned that Melissa had been avoiding him, even taking her meals to her room instead of eating at the table. Harry remarked on how cold that was, and as they spoke, he noticed a small radio-like device attached to Izuku's bag. Curious, he asked about it, and Izuku explained that it was a revised police scanner he was working on to make it more portable. He wanted to be aware of any nearby villain activity. Harry teased Izuku about a birthday incident from years ago, recalling a cake mishap, and they reminisced about a limited edition All Might figurine Izuku had gifted him. Their light-hearted banter was interrupted when a splash of water drenched Izuku, prompting Harry to check if he was all right. Flash, a classmate known for his antics, had thrown the water from above, mocking Izuku for being lost in thought. Harry confronted Flash, frustrated that he would sneak up on Izuku instead of facing him directly. Flash continued to taunt Izuku, making jokes about his appearance and calling him society's biggest loser. Izuku, however, remained calm, telling Harry that he would handle it. He understood that Flash thrived on reactions and that ignoring him would make Flash look foolish. Harry was not convinced, insisting that people like Flash needed to be stopped, but Izuku reiterated that he could only control his own actions. As Izuku prepared to leave to dry off, Harry's frustration boiled over. He shouted at Flash, calling him a coward for picking on someone who wouldn't fight back. Flash dismissed Harry, mocking him for being Izuku's protector and claiming they were both pathetic. Harry's anger surged as he watched Flash walk away, feeling humiliated. A voice in his mind urged him to embrace his anger and power, suggesting that he could make Flash fear him. As the voice grew louder, Harry felt a painful pressure in his head, gripping the railing tightly as he struggled with the rising tide of emotion. The voice encouraged him to let go of his resistance, promising strength and release if he allowed it to take control, just for a moment. Just enough to show him what happens when someone crosses you, the voice continued. Make him pay. Make him scream. Teach him a lesson until he learns what it means to mock an Osborn. Harry's head dropped for a moment, hanging loosely before he suddenly began to cackle quietly to himself, his pupils shrunken and a wicked smile spread across his face. That's better, Harry thought as he exhaled deeply. Now then, Harry, let's teach him a lesson about respect. Let's teach all of them, starting with the loudmouth who never learned when to shut up. At the end of the day, the final school bell rang, and the students began to exit the school. Izuku pulled out his phone and saw a message from Harry. Emergency at home, had to leave immediately. Sorry. See you tomorrow. Izuku wondered if everything was okay. Guess I'll be flying solo tonight. Melissa has her club meeting today too. He packed up the last of his books and glanced at his Spider-Man mask. Guess Spider-Man will be going on patrol without needing to make up an excuse for today. I wonder if I'll run into Daredevil again, he whispered to himself as he closed his bag and stood up. Izuku walked out of the classroom and made his way down towards the shoe lockers, taking out his red shoes and putting them on the ground. After putting his school shoes away, he sat down and put on his red shoes, tying the laces tightly before tapping them on the ground. All right then, let's head out and see what kind of trouble is in store for us today. Katsuki called out to Izuku from behind. Izuku turned around and saw Katsuki standing there. Kachin, Izuku muttered as he stared at him. They stared at each other in silence as the rest of the students left, leaving only the two of them alone. Hey, Izuku said. Do you need something? Is it true? Katsuki asked. What are you? Is it true that you're not going to the hero course in you anymore? Katsuki asked, surprising Izuku. In the locker room, Flash's friend exclaimed about a slam dunk he had made, saying he thought the backboard was going to crack. Flash replied that he was just going easy and could have shattered the rim if he wanted to. His other friend chimed in, saying everyone was talking about Flash's dunk, not Katsuki's boring passes. Flash agreed, saying that if the coach wasn't blind, he would already be captain. He believed he had the skills, flair, and fans to deserve the title. Captain Flash has a nice ring to it, he thought. They laughed about Katsuki's leadership style, mocking his intense demeanor. Flash's friends agreed that he was the one carrying the team and that it was time everyone realized it. Just then, the doors to the locker room opened, and Harry stood in the doorway with a wicked smile. Such confidence from such a small mind. You really think dunking a ball makes you a leader? He taunted. Flash's friends were taken aback, and one of them approached Harry, asking if he had lost. Suddenly, Harry grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground, making him gasp for air. Sit down, boy. This conversation isn't about you, Harry said, throwing the friend against the metal locker with a loud thud. Flash's eyes glowed with anger as he demanded to know if Harry was looking for trouble. Trouble. Trouble is when your shoelaces snap before the big game. This is destiny knocking at your door, Harry replied, tilting his head. Flash charged at Harry, activating his quirk before throwing a punch. You strut around here, barking about leadership. And yet, what are you really? A show pony. Slam the ball, soak up the cheers, hope nobody notices you've got nothing else to offer, Harry said as he walked towards Flash. To Flash's surprise, Harry easily caught his punch, stopping him in his tracks. Flash yelled in disbelief and threw another punch, which Harry caught as well. How did you? You want to be captain. A leader. Leadership isn't about being adored, boy. It's about being feared. It's about making the weak obey because they're too terrified to do otherwise, Harry said before twisting Flash's arms in a way that made him cry out in pain. Flash staggered back, unable to move his arms as he felt the sting of defeat. My arms. You broke my arms. You psycho freak, he yelled as tears streamed down his face. Look at the poor captain. Look at those tears. Where's your bravado now? Where's your slam dunk now? Harry laughed, relishing in the moment. This is your reality, Flash. Not trophies, not banners. Just pain. Broken bones and broken pride. Harry grabbed Flash by his hair and slammed him back into the metal lockers. He forced Flash's head against each locker door, smashing them open before throwing him against the metal bin of spare basketballs. BLD trickled down Flash's face from his lip, mouth, and nose as he looked back at Harry, who began to cackle as he approached. Harry's bright, glowing yellow eyes fixed on Flash as he declared that pain was the real coach, teaching lessons no pep talk ever could. He taunted Flash about learning that he was never meant to lead, only to follow. Harry's voice dripped with menace as he asked how many more bones he would have to break before there was nothing left of Flash to cheer for. Desperately, Flash tried to crawl away, pleading for help, but Harry laughed, assuring him that no one was coming to save him, not heroes, friends, or even family. From that moment until class was over, Flash was entirely at Harry's mercy. In another scene, Katsuki confronted Izuku, surprised to hear that Izuku was no longer going to the hero course at U. The two stood in an awkward silence, and Izuku nervously scratched the back of his head, confirming that he had withdrawn his application. Katsuki stared at him, demanding to know what was going on. Izuku explained that he had done some thinking, tying the laces of his red shoes. Katsuki grew angry, questioning why Izuku would abandon his dream of becoming a hero. He recalled how passionately Izuku had once talked about heroes, and now it seemed he was throwing it all away. Izuku admitted that he felt he was not a hero, especially without a quirk. He chuckled, reflecting on the absurdity of his dreams. Katsuki, frustrated, pressed Izuku about giving up on everything, including the science club, which he knew Izuku loved. Izuku stood firm, stating that he was accepting reality and moving forward. Katsuki was incredulous, recalling how Izuku used to inspire others with his determination. He couldn't understand how Izuku could give up after all the years of dreaming about being a hero. Katsuki yelled in frustration, expressing disbelief at Izuku's decision to walk away. Izuku paused, his back still turned, and reflected on their past. He acknowledged that perhaps Katsuki didn't know him as well as he thought. He had finally realized when to stop pushing against an unyielding barrier. With a hint of sarcasm, he mentioned that at least he wouldn't have to take drastic measures to gain a quirk. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock when Izuku glanced over his shoulder. Izuku admitted that Katsuki had won, that this was what he had wanted all along, for Izuku to wake up. He apologized for taking so long to come to this realization and continued walking away, leaving Katsuki trembling with anger. Katsuki shouted Izuku's name, demanding his attention, and eventually sprinted after him, hands crackling with energy. Izuku turned swiftly, catching Katsuki's wrist, surprising them both. He then kicked Katsuki away, causing him to stumble and gasp for air. Izuku, realizing the impact of his actions, immediately reached out to Katsuki, concerned for his well-being. Memories flooded Katsuki's mind as he recalled a time when a young Izuku had asked him if he was okay after a fall. Katsuki clenched his fists and charged at Izuku, who deftly dodged the explosion and countered by grabbing Katsuki's wrist, lifting him effortlessly and pinning him against a locker. Katsuki's eyes widened in disbelief at Izuku's strength. He struggled to break free, feeling like a rag doll in Izuku's grip. Izuku locked eyes with Katsuki, trying to convey the seriousness of the situation. He expressed that he didn't want to fight and pleaded for Katsuki to leave him alone, insisting that today wasn't the day for conflict. Katsuki, searching Izuku's gaze, began to calm down and asked if this had anything to do with David's shield. Izuku's expression shifted as he heard static from his headphones, a voice urgently reporting a bird-like villain flying through the city, who had just kidnapped Norman Osborn. His thoughts raced as he realized the implications of the situation. The dispatcher continued, indicating that heroes were being dispatched to pursue the target, but they were still 10 minutes away. Izuku glanced back at Katsuki before dropping him and rushing out of the school, his mind focused on the urgency of the situation. He thought about the villain heading toward Musutafu and the fact that Harry's father was in danger. Katsuki, recovering from the shock, called out to Izuku, insisting that their conversation wasn't finished. Determined, Izuku calculated the villain's trajectory, planning to intercept him as he headed toward the Daily Bugle. He felt the need to practice his skills, knowing he couldn't change into his costume just yet. With a burst of speed, he surprised Katsuki, who struggled to keep up. As Izuku turned a corner, he suddenly vanished from Katsuki's sight. Katsuki searched frantically, unable to understand how Izuku could have disappeared so quickly. Meanwhile, Izuku took a moment to catch his breath, grateful for the advantages his powers provided. He retrieved his red mask from his backpack, ready to confront the looming threat. In another part of the city, Norman Osborn was engaged in a tense conversation about the dangers of a volatile performance enhancer known as Goblin Green. He was aware of the risks involved and expressed his disdain for the regulatory body that sought to maintain the status quo. He insisted that he would handle the situation himself and warned his colleague against contacting any external authorities. As Norman reviewed security footage revealing Harry's reckless actions, he chuckled to himself, recognizing his son's impulsive nature. He knew that the situation was precarious and that he had to act swiftly to contain the fallout. Norman leaned over the railing, taking in the sight of the city. He reflected on his son, contemplating the notion of genius without boundaries. He believed Harry wanted to surpass him, to prove him wrong and demonstrate strength. However, Norman understood that true strength was about control. As he swirled the liquor in his cup, he exhaled deeply, gazing at the view before him. He mused that perhaps he had been too lenient with Harry. He thought about how his late wife had made their son weak. If pain was the price for greatness, then this would be Harry's first lesson. Norman was intrigued to see how well Harry would handle Goblin Green. The previous test subjects had not fared well, but Harry showed resilience. Maybe he had some value after all. Just then, Norman noticed a figure in a red and black flight suit with wings approaching him. It was Adrian, who swooped down and lifted Norman off the ground. Adrian shouted that Norman hadn't seen the last of him. As he flew through the city, performing tight turns around buildings, Norman realized he was in for a wild ride. Adrian declared that he was no longer 𝗵𝗃 but the Vulture. Norman retorted that he had called him a buzzard, which prompted a humorous exchange about names. Vulture playfully tossed Norman around, letting him fall before catching him again, all while taunting him about enjoying the view from his office. Norman questioned the purpose of this encounter, to which Vulture responded that it was a means to an end. He demanded that Norman announce to the world that Adrian 𝗵𝗃 was the genius behind Oscorp's flight technology and that he would receive what he was owed. Vulture then soared high into the sky, spinning and preparing to drop Norman at breakneck speed, only to catch him at the last moment. He insisted that Norman publicly apologize for stealing his invention. Norman, refusing to apologize, was dropped by Vulture, sending him into a free fall. Just then, a web shot past him, and Izuku swung by, catching Norman before continuing through the city. Izuku joked about the situation, lightening the mood despite the danger. Vulture chased after them, claiming the skies as his own, while Izuku quipped about airspace ownership. As they swung through the city, Norman expressed his concern about their altitude, but Izuku reassured him that he was aware of their height. Both Vulture and Norman shouted questions about Izuku's identity, to which he cheerfully introduced himself as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Vulture was taken aback, realizing that a new hero had entered the fray. Spider-Man, ever the jokester, swung towards a police station, tossing Norman to the officers outside. As Norman landed on two police officers, Spider-Man encouraged him to get inside quickly, as other heroes were on the way. Norman was surprised to learn that Vulture was not affiliated with the police. Vulture, enraged, pursued Spider-Man, who engaged him in light-hearted banter about responsibility and the absurdity of his costume. Vulture attempted to attack with his wings, but Spider-Man skillfully dodged, teasing Vulture about his lack of patience. Spider-Man shot webbing onto Vulture's back, pulling him closer. Vulture growled, vowing to make Spider-Man pay for interfering. Spider-Man landed on Vulture's back, using his webbing to maneuver him around a corner. Vulture was furious, trying to shake Spider-Man off. Spider-Man continued to joke, pointing out that Vulture should be more patient, as he was supposed to circle his problems before diving in. Vulture roared in frustration and flew higher into the sky, surprising Spider-Man, who clung on. Spider-Man voiced his concerns about the height, humorously referencing his recurring nightmares about airplanes. He urged Vulture to slow down, realizing they were in for an intense aerial showdown. Spider-Man felt the rush of wind as Vulture spun through the sky, taunting him about crashing. Vulture boasted about his webs, challenging Spider-Man to see how well they would hold up without anything to swing from. Suddenly, Spider-Man was flung off Vulture's back, free-falling and flipping uncontrollably. Vulture shouted that Spider-Man wouldn't be climbing the water spout again, to which Spider-Man retorted that it wasn't even raining. He wished for Tony Stark's armor, realizing that wings would also be a good option. As Vulture charged at him, intent on a fierce attack, Spider-Man thought about his options. He decided to take a risk, aiming his web shooter at Vulture while still spinning. Timing was crucial, otherwise, he would end up in a bad situation. Just as Vulture closed in, Spider-Man turned invisible, disappearing from sight. Vulture, confused, searched for him, only to be struck by a line of webbing on his face. Spider-Man reappeared, ready to kick, joking that it was better than airline food. Vulture blocked the kick with his wings and pushed Spider-Man away, slicing through his web. Spider-Man felt a sudden jolt in his mind and flipped backward, narrowly avoiding a wing swipe. He quipped about Vulture's dangerous wings, suggesting he could have poked an eye out. Vulture, undeterred, declared he would take more than just Spider-Man's eyes. Spider-Man suggested Vulture might benefit from anger management classes, noting his unresolved issues. Vulture dismissed the idea, insisting that he had the perfect outlet for his frustrations right in front of him. Spider-Man countered that attempted murder wasn't a healthy coping mechanism and joked about insurance not covering it. As he turned invisible again, Vulture's wings jerked in confusion. Spider-Man marveled at Vulture's advanced technology, questioning whether he built it himself or stole it from a Stark Expo. Vulture angrily demanded Spider-Man get off him, thrashing to shake him loose. Spider-Man, clinging to Vulture's wings, pushed downwards, forcing them both toward the city. Meanwhile, a group of heroes landed on a rooftop, discussing their lack of leads. They were alerted when they spotted Spider-Man and Vulture soaring through the sky. As they flew past the heroes, Spider-Man shouted a warning, pointing out a missing stabilizer bolt on Vulture's wings. Vulture retorted that he wouldn't take criticism from someone in a red and blue suit. Spider-Man humorously lamented being called a bug by someone named Vulture. He then kicked Vulture into a window, causing a chaotic crash through an office building. Spider-Man swung through the hole, checking on the office occupants and apologizing for the destruction. A woman yelled for security, claiming there was a villain in their office. Spider-Man protested that he wasn't a villain when Vulture tackled him back through the building, expressing his frustration. Vulture dragged Spider-Man along a wall, pushing his face into the brick before throwing him across the street. Spider-Man quickly fired a web line mid-spin, pulling himself back to the building and sticking to the glass wall. He shook off the pain and groaned, commenting on Vulture's aggressive tactics. Vulture, furious, prepared his talons for another attack. Spider-Man, undeterred, flipped over Vulture and fired another web at his back, which Vulture swiftly sliced off. He noted the impressive durability of Vulture's wings and the speed at which he moved, realizing that if Vulture's wings were his main weapons, it was time to take them down. Vulture soared through the air, his voice booming as he confronted Spider-Man, who was quick to retort with a playful jab about Vulture's temper. As Spider-Man dashed along the side of a building, he executed a graceful flip over Vulture's wings. He reminded Vulture that while sticks and stones might break bones, his webs would certainly bruise egos. With a swift motion, Spider-Man shot a web onto a traffic light, swinging around it before launching himself toward Vulture, unleashing a barrage of webs. Vulture attempted to slice through the webbing, but a few strands managed to ensnare his wings, leaving him momentarily immobilized. Panic set in as he realized he could not maneuver. Spider-Man seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that sent Vulture soaring into the sky. Quickly, he fired a web line, pulling Vulture back down to the ground. The impact was dramatic, causing a nearby moving truck to swerve dangerously into oncoming traffic. The cacophony of honking horns filled the air as cars veered wildly, some colliding with the bridge's edge, breaking through the metal barrier and teetering precariously. Spider-Man landed back on the ground, his attention drawn to the terrified screams of civilians. Vulture, now struggling to rise, crackled with sparks as he threatened revenge. He tore through the remaining strands of webbing and took off into the sky. Without hesitation, Spider-Man shot a web line and swung toward the bridge, where a car was teetering on the edge, its driver waking up in confusion. As the car slipped off the bridge, Spider-Man shot a web onto the driver's chest, yanking him to safety just in time. He greeted the driver with a light-hearted apology about the car, explaining that he usually preferred the train. With the driver safely on the bridge, Spider-Man quickly assessed the situation, spotting 4 more cars in danger. Determined, he swung back to the precarious vehicles, firing webs to secure them as he maneuvered through the chaos. With all his strength, Spider-Man pulled the cars back onto the bridge, drawing gasps of disbelief from the onlookers. They marveled at his incredible feat, cheering him on as he managed to save the last car, breathing heavily but triumphant. As the crowd celebrated, Spider-Man humbly corrected them on his name, emphasizing the importance of the hyphen. Suddenly, he felt a sharp jolt in his mind and instinctively backflipped away from a hero wielding a telekinetic chain. The atmosphere shifted as more heroes arrived, demanding Spider-Man step away from the scene. They accused him of vigilantism and obstructing rescue efforts, insisting he could have endangered lives. Spider-Man, hands raised in surrender, pointed out the real threat still at large, the villain with metal wings. He argued that the heroes had arrived too late to prevent the chaos. One hero recognized Spider-Man from a previous encounter, recalling his impressive capture of a notorious gang. The heroes debated his actions, but Spider-Man defended himself, insisting that his intentions were to protect the civilians. He urged them to focus on Vulture, who was still a danger. As tensions rose, Spider-Man cleverly suggested he could provide valuable information about Vulture's motives, but he requested to postpone any detainment due to his morning classes. The heroes were skeptical, questioning his ability to escape again. With a confident smirk, Spider-Man demonstrated his ability to turn invisible, leaving the heroes stunned and frustrated. On a rooftop far from the bridge, Spider-Man reappeared, lying on his back and gazing up at the evening sky. Reflecting on the day's events, he sighed, relieved that no one had been seriously hurt, except for himself. He contemplated how to explain his bruises to his friends, feeling the weight of his responsibilities as he remembered the dreams he had once shared with Katsuki. That dream, the one you clung to as if your life depended on it, the dream you spoke of with such fervor, was now being tossed aside. After all the talk about being a hero who saves people with a smile, you were really going to walk away from it all. Izuku had known this person his entire life, and they had always been so determined to pursue their dream, even when others said it was impossible. They were supposed to be too stubborn to give up. Izuku sat up and gazed at the sunset before him. He thought about how this was how it needed to be. He couldn't involve others in what he was doing. Was it foolish? Perhaps. Was it dangerous? Most likely. Would he risk his life doing this someday? He wouldn't put it past his luck. But deep down, he felt it in his heart. This was what he needed to do. He couldn't save David's shield as Izuku Midoriya, but maybe Spider-Man could do what he couldn't. He clenched his mask tightly, letting it catch the golden glow of the sunset. Heroes wore badges, licenses, and titles, but what good were those if people still ended up hurt? If no one was there when it truly mattered? If doing the right thing made him a criminal, then he would be the best criminal this city had ever seen. No matter the cost, even if no one understood his reasons, he would keep going, for David, for his mom. He promised to give this city everything he had. Izuku put on his mask and began to stretch his body. He needed to find where he had stashed his clothes and backpack. Spider-Man swung back toward his middle school, aware that Vulture was still out there somewhere. His wings had looked damaged before he took off, but until he was certain Vulture was behind bars, he remained on his most wanted list for the night's patrol. In the locker room, chaos reigned. The lockers were toppled, and Flash's friends huddled against the wall, trembling in fear, nursing their injuries as they witnessed Harry confronting Flash. Harry taunted Flash, mocking him for not enjoying the taste of his own medicine. He lifted Flash by his hair and slammed his face into the fallen lockers, relishing the moment. Harry questioned Flash about the thrill he got from bullying others, enjoying the spectacle until the tables turned. He tossed Flash across the room, and Flash pleaded for mercy, his voice strained. Harry found amusement in Flash's desperation, kneeling down to emphasize his 𝗵𝗃𝗲. He expressed pity for Flash, who had hurt others, to feel powerful. Now, Harry intended to show him what it felt like to be powerless. As he twisted Flash's arm, a sharp crack echoed through the room. Flash screamed in pain, and his friends could only watch in horror. Harry reveled in the moment, celebrating the permanence of Flash's suffering. He laughed maniacally, declaring that Flash had made the varsity team in pain. Looking into the mirror, Harry confronted his own reflection, recognizing the darkness that had always been within him. He urged himself to let others remember the shape of fear, to understand that consequences awaited those who thought they were untouchable. He turned back to Flash, who was cradling his broken arm, tears streaming down his face. Harry continued to laugh, relishing the performance he had put on. He told Flash's friends that they should be grateful, as their tyrant had finally met his match. With one last maniacal laugh, Harry exited the locker room, leaving the chaos behind him.